Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Monkey Deku got harem. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Ha. Seriously. Seriously, Bakugo. Shut up. My hair's gotten used to it, so it won't go back even after I wash it. Hey, stop laughing. I'll kill you. Katsuki yelled in fury. He had just entered the classroom and they were already laughing at his hair. Over his internship with the number 4 Pro Hero Best Jeanist, he had a little makeover, if you want to call it that. Instead of his usual spikes, he was now sporting a hairstyle similar to Best Jeanist himself, the only difference being that it did not fit Bakugo's hair at all. It looked utterly ridiculous and now Shiro and Kirishima were laughing at that fact. I'd like to see you try, side part boy. Shiro said. What did you say? Bakugo yelled, unbeknownst to him, his outburst popped his hair back to its original style. It's back? Wow. You even got to fight villains. I'm so jealous. Mina whined. I just helped people evacuate and did logistical support, so I didn't do any actual fighting though. Jiro replied as she twirled one of her earphone jacks. It is still amazing though. All I did was train and go on patrols too. There was just this one time when we caught smugglers from a neighboring country. Tsuyu added. That's crazy. Mina and Jiro gasped as neither of them didn't do anything close to that. What about you, Achiko? How was your week? The girls turned to see Achiko with a scary dark pink aura as she threw punches into the air like she was in some sort of trance. Her eyes were focused and bloodthirsty and didn't pay attention to anything else other than her target. It was very enlightening. Achiko answered as she kept on with her business. Achiko has awakened. Tsuyu stated. She went to that battle hero's place, right? Jiro said as they assumed she learned a lot of combat during her trip. That's a huge change for just 1 week. Kaminari whispered to Mineta. Change. That is not it, Kaminari. Women are all demons. They are just hiding their true personalities. Mineta cried as he bit his fingernail nervously. What did you see at MT Lady's place? Kaminari questioned as obviously something must have happened for him to be horrified like this. I was kind of fawned over and had a good time. But the ones who changed the most, or at least went through the most were you three, right? Kaminari motioned towards Izuku, Shoto, and Tenya. Oh yeah, the hero killer. Shiro pointed out. I'm glad you guys made it out alive. Seriously. Kirishima said. I was worried. Momo added. I heard Endeavor saved you guys, right? That's amazing. As expected from the number 2 hero. The 3 young heroes looked at each other. They gave a look that pretty much said, just go along with it. It would be too much trouble to attempt to explain what really happened anyways. Shoto looked down at his desk. Yeah. He saved us. Izuku also looked down. Yeah. He didn't like lying. It wasn't in his nature. But for now, he had to just do what he had to do in order to avoid any trouble. It is not worth going through the trouble if the matter was already resolved anyway. He doesn't really care if he gets the credit. He is just content with the fact that everybody got out of there alive and that the hero killer is now behind bars. The streets are safer now. That is what matters in his view. I saw on the news that the hero killer was connected to the League of Villains. Imaging someone that scary coming to USJ freaks me out. Ojiro said as everybody gained chills up their spine. If Stain had been in the USJ, then they probably would not have survived. A scary thought indeed. He is scary, but did you see the video, Ojiro? Denki asked. Video? You mean of the hero killer? Video. Izuku thought in shock. Yeah, seeing that, you can see how he's really single-minded and, like, tenacious. Doesn't it make you think he's a cool? As Kaminari and the others kept discussing about Stain, Izuku took a moment to look up the video that he was talking about. It showed the scene where Stain was talking about purging the heroes and how only All Might was allowed to kill him. And then it suddenly went black, signaling the end of the video. It didn't show him at all or him defeating Stain. That was weird. How come the camera didn't catch that part? Did it have anything to do with the power that inner Deku used? Izuku shrugged his shoulders. He will worry about it later. He's grateful that he didn't get recorded at all. He put his phone away and looked up to see Tenya giving a speech on how he will use the hero-killer experience to put him back on the path to becoming a hero. He smiled as the class got ready for the day. All Might had gathered the class in Field Gamma. In there they would do a training exercise to test their mobility in a factory-like area. The goal of the exercise was to reach All Might first. Pretty simple. The first group consisted of Mina, Tenya, Ojiro, Siro, and Deku. Everyone minus Todoroki and Ida were surprised when they saw Deku's perfected full cowl. It was much more different than the form that they were used to, the most defining feature being his hair spiking up. Needless to say, Deku was able to All Might literally in the blink of an eye. They knew that Deku was fast, but they never saw him move as fast as that. Even All Might was surprised. He asked how he got so fast and that level of control. Izuku merely shrugged and said that Gran Torino had him fly to Antarctica and back. All Might's sweat dropped as he would expect nothing less from his old mentor while the rest of their classmates fell on their heads. They could have sworn that he was lying. Bagwell was annoyed because while he was stuck doing whatever with Best Jeanist, Deku was flying to different continents. He could not allow the gap to widen. He won't let Deku leave him in the dust. After the exercise was over, All Might secretly let Izuku to see him after class so that they could talk about One for All. Izuku nodded as he had already anticipated this talk. He also had something to say to him as well. Meanwhile, the boys were currently in the locker room getting dressed out of their hero suits and into their standard uniform. They were discussing about the exercise, training, and whatnot. So Midoriya, did you really fly all the way to Antarctica? Kaminari asked. Yeah. There is no way. That's like 13,000 kilometers away from Japan. You could not have traveled all of that distance and in that cold weather as well. How about we test it out? I could take you all the way over there right now. Izuku smirked. All right, you got it, you got? Kaminari immediately conceded as he certainly did not want to experience flying all the way to Antarctica at the rate of speed that Deku goes. That was some strong training we just did. Our first class in a while made me sweat. Aoyama said. I need to work on my mobility. Kirishima sighed as he put his stuff into his locker. I don't know how somebody like Deku can go equally as fast as he's strong as he can punch. You must compensate for it by gathering information. Tokoyami chipped in. That will put me a step behind everyone. I'm jealous of guys like you and Siro. Denki whined. Don't be jealous. Just work strong and perfect what you are good at. Izuku said as he took off his shirt. Hey Midoriya. I discovered something crazy. Come here. Mineta waved Izuku to a small hole in the wall. Look at this hole, Shawshank. It is probably thanks to the efforts of those who came before us. Next door is the girls' locker room. Stop this, Mineta. Peeping is definitely a criminal act. Tenya reprimanded the grape-haired student. My little Mineta is already a criminal act. Mineta exclaimed as he put his eye to the hole. Yayarozu's ample Yayarozabub. Ashido's slender waist. Hagakure's floating underwear. Uraraka's fine Uraraka body. Ajui's unexpected booby dash. Before he could continue, he was interrupted by Jiro's earphone jack violently poking him in the eye as he screamed in pain. They can hear you, you idiot. You should have kept quiet. Izuku said as he face-palmed. The walls in between the locker room were not that thick. He should have known that he was gonna get caught. Izuku felt no sympathy for the poor pervert. It was still funny though. With its brutal combination of precision and surprise attack abilities, Jiro's earphone jack is super strong. Thank you, Kyoka. How despicable. Let us close this hole up right away. Jiro looked on with a blank face. I'm the only one he didn't say anything about. It was the end of the day and Izuku walked into the room where Toshinori told him to meet him. He found the number 1 hero sitting down in his true form as he looks up at Izuku. Have a seat. He seems different. Izuku made a mental note that whatever they were about to talk about was serious business. You went through a lot, I'm sorry I couldn't be nearby. Toshinori said in reference to the hero killer incident. That's not something you need to apologize for, sensei. More importantly, what did you mean when you said you wanted to talk about One for All? I heard that the hero killer got a lick of your BLD. Oh yeah. His quirk was one that could keep someone from moving after ingesting their BLD. What about it? Izuku asked. Do you remember what I said when I gave you my power? Eat this. Izuku made an imitation of All Might's face and voice when he recounted that All Might made him eat a whole strand of his hair in order to inherit one for all. No, not that part. I said that it did not matter what it was as long as you took in my DNA. Izuku began to panic. Then don't tell me the hero killer has one for all now. No, that's not it. I thought you might have been worried about that, but I see. You forgot about it. One for all cannot be transferred to anyone unless the bearer wishes it. It cannot be stolen by force. It can be transferred by force, though. It is a special quirk. Yes, and this is how it came about. Izuku gulped as he was now paying very close attention. He did not want to miss a single detail. Once he saw that he was listening, Toshinori began the story. One for all was derived from a certain quirk that existed in the past. A quirk that existed in the past. Toshinori nodded. The name of that quirk is All for One. A quirk that could steal quirks from others and make them the holds, and one that could give those quirks to others. Izuku widened his eyes at this. Everything for one person. Precisely. This was when superpowers were first showing up, before society had figured out how to deal with the changes. With the appearance of quirks, suddenly, what made someone a normal human crumbled away. With just that, laws lost their meaning, and the progress of civilization stopped. It was literal decay. If superpowers had never appeared, then humans would be taking interstellar holidays by now. Someone important said that in the past. Izuku said, That's right. During that chaotic PRD, there was someone who was the first to unify all of the people. I'm sure you've also heard of him. He stole quirks from people, and with his overwhelming power he spread his influence. He moved people in a calculating way, committing evil acts to his heart's content. In the blink of an eye, he became the leader of the evildoers and ruled over Japan. I often see rumors about this online, but isn't this a fabrication? It is not in textbooks or anything. Izuku asked as he was curious as to why this is not public knowledge. They can't put secret dealings in textbooks, can they? If people get powers, they look for places to use them. How does this relate to One for All? I said that All for One could give quirks to others, right? He made others trust him or surrender to him by giving them quirks. But apparently, there were many given quirks who could not bear the burden and became like living dolls who could not speak. Just like the Nomus. Meanwhile, there were also quirks that changed or mixed once they were passed on. He had a quirkless younger brother. His brother was small and sickly, but he had a strong sense of justice. It pained him to see his older brother's deeds, so he kept resisting him. He forced a quirk that could stock power onto his younger brother. At this point, it is impossible to know if that was out of kindness or to force him into SBMs, and Izuku gasped, Don't tell me. Yeah. He was thought to be quirkless, but there was something inside him. Something that neither he himself nor those around him noticed. He had a useless quirk that could pass on quirks. The quirk to stock power mixed with the quirk to pass on quirks. That was the origin of One for All. Toshinori exclaimed dramatically as he spread his long arms out. Izuku was just left speechless as he was immersed into the story that his predecessor was telling him. It's ironic that justice always comes from evil. Hey, wait. I understand how that came about, but why are you bringing up an evildoer from so long ago now? Izuku asked. Shouldn't he be dead by now? He can steal quirks, Anything goes. Quirk to stop aging. He probably stole something like that. The symbol of evil was pretty much immortal. With the huge difference in their combat abilities and the state of society at the time, the defeated younger brother decided to entrust his quirk to future generations. He believed that even if he could not win then, if he slowly cultivated the power, then one day, it would become strong enough to stop his older brother. And then when it was my turn, I was finally able to defeat him. At least, that's what I thought, but he survived and has started moving again as the brain behind the League of Villains. Toshinori got up as he took a good look out the window and the sunset. One for All is power inherited to defeat All for One, so to speak. You may one day have to fight against this great evil. This is why you must train and work strong now. So that when that day comes you are ready to fulfill your role. This is harsh on you, but I will do my best. Toshinori looked behind him to see Izuku with his fists clenched and a determined aura. I'll do whatever you ask of me, no matter what it is. As long as you're with me, I can do anything. That is what it feels like. Izuku exclaimed as he stood up. Toshinori appreciated the young boy's vigor and enthusiasm, but the number one hero sadly shook his head. That's not it, young Midoriya. The problem is that I might not be by your side when that time comes. You may have to face this evil on your own. Toshinori revealed as Izuku looked horrified. I don't understand. How do you know that? Izuku questioned, as All Might not being by his side was a scary thought. Toshinori shook his head. I'm not always going to be around to protect everyone. When the time comes, you are going to have to step up to the plate. In time, the only person that will be able to stand up to a foe will be you. It will be on you to carry this world on your back and be the hero that you always wanted to be and more. You can't always rely on me. You're going to have to rely on yourself. Izuku looked down and contemplated the words of wisdom that the symbol of peace gave. What if it turns out that I'm not fit for this? What if I fail? What if I let everyone down? Toshinori chopped the young man on the head. You have to believe in yourself as much as I believe in you. Once you get to that point, I don't think anybody else would be able to stand up to you. A confident Izuku Midoriya that believes in himself. I would not want to mess with that guy. Toshinori laughed as he patted Izuku's shoulders. Izuku sighed as he realized it was his turn to reveal his secrets. Hey, Toshinori, I have something to tell you too. About my history. Toshinori blinked. What is it? Izuku went on to do the same with what he did with Gran Torino, and explained to All Might his ancestral background and the origin of his powers. It was funnier to see All Might's reaction, since he never would have thought the successor he would have picked to inherit his power would turn out to be part alien. Izuku also explained what happened in USJ, as that was an example when his power leaked and went out of control. He also told him of his great ape transformation during his training trip with Gran Torino. He was afraid to tell him about that, since Toshinori may deem him as too dangerous and change his mind about having him be his successor. When he told the pro hero his fears, he laughed again and told him to no worry about trivial stuff like that. Toshinori chose Izuku because he saw a spark in him that he didn't see anybody else. He knows he made the right choice in picking him. It doesn't matter if he's an alien or not. He still has the heart of a hero. Toshinori doesn't regret his decision now, and he will never regret his decision. He knows Izuku will do the very best he can. And he will surpass all imagination. However, you know what this means, right, young Midoriya? This means that you are going to have to train even harder than before in order to MSTR both sides of your power. If you really want to become the best hero you can possibly be, then you need to have control over yourself even when you get angry. Once you got that down, then you will be unstoppable. Izuku smiled in embarrassment from Toshinori's praise. Thanks, sensei. I really needed that. It's getting late. You best be off. You need to be getting a lot of rest in these upcoming days to prepare for your final exams. Izuku went to sleep shortly after he arrived home. He was exhausted from the training with Gran Torino and today's events that he desperately needed a good night's sleep on his own bed. As the green-haired scion was getting into a deep sleep, he found himself in a void. He looked around to see himself floating around in the void, and he could not feel anything from the outside world. Another vision or dream. Great, just what I needed. Izuku then noticed two very distinct figures in the distance. One had a taller and more nefarious dark aura, while the other had a bright white aura that emanated justice even though it was considerably smaller. No, brother. I will not join your cult. I do not support what you're doing and will never support it. This is wrong. I could never bring myself to be involved with such malice. The smaller, brighter figure said. The other figure chuckled evilly. You really are naive, my dear little brother. Why are you desperately trying to play hero so badly? Don't you see that won't get you anywhere? In order to have influence and control, you must have power and put fear into the hearts of the masses. I have been trying to be merciful to you since you are my flesh and blood, and I don't want to hurt you. But if you continue to disobey me and stand in my way with your self-righteous nonsense, then I will have no chance to deal with you personally. Izuku quirked an eyebrow. This scene seems awfully familiar. The younger brother stood his ground. You can keep making all of the threats you want, but that isn't going to change my stance. What you are doing is wrong, and that's it. PRD. You are hurting people for your own selfish gang. Why do you need to control everyone? What have they done to you? They just want to live peacefully, and yet you want to rule over them with an iron fist. Explain that. The older brother began to laugh even harder. You really do have much to learn. Why am I doing this? Because humans by nature are chaotic. If no one keeps them in check, then they will run rampant, doing whatever they so please. Especially now, with the appearance of quirks. With all of these superpowers, humans have become even more chaotic than ever before. In this world, you need order. There must be a hierarchy. If there isn't any order, then there will be chaos. If there is chaos, then there is no control. No control equals anarchy. Anarchy equals danger. If there isn't anyone to put these people in their place, then they will put themselves and others in danger. Do you get it now? Do you now understand what I am trying to do? I'm doing this for the benefit of humanity. Someone has to step up and save us. And if it has to be me, and if I have to use underhanded tactics to do so, then so be it. I was born with this quirk for a reason. It is my destiny to rule over everyone. The younger of the brothers clenched his fists in anger. That is not how you have to do it. You're taking the easy path. Instead of controlling people, why don't you use that power of yours to unite everyone? What do you think Mom and Dad would say? Mom and Dad are dead. The place got dead quiet as the tensions and emotions flared. Izuku could feel the sadness from the two once their parents were brought up. It seems as though their father and mother had an unfortunate passing, and the older brother did not like it when it was brought up. Izuku began to feel sympathetic towards the two. Just because they are dead, that doesn't mean they are not watching right now. You honestly think they would approve of something like this? They are rolling in their grave right now. If I had done this from the very beginning, then they would still be with us right now. That outburst shut the younger brother up. It is my fault that they are gone. He sighed as he stared down his little brother. You are the only family I have left. I can't lose you. That's why I have been trying to protect you from the world. It is not safe out there right now. You are quirkless, defenseless. If I were to lose you, I don't think I would be able to live with myself. So please, brother, just do as I say. The other shook his head. I'm sorry, Oni-san, but I just can't. It would go against everything that I believe in and everything that father taught us. It would be a disrespect to him and everyone else if I were to go with what you are doing. I have already told you that what you are doing is wrong. You are manipulating people and turning them into slaves. That isn't freedom, that isn't order, and it sure as hell isn't justice. So no, I will stand by what I said until the day I die. The older brother sighed in sadness. Very well then, if that's how you are going to be, then fine. If you won't listen to reason, then I am just going to have to force it upon you. The older brother's evil dark aura then spiked as he reached his hand forward towards his younger brother as dark energy began surrounding his palm. No, wait. Don't do it. I have no choice. You were born with no power. And in this dangerous new world, if you have no power, you will not survive. It is my duty as your older brother to give you brother even if I have to force it upon you. Don't worry, you will be thanking me later. No. So, that. The younger of the two screamed in agony as his brother gave him a quirk. He decided to give him a stockpiling quirk which would prove useful in the future. However, what neither of them realized was that the younger brother already had a quirk that could transfer itself to another person. The two quirks mixed and mutated to form a brand new quirk, one that would eventually be the bane of the older brother's existence. As the new quirk was getting created, the younger brother felt an unbelievable surge of power building up within himself. He also saw something. He saw visions. Visions into the future. He saw all of the future generations of heroes. Every conflict, every battle. He saw everything that would transpire in the next 8 generations. There was a flash of rainbow light as the power within him exploded. Once the smoke cleared, he was standing there with a white electric aura and pure white energy in his hands. Brother, you just created your own demise. Izuku woke up with a start. He looked at the clock and saw it read 5:23 a.m. He sighed as he rolled out of bed. It was still early, but it wasn't like he was going to be able to fall back asleep. He went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and take a shower. As he felt the hot water run down his head, he couldn't help but ponder about the dream he just had. That dream. It was a vision from the past. I just witnessed the birth of One for All and the history behind it, just like how Toshinori-sensei told me yesterday. As Izuku got out of the shower and dried his hair, he couldn't help but wonder, is there more? Well, it is almost time for summer vacation, but of course, it wouldn't make sense for you to rest the whole month. Aizawa said as Class 1A was sitting down listening intently to their homeroom teacher. Don't tell me. The thoughts of many students. During summer vacation, we'll have a training camp in the woods. Aizawa announced. I knew it. The students shouted. Let's test our courage. Mina yelled. Baths? Mineta exclaimed. Fireworks. Open baths. Curry. Hot springs. If we are out in nature, we will have to work under different conditions, right? Momo asked. No matter what the environment, we must choose wisely. Interesting. Tokoyami said, eating and sleeping with everyone. I'm getting excited. Hagakure exclaimed. However, those who do not pass the final exam before that will be in summer school hell. Aizawa announced. Everyone was suddenly at the edge of their seats as the stakes were raised by their strict homeroom teacher. Everyone, let's do our best. Kirishima said. This is DMN stupid. But Kugo muttered. Girls, do your best. Mineta said as he didn't want any of the girls simply because he wanted to see them in summer clothes. Izuku closed his eyes as he thought about the dream he experienced last night. It was still in the back of his mind. But he had to leave that topic alone for now. He had to focus on his current challenge ahead of him, which was the final exams. He needed to show the fruits of his training. He couldn't let these thoughts distract him. He focused his eye on the prize and was determined to excel above all of his peers. Okay, that's it for class. There's only 1 week left until the final exams. You are all studying properly, right? I'm sure you already know, but it won't just be written exam. There's also a practical component. Make sure you train your minds and bodies at the same time. That's all. As soon as Aizawa left the classroom, there was chaos. I haven't studied at all. Both Denki and Mina yelled. Denki was freaking out, but Mina was smiling and laughing about it as if failing was funny. With the sports festival and internship, I didn't study at all. Denki and Mina got 20th and 19th overall on the midterm respectively. It's true that we had one event after another, but Tokoyami said Ho got 14th overall on the midterm. For the midterms, we just started school, so they didn't cover much, so I didn't really have a strong time with them, but with the back-to-back events and stuff, the finals will be different, Sato said to Koda, who got 12th and 11th respectively. It will be tough since there is a practical exam, too. Mineta said with a smug look as it was revealed he got 9th overall. And 9th on the midterm. And here I thought you were one of us. Mina yelled. Guys like you are only likable if they're dumb. Where's the demand for this? Denki yelled. The world, I guess. Mineta replied. Ashido, Kaminari. Let's do our best. We all want to go to the training camp together, right? You guys have to believe in yourself. I know you can do it. Izuku said as he attempted to motivate them. He got a perfect score on his midterm. Yes. I have high hopes that you'll all be moved to action. Tenya got 3rd overall. It is pretty strong to fail if you just pay attention in class. Todoroki coldly stated. He got 5th overall. Be careful with your words, man. Denki cried. You too, I may be able to be of assistance with the class lectures. Momo said as she shined. She tied with Izuku being 1st overall as she also got a perfect score on the midterm. She then gained a gloomy look. I can't help at all with the practical, though. I may be able to help with that. Izuku suddenly said. Really? The class asked. Yeah. Yamamo, I'm not one of those two, but can I join too? I'm having some trouble with quadratic functions, Jiro asked. She got 7th overall. Sarmidu, how are you with classical Japanese? Siro pleaded, who got 17th overall. I'd like to join too. There's a bunch of stuff I don't get. Ojiro asked who got 8th overall. Please. They all asked. Momo gasped in delight. Everyone. Yes, of course. All right. Then let us hold a study session at my residence this weekend. Seriously. I can't wait to see your house. Mina said. Oh, in that case, I must tell Mother and have her open up the hall. Hall? What kind of tea are you all partial to? The class thought in shock. In my family, we always drink Harrods or Wedgwood, so if you have any preference, let me know. Of course, you can trust me to help you study too. I will definitely show you how I can help. Momo exclaimed as the bubbly side of her personality was taking full effect. It's like she casually slapped me with the difference in how we were born, but her bounciness is so cute that I don't care. Izuku nudged Katsuki. So how about it, Kaken? Are you down helping our classmates in the practical portion of the exam? Fine, whatever, but make sure they don't get in the way of my training. The explosive quirk user shouted. He placed 4th overall in the midterm. Shoto, you want to come too? Sure. All right, then it's set. Momo-chan will help you all with the written portion. If any of you need any extra help with that, you can ask me. As for the practical, we can go meet at Dagoba Beach and train over there. Izuku said. I always wanted to go to that beach. Mina exclaimed. Man training with Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki. That is going to be rough. But hey, we may need it for the practical. Denki asserted. Let's just hope we can keep up. Tokoyami said, knowing how seriously those 3 take their training. Thus, over the course of the week, the students from Class 1A would go to Momo's house and study there. Even though Momo was good at teaching the concepts, Izuku being there was a major help. Sometimes Momo would be way too literal when she explained the concepts, and it was difficult for some of the slower students to understand. However, having Midoriya there helped them a lot, because he was able to break the concepts down into terms that would make it easy for them to understand. Izuku really wanted everyone to pass. As class rep, he felt as though it was his duty to make sure that no one was left behind. It was the main reason he volunteered to help with their physical training. He really believed that everybody had latent potential within them just waiting to be brought out. When they arrived at the beach, everyone was amazed at how appealing and clean it looked. Just a couple of months ago, it was a massive dump. No hero took credit for cleaning. It was still a mystery to the general public on who exactly did the good deed. Izuku thought about telling them it was him, but he decided not to. It was better for it to remain a mystery. Maybe one day when he becomes a pro, he will reveal it. Once it was time to get to work, Izuku had split the class into 2 groups. One with Izuku and one with Katsuki. Shoto would rotate between the 2 groups as he would also help out and give pointers. But he was mostly good so he could focus on his own training. Izuku gave everyone advice on how to improve their quirks and told them to do exercises with them. He made them improve their cardio and calisthenics. They had no idea what the practical was going to be, so they had to be ready for pretty much anything. When everyone else was busy with their own separate training exercises, he took Momo and Achiko aside to help with their ki control. He understood now how to help them activate it at will since he had gone through his training with Gran Torino. The key was to focus the 2 energies as one and not try to separate them. It took a little trial and error, but it wasn't long before Momo and Achiko's crimson and pink ki respectively started to appear. He smiled and told them to keep practicing and it will help greatly during the practical exam. At times, he would spar with them 2v1, and he gave them an objective. He would tie his red headband around his forehead and tell them that if one of them could take off his headband, then they will have completed their training with him. Of course, they were not able to successfully complete the task. The green-haired scion could see the progress that was being made. On the last day of training, the students decided to do a 10 versus 10 team battle. Deku was the captain on one team, while Bakugo and Todoroki were the captains of the other team. This was done so that each team would have a fair chance of winning. The rules to win were simple. It was elimination. Each person had a red or blue flag strapped around their waist. If a person from the other team takes your flag, then you are eliminated. It will continue until all 10 members of the team have lost all of their flags. Pretty simple. It was like flag football, but this time the kids had superpowers. It eventually came down to 6 people. Deku, Momo, and Achiko on one team, while on the other team, Todoroki, Katsuki, and Kirishima were left. It was pretty even-steven until Kirishima sold the entire game. He saw that Deku was isolated from his teammates, so he attempted to rush him while Todoroki and Bakugo focused on the girls so they could take their flags and it could be a 3v1 situation. However, what he failed to realize was that there was a reason why his teammates told him never to rush Deku on his own. Deku baited him. Now girls? Achiko and Momo both flanked the hardening quirk user and surrounded him. He tried to fend them off and run back to his team, but it was already too late. Deku had his smash ready. He connected and took Kirishima's flag away from him. Kirishima had been eliminated. Oh, Todoroki said as he now realized the situation. It was a 3v2. It was over. They tried but there was nothing they could do. Deku and the girls just steamrolled them without trouble. They took their flags. The game was over. Deku's team had won. Imagine selling out, you piece of shit. Do you have no IQ? Bakugo yelled at Kirishima. I'm sorry man, I saw an opportunity and took it. I didn't realize it was a trap until it was too late. We told you not charge head-on by yourself. You really think, Deku, of all people, didn't have a plan for your butt? Bakugo buried his face into his hands, and we had all of the good people too. Deku's team was full of cast-offs, minus Achiko and Momo, and we still lost. We had Mineta on our team, and you still lost. USCK Bakugo. Zero said as he laughed hysterically. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Mineta yelled. Alright, good job everyone. Make sure to get some rest. I'm proud of all of the training. You're all going to kill these exams. Izuku said as everybody got their stuff to go home. Thank you for the help. Everyone said as they all went home. Izuku made sure that no one was looking, before he blasted off into the sky and began flying to a certain island where he would do his own individual training. Pencils down, everybody. The last person in each row, collect the answer sheets and bring them here. Aizawa announced, signaling the end of the written exam. Thanks, Yaomomo and Midoriya. Mina said. I actually felt confident in most of my answers. I understood what the questions were asking me and I wasn't totally lost. Denki chirped. Deku smiled as he was happy for them. Their written exam was over. And then, it was the day of the practical exam. All of the students geared up in their costumes and headed towards the center plaza. There they were met with the sight of various pro-heroes waiting for them. Now, it is time to begin the practical exam. Of course, it is possible to fail this exam. If you want to go through the training camp, then don't make any stupid mistakes. Aizawa said. There are a lot of teachers. Jiro commented. I expect that you all have gathered information ahead of time and have some idea of what you will be doing. We're fighting robot warriors like at the entrance exam, right? Denki asked. For various reasons, the exam will be different starting this time. Nizu said as he appeared out of Aizawa's scarf. Principal Nizu. Different? Momo nervously asked. She was not expecting this. From now on, we want to focus on person-to-person combat and hero work, and stress teaching that is closer to actual fighting. So, we'll have you form teams of 2 to fight against one teacher. Principal Nizu announced with enthusiasm. Most of the class had their jaws dropped. Against the teachers. In addition, the pairs and who each pair will be up against have already been decided. These were determined at my discretion based on various factors, including fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships, so here they are. First, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are one team and they're fighting me. Aizawa smirked as he gripped his scarf tauntily. And Midoriya and Bakugo are a team? Izuku and Katsuki gave each other a glance as they heard this. And their opponent. Just then, somebody came jumping from the sky as he landed on the ground, making a dramatic entrance. I will do it. All might. Both Izuku and Katsuki said in shock as they weren't expecting the number 1 hero to be participating in a trial like this. Work together to beat me, you two. Oh man, they have to go against All Might. Sheesh, what luck. As the others commented about Izuku and Katsuki's opponent, the more Izuku thought about it, the more it made sense. Every other UA staff member wouldn't be able to test Izuku well since he counters almost all of them. He is also on a whole other level, much stronger than the average pro. So if it were anyone else, the test would be way too easy. Especially if he had a teammate like Katsuki. All Might is probably the only one that could handle the two of them. Also, All Might could directly counter Izuku since he was the only pro available that is above him in terms of physical strength. And Katsuki is his partner because he is probably the only one who could keep him in check and talk down to him. Katsuki would have no excuse but to cooperate with him. This is actually a brilliant matchup. And now we'll announce the teams and the teachers they'll be up against all at once. As they ran down the list, it was revealed that Deku and Kaken's match would be the 10th and final match. This was good, Izuku thought. It gave both of them enough time to prepare for a strategy. The time limit for the exam is 30 minutes. Your objective is either to put these HNDCFFS on the teacher, or have one of you escape from the stage. Nizu explained. The class then went on to the waiting room. As they were making their way, Izuku noticed somebody lagging behind. He saw Momo, who was obviously troubled about something. He decided to see what was up. "Hey Momo-chan, what's wrong? You seem a little down." Momo looked down on the floor nervously. "Well, you see, me and Todoroki are going up against Mr. Aizawa. Normally I would feel confident, but for some reason I'm doubting myself. Yeah, I have an amazing teammate, but what if Aizawa erases both of our quirks? Then what? I don't think I'm at the level yet where I can hang with somebody as good as Mr. Aizawa. I think we might fail." Izuku sighed. So that's it. She's having doubts in herself. Izuku decided to give her some advice that helped him in the past. Izuku touched Momo with his index finger on her forehead. She was confused by this action and was about to ask what happened, but Izuku began to think. Always remember that no matter what happens, your greatest weapon will always be your mind. Your mind will never fail you. You are a very intelligent person who was gifted with an amazing quirk. Use it. It may seem like you're not as good as you would like to be, but the only thing that is hampering you is your own self-doubt. Just don't listen to it, okay? Trust yourself. You have to believe in yourself as much as I believe in you. Only then will you succeed. Remember our training. You got this. Momo's cheeks flushed as she nodded with a determined expression. Okay, I'll do my best. Izuku smiled as he made his way to the waiting room. Good luck. As the matches went on, it was shown that the students were doing a lot better than expected. They were using very good teamwork and their quirk usage were a lot better than before. It seemed as though Izuku's training paid off. All of the teams passed so far, including Momo and Todoroki's. She came up with a MSTR plan that caught Aizawa completely off guard. Even when he erased her quirk, she was able to summon her ki to catch him completely off guard. And they secured the win. Even Mineta and Shiro passed. It was now Izuku and Katsuki's turn. They had the seemingly impossible task. Beat All Might. 10th match starts now. Izuku and Katsuki began walking into the city. Okay, remember what we talked about. Don't charge him head-on. We are going to have to make him come to us, and then we will use our powers to overwhelm or distract him enough to the point where we either have an opening to escape or to handcuff him. We shouldn't try to beat him in a straight-up fight. We won't win that, Izuku said as Katsuki nodded, agreeing with Izuku's assessment. Hey Deku. Remember when we were kids and we were always talked about All Might? We were the biggest All Might fans, huh? And now look at us. We are about to face him in battle. Katsuki said as he reminisced their childhood. Izuku nodded. Yeah, and now we have to give it our absolute all in this fight. We have to pop off. If not, we will lose. It's better if we try to finish this quickly. If we let this drag on for too long, then the more the fight will be in our disadvantage. We have to strike quickly. What if he doesn't allow us to escape? Katsuki asked. Izuku stared him straight in the eye. Then we give it our absolute all. Katsuki smirked. Right answer. Let's do this, man. Katsuki reached for a fist bump. You got it, bro. Izuku gave him a fist bump. I'm here. All Might yelled as he landed on the ground. His blue eyes glowing. So are you two ready? Let's go. All Might then made the first move. He went for Izuku first with a Detroit smash. But Izuku easily blocked it as he activated perfected full cowling. Bakugo then went behind the hero and attempted to fire various explosions, but All Might easily dodged them. What the? That was at point-blank range. All Might took him down by grabbing him by the mouth. Thus over the course of the week, the students from Class 1A easy. I'm faster than your explosions. Get off of him. Izuku kicked All Might away and sent him a couple of meters back. You're going to a pest. I should finish you now. All Might then began charging Izuku with a lariat. Washington Smash. But Izuku had the same idea, Washington Smash. They both hit each other with the lariat and it gave out equal force, knocking them both back. Man, that's a lot of power right there. Katsuki commented. I must say, young Midoriya, I am impressed. But you still have a long way to go. What do you mean? But before he could react, Izuku was punched in the stomach strong. It was so strong that he coughed up BLD. All Might then kicked him in the ribs. Oh, I heard a crack. Probably a few broken ribs. UBSTRD. You'll pay for that. Katsuki then decided to attack him as well. Oh, you want some too, young Bakugo? No Kaken? Before All Might could counterattack, Izuku appeared in front of him. Stand back. Kaioken. Izuku's crimson aura came to life. He then charged a Kamehameha straight at the number pro hero. The impact was unbelievable. But when the smoke cleared, they were left speechless. Don't tell me that's all you got. I'm sorry, but if it is, then you have already failed. Chapter 21. Brotherhood. A friend loveth at all times, and a brother is born for adversity. Seriously. Seriously, Bakugo. Shut up. My hair's gotten used to it, so it won't go back even after I wash it. Hey, stop laughing. I'll kill you. Katsuki yelled in fury. He had just entered the classroom and they were already laughing at his hair. Over his internship with the number 4 pro hero Best Jeanist, he had a little makeover, if you want to call it that. Instead of his usual spikes, he was now sporting a hairstyle similar to Best Jeanist himself, the only difference being that it did not fit Bakugo's hair at all. It looked utterly ridiculous, and now Shiro and Kirishima were laughing at that fact. I'd like to see you try, side part boy. Shiro said. What did you say? Bakugo yelled. Unbeknownst to him, his outburst popped his hair back to its original style. It's back? Wow. You even got to fight villains. I'm so jealous. Mina whined. I just helped people evacuate and did logistical support, so I didn't do any actual fighting though. Jiro replied as she twirled one of her earphone jacks. It is still amazing. All I did was train and go on patrols too. There was just this one time when we caught smugglers from a neighboring country. Tsuyu added. That's crazy. Mina and Jiro gasped as neither of them didn't do anything close to that. What about you, Achiko? How was your week? The girls turned to see Achiko with a scary dark pink aura as she threw punches into the air like she was in some sort of trance. Her eyes were focused and bloodthirsty and didn't pay attention to anything else other than her target. It was very enlightening. Achiko answered as she kept on with her business. Achiko has awakened, Tsuyu stated. She went to that battle hero's place, right? Jiro said as they assumed she learned a lot of combat during her trip. That's a huge change for just 1 week. Kaminari whispered to Mineta. Change? That is not it, Kaminari. Women are all demons. They are just hiding their true personalities. Mineta cried as he bit his fingernail nervously. What did you see at MT Lady's place? Kaminari questioned as obviously something must have happened for him to be horrified like this. I was kind of fawned over and had a good time. But the ones who changed the most, or at least went through the most, were you three, right? Kaminari motioned towards Izuku, Shoto, and Tenya. Oh yeah, the hero killer. Shiro pointed out. I'm glad you guys made it out alive. Seriously. Kirishima said. I was worried. Momo added. I heard Endeavor saved you guys, right? That's amazing. As expected from the number 2 hero. The 3 young heroes looked at each other. They gave a look that pretty much said, just go along with it. It would be too much trouble to attempt to explain what really happened anyways. Shoto looked down at his desk. Yeah. He saved us. Izuku also looked down. Yeah. He didn't like lying. It wasn't in his nature. But for now, he had to just do what he had to do in order to avoid any trouble. It is not worth going through the trouble if the matter was already resolved anyway. He doesn't really care if he gets the credit. He is just content with the fact that everybody got out of there alive and that the hero killer is now behind bars. The streets are safer now. That is what matters in his view. I saw on the news that the hero killer was connected to the League of Villains. Imaging someone that scary coming to USJ freaks me out. Ojiro said as everybody gained chills up their spine. If Stain had been in the USJ, then they probably would not have survived. A scary thought indeed. He is scary, but did you see the video, Ojiro? Denki asked. Video? You mean of the hero killer? Video? Izuku thought in shock. Yes, seeing that, you can see how he's really single-minded and, like, tenacious. Doesn't it make you think he's a cool? As Kaminari and the others kept discussing about Stain, Izuku took a moment to look up the video that he was talking about. It showed the scene where Stain was talking about purging the heroes and how only All Might was allowed to kill him. And then it suddenly went black, signaling the end of the video. It didn't show him at all or him defeating Stain. That was weird. How come the camera didn't catch that part? Did it have anything to do with the power that inner Deku used? Izuku shrugged his shoulders. He will worry about it later. He's grateful that he didn't get recorded at all. He put his phone away and looked up to see Tenya giving a speech on how he will use the hero killer experience to put him back on the path to becoming a hero. He smiled as the class got ready for the day. All Might had gathered the class in Field Gamma. In there they would do a training exercise to test their mobility in a factory-like area. The goal of the exercise was to reach All Might first. Pretty simple. The first group consisted of Mina, Tenya, Ojiro, Siro, and Deku. Everyone minus Todoroki and Ida were surprised when they saw Deku's perfected full cowl. It was much more different than the form that they were used to, the most defining feature being his hair spiking up. Needless to say, Deku was able to All Might literally in the blink of an eye. They knew that Deku was fast, but they never saw him move as fast as that. Even All Might was surprised. He asked how he got so fast and that level of control. Izuku merely shrugged and said that Gran Torino had him fly to Antarctica and back. All Might's sweat dropped as he would expect nothing less from his old mentor while the rest of their classmates fell on their heads. They could have sworn that he was lying. Bagwell was annoyed because while he was stuck doing whatever with Best Jeanist, Deku was flying to different continents. He could not allow the gap to widen. He won't let Deku leave him in the dust. After the exercise was over, All Might secretly let Izuku to see him after class so that they could talk about One for All. Izuku nodded as he had already anticipated this talk. He also had something to say to him as well. Meanwhile, the boys were currently in the locker room getting dressed out of their hero suits and into their standard uniform. They were discussing about the exercise, training, and whatnot. So Midoriya, did you really fly all the way to Antarctica? Kaminari asked. But there is no way. That's like 13,000 kilometers away from Japan. You could not have traveled all of that distance and in that cold weather as well. How about we test it out? I could take you all the way over there right now. Izuku smirked. Alright, you got it, you got. Kaminari immediately conceded as he certainly did not want to experience flying all the way to Antarctica at the rate of speed that Deku goes. That was some strong training we just did. Our first class in a while made me sweat, Aoyama said. I need to work on my mobility. Kirishima sighed as he put his stuff into his locker. I don't know how somebody like Deku can go equally as fast as he's strong as he can punch. You must compensate for it by gathering information. Tokoyami chipped in. That will put me a step behind everyone. I'm jealous of guys like you and Siro. Denki whined. Don't be jealous. Just work strong and perfect what you are good at. Izuku said as he took off his shirt. Hey Midoriya. I discovered something crazy. Come here. Mineta waved Izuku to a small hole in the wall. Look at this hole, Shawshank. It is probably thanks to the efforts of those who came before us. Next door is the girls' locker room. Stop this, Mineta. Peeping is definitely a criminal act. Tenya reprimanded the grape-haired student. My little Mineta is already a criminal act? Mineta exclaimed as he put his eye to the hole. Yaoyorozu's ample Yaoyorozubub. Ashido's slender waist. Hagakura's floating underwear. Uraraka's fine Uraraka body. Ajui's unexpected booby dash. Before he could continue, he was interrupted by Jiro's earphone jack violently poking him in the eye as he screamed in pain. "They can hear you, you idiot. You should have kept quiet," Izuku said as he face-palmed. The walls in between the locker room were not that thick. He should have known that he was gonna get caught. Izuku felt no sympathy for the poor pervert. It was still funny though. With its brutal combination of precision and surprise attack abilities, Jiro's earphone jack is super strong. "Thank you, Kyoka. How despicable. Let us close this hole up right away." Jiro looked on with a blank face. I'm the only one he didn't say anything about? It was the end of the day and Izuku walked into the room where Toshinori told him to meet him. He found the number 1 hero sitting down in his true form as he looks up at Izuku. "Have a seat. He seems different." Izuku made a mental note that whatever they were about to talk about was serious business. "You went through a lot to... I'm sorry I couldn't be nearby," Toshinori said in reference to the hero killer incident. "That's not something you need to apologize for, sensei. More importantly, what did you mean when you said you wanted to talk about One for All? I heard that the hero killer got a lick of your BLD. Oh yeah. His quirk was one that could keep someone from moving after ingesting their BLD. What about it?" Izuku asked. "Do you remember what I said when I gave you my power? Eat this." Izuku made an imitation of All Might's face and voice when he recounted that All Might made him eat a whole strand of his hair in order to inherit One for All. "No, not that part. I said that it did not matter what it was as long as you took in my DNA." Izuku began to panic. "Tch, then don't tell me the hero killer has One for All now?" "No, that's not it. I thought you might have been worried about that, but... I see, you forgot about it. One for All cannot be transferred to anyone unless the bearer wishes it. It cannot be stolen by force. It can be transferred by force, though. It is a special quirk." "Yes, and this is how it came about," Izuku gulped as he was now paying very close attention. He did not want to miss a single detail. Once he saw that he was listening, Toshinori began the story. One for All was derived from a certain quirk that existed in the past. A quirk that existed in the past. Toshinori nodded. The name of that quirk is All for One. A quirk that could steal quirks from others and make them the holds, and one that could give those quirks to others. Izuku widened his eyes at this. All? Everything for one person. Precisely. This was when superpowers were first showing up, before society had figured out how to deal with the changes. With the appearance of quirks, suddenly, what made someone a normal human crumbled away. With just that, laws lost their meaning, and the progress of civilization stopped. It was literal decay. If superpowers had never appeared, then humans would be taking interstellar holidays by now. Someone important said that in the past. Izuku said, "That's right. During that chaotic PRD, there was someone who was the first to unify all of the people. I'm sure you've also heard of him. He stole quirks from people and with his overwhelming power he spread his influence. He moved people in a calculating way, committing evil acts to his heart's content. In the blink of an eye, he became the leader of the evildoers and ruled over Japan. I often see rumors about this online, but isn't this a fabrication? It is not in textbooks or anything." Izuku asked as he was curious as to why this is not public knowledge. They can't put secret dealings in textbooks, can they? If people get powers, they look for places to use them. How does this relate to One for All? I said that All for One could give quirks to others, right? He made others trust him or surrender to him by giving them quirks. But apparently, there were many given quirks who could not bear the burden and became like living dolls who could not speak. Just like the Nomus. Meanwhile, there were also quirks that changed or mixed once they were passed on. He had a quirkless younger brother. His brother was small and sickly, but he had a strong sense of justice. It pained him to see his older brother's deeds, so he kept resisting him. He forced a quirk that could stock power onto his younger brother. At this point, it is impossible to know if that was out of kindness or to force him into SBM. Izuku gasped, "Don't tell me." Yeah. He was thought to be quirkless, but there was something inside him. something that neither he himself nor those around him noticed. He had a useless quirk that could pass on quirks. The quirk to stock power mixed with the quirk to pass on quirks. That was the origin of One for All. Toshinori exclaimed dramatically as he spread his long arms out. Izuku was just left speechless as he was immersed into the story that his predecessor was telling him. It's ironic that justice always comes from evil. Hey wait, I understand how that came about, but why are you bringing up an evildoer from so long ago now? Izuku asked. Shouldn't he be dead by now? He can steal quirks, you know. Anything goes. Quirk to stop aging. He probably stole something like that. The symbol of evil was pretty much immortal. With the huge difference in their combat abilities and the state of society at the time, the defeated younger brother decided to entrust his quirk to future generations. He believed that even if he could not win then, if he slowly cultivated the power, then one day, it would become strong enough to stop his older brother. And then when it was my turn, I was finally able to defeat him. At least, that's what I thought, but he survived and has started moving again as the brain behind the League of Villains. Toshinori got up as he took a good look out the window and the sunset. One for all is power inherited to defeat all for one, so to speak. You may one day have to fight against this great evil. This is why you must train and work strong now. So that when that day comes you are ready to fulfill your role. This is harsh on you, but I will do my best. Toshinori looked behind him to see Izuku with his fists clenched and a determined aura. I'll do whatever you ask of me, no matter what it is. As long as you're with me, I can do anything. That is what it feels like. Izuku exclaimed as he stood up. Toshinori appreciated the young boy's vigor and enthusiasm, but the number one hero sadly shook his head. That's not it, young Midoriya. The problem is that I might not be by your side when that time comes. You may have to face this evil on your own. Toshinori revealed as Izuku looked horrified. I don't understand. How do you know that? Izuku questioned as All Might not being by his side was a scary thought. Toshinori shook his head. I'm not always going to be around to protect everyone. When the time comes, you are going to have to step up to the plate. In time, the only person that will be able to stand up to a foe will be you. It will be on you to carry this world on your back and be the hero that you always wanted to be and more. You can't always rely on me. You're going to have to rely on yourself. Izuku looked down and contemplated the words of wisdom that the symbol of peace gave. What if it turns out that I'm not fit for this? What if I fail? What if I let everyone down? Toshinori chopped the young man on the head. You have to believe in yourself as much as I believe in you. Once you get to that point, I don't think anybody else would be able to stand up to you. A confident Izuku Midoriya that believes in himself. I would not want to mess with that guy. Toshinori laughed as he patted Izuku's shoulders. Izuku sighed as he realized it was his turn to reveal his secrets. Hey, Toshinori, I have something to tell you too. About my history. Toshinori blinked. What is it? Izuku went on to do the same with what he did with Gran Torino, and explained to All Might his ancestral background and the origin of his powers. It was funnier to see All Might's reaction since he never would have thought the successor he would have picked to inherit his power would turn out to be part alien. Izuku also explained what happened in USJ as that was an example when his power leaked and went out of control. He also told him of his great ape transformation during his training trip with Gran Torino. He was afraid to tell him about that since Toshinori may deem him as too dangerous and change his mind about having him be his successor. When he told the pro-hero his fears, he laughed again and told him to no worry about trivial stuff like that. Toshinori chose Izuku because he saw a spark in him that he didn't see anybody else. He knows he made the right choice in picking him. It doesn't matter if he's an alien or not. He still has the heart of a hero. Toshinori doesn't regret his decision now, and he will never regret his decision. He knows Izuku will do the very best he can. And he will surpass all imagination. However, you know what this means, right, young Midoriya? This means that you are going to have to train even harder than before in order to MSTR both sides of your power. If you really want to become the best hero you can possibly be, then you need to have control over yourself even when you get angry. Once you got that down, then you will be unstoppable. Izuku smiled in embarrassment from Toshinori's praise. Thanks, sensei. I really needed that. It's getting late. You best be off. You need to be getting a lot of rest in these upcoming days to prepare for your final exams. Izuku went to sleep shortly after he arrived home. He was exhausted from the training with Gran Torino and today's events that he desperately needed a good night's sleep on his own bed. As the green-haired scion was getting into a deep sleep, he found himself in a void. He looked around to see himself floating around in the void, and he could not feel anything from the outside world. Another vision or dream. Great, just what I needed. Izuku then noticed two very distinct figures in the distance. One had a taller and more nefarious dark aura, while the other had a bright white aura that emanated justice even though it was considerably smaller. No, brother. I will not join your cult. I do not support what you're doing and will never support it. This is wrong. I could never bring myself to be involved with such malice. The smaller, brighter figure said. The other figure chuckled evilly. You really are naive, my dear little brother. Why are you desperately trying to play hero so badly? Don't you see that won't get you anywhere? In order to have influence and control, you must have power and put fear into the hearts of the masses. I have been trying to be merciful to you since you are my flesh and blood, and I don't want to hurt you. But if you continue to disobey me and stand in my way with your self-righteous nonsense, then I will have no chance to deal with you personally. Izuku quirked an eyebrow. This scene seems awfully familiar. The younger brother stood his ground. You can keep making all of the threats you want, but that isn't going to change my stance. What you are doing is wrong, and that's it. Purity. You are hurting people for your own selfish gang. Why do you need to control everyone? What have they done to you? They just want to live peacefully, and yet you want to rule over them with an iron fist. Explain that. The older brother began to laugh even harder. You really do have much to learn. Why am I doing this? Because humans by nature are chaotic. If no one keeps them in check, then they will run rampant, doing whatever they so please. Especially now, with the appearance of quirks. With all of these superpowers, humans have become even more chaotic than ever before. In this world, you need order. There must be a hierarchy. If there isn't any order, then there will be chaos. If there is chaos, then there is no control. No control equals anarchy. Anarchy equals danger. If there isn't anyone to put these people in their place, then they will put themselves and others in danger. Do you get it now? Do you now understand what I am trying to do? I'm doing this for the benefit of humanity. Someone has to step up and save us. And if it has to be me, and if I have to use underhanded tactics to do so, then so be it. I was born with this quirk for a reason. It is my destiny to rule over everyone. The younger of the brothers clenched his fists in anger. That is not how you have to do it. You're taking the easy path. Instead of controlling people, why don't you use that power of yours to unite everyone? What do you think Mom and Dad would say? Mom and Dad are dead. The place got dead quiet as the tensions and emotions flared. Izuku could feel the sadness from the two once their parents were brought up. It seems as though their father and mother had an unfortunate passing, and the older brother did not like it when it was brought up. Izuku began to feel sympathetic towards the two. Just because they are dead, that doesn't mean they are not watching right now. You honestly think they would approve of something like this? They are rolling in their grave right now. If I had done this from the very beginning, then they would still be with us right now. That outburst shut the younger brother up. It is my fault that they are gone. He sighed as he stared down his little brother. You are the only family I have left. I can't lose you. That's why I have been trying to protect you from the world. It is not safe out there right now. You are quirkless, defenseless. If I were to lose you, I don't think I would be able to live with myself. So please, brother, just do as I say. The other shook his head. I'm sorry, Oni-san, but I just can't. It would go against everything that I believe in and everything that Father taught us. It would be a disrespect to him and everyone else if I were to go with what you are doing. I have already told you that what you are doing is wrong. You are manipulating people and turning them into slaves. That isn't freedom, that isn't order, and it sure as hell isn't justice. So no, I will stand by what I said until the day I die. The older brother sighed in sadness. Very well then, if that's how you are going to be, then fine. If you won't listen to reason, then I am just going to have to force it upon you. The older brother's evil dark aura then spiked as he reached his hand forward towards his younger brother as dark energy began surrounding his palm. No, wait. Don't do it. I have no choice. You were born with no power. And in this dangerous new world, if you have no power, you will not survive. It is my duty as your older brother to give you brother even if I have to force it upon you. Don't worry, you will be thanking me later. Oh, stop that. The younger of the two screamed in agony as his brother gave him a quirk. He decided to give him a stockpiling quirk which would prove useful in the future. However, what neither of them realized was that the younger brother already had a quirk that could transfer itself to another person. The two quirks mixed and mutated to form a brand new quirk, one that would eventually be the bane of the older brother's existence. As the new quirk was getting created, the younger brother felt an unbelievable surge of power building up within himself. He also saw something. Visions. Visions into the future. He saw all of the future generations of heroes. Every conflict, every battle. He saw everything that would transpire in the next 8 generations. There was a flash of rainbow light as the power within him exploded. Once the smoke cleared, he was standing there with a white electric aura and pure white energy in his hands. Brother, you just created your own demise. Izuku woke up with a start. He looked at the clock and saw it read 5:23 a.m. He sighed as he rolled out of bed. It was still early, but it wasn't like he was going to be able to fall back asleep. He went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and take a shower. As he felt the hot water run down his head, he couldn't help but ponder about the dream he just had. That dream. It was a vision from the past. I just witnessed the birth of One for All and the history behind it, just like how Toshinori-sensei told me yesterday. As Izuku got out of the shower and dried his hair, he couldn't help but wonder, is there more? Well, it is almost time for summer vacation, but of course, it wouldn't make sense for you to rest the whole month. Aizawa said as Class 1A was sitting down listening intently to their homeroom teacher. Don't tell me. The thoughts of many students. During summer vacation, we'll have a training camp in the woods. Aizawa announced. I knew it. The students shouted. Let's test our courage. Mina yelled. Baths? Mineta exclaimed. Fireworks. Open baths. Curry. Hot springs. If we are out in nature, we will have to work under different conditions, right? Momo asked. No matter what the environment, we must choose wisely. Interesting. Tokoyami said. Eating and sleeping with everyone. I'm getting excited. Hagakure exclaimed. However, those who do not pass the final exam before that will be in summer school hell. Aizawa announced. Everyone was suddenly at the edge of their seats as the stakes were raised by their strict homeroom teacher. Everyone, let's do our best. Kirishima said. This is DMN stupid? But Kogo muttered. Girls, do your best. Mineta said as he didn't want any of the girls simply because he wanted to see them in summer clothes. Izuku closed his eyes as he thought about the dream he experienced last night. It was still in the back of his mind. But he had to leave that topic alone for now. He had to focus on his current challenge ahead of him, which was the final exams. He needed to show the fruits of his training. He couldn't let these thoughts distract him. He focused his eye on the prize and was determined to excel above all of his peers. Okay, that's it for class. There's only 1 week left until the final exams. You are all studying properly, right? I'm sure you already know, but it won't just be written exam. There's also a practical component. Make sure you train your minds and bodies at the same time. That's all. As soon as Aizawa left the classroom, there was chaos. I haven't studied at all. Both Denki and Mina yelled. Denki was freaking out, but Mina was smiling and laughing about it as if failing was funny. With the sports festival and internship, I didn't study at all. Denki and Mina got 20th and 19th overall on the midterm respectively. It's true that we had one event after another, but Tokoyami said Ho got 14th overall on the midterm. For the midterms, we just started school, so they didn't cover much, so I didn't really have a strong time with them, but with the back-to-back events and stuff, the finals will be different, Sato said to Koda, who got 12th and 11th respectively. It will be tough since there is a practical exam, too. Mineta said with a smug look as it was revealed he got 9th overall. And 9th on the midterm. And here I thought you were one of us. Mina yelled. Guys like you are only likable if they're dumb. Where's the demand for this? Denki yelled. The world, I guess. Mineta replied. Ashido, Kaminari. Let's do our best. We all want to go to the training camp together, right? You guys have to believe in yourself. I know you can do it. Izuku said as he attempted to motivate them. He got a perfect score on his midterm. Yes. I have high hopes that you'll all be moved to action. Tenya got 3rd overall. It is pretty strong to fail if you just pay attention in class. Todoroki coldly stated. He got 5th overall. Be careful with your words, man. Denki cried. You too, I may be able to be of assistance with the class lectures. Momo said as she shined. She tied with Izuku being 1st overall as she also got a perfect score on the midterm. She then gained a gloomy look. I can't help at all with the practical, though. I may be able to help with that. Izuku suddenly said. Really? The class asked. Yeah. Yamamo, I'm not one of those two, but can I join too? I'm having some trouble with quadratic functions, Jiro asked. She got 7th overall. Sarmidu, how are you with classical Japanese? Siro pleaded who got 17th overall. I'd like to join too. There's a bunch of stuff I don't get. Ojiro asked who got 8th overall. Please. They all asked. Momo gasped in delight. Everyone. Yes, of course. All right. Then let us hold a study session at my residence this weekend. Seriously. I can't wait to see your house. Mina said. Oh, in that case, I must tell Mother and have her open up the hall. Hall? What kind of tea are you all partial to? The class thought in shock. In my family, we always drink Harrods or Wedgwood, so if you have any preference, let me know. Of course, you can trust me to help you study too. I will definitely show you how I can help. Momo exclaimed as the bubbly side of her personality was taking full effect. It's like she casually slapped me with the difference in how we were born, but her bounciness is so cute that I don't care. Izuku nudged Katsuki. So how about it, Kaken? Are you down helping our classmates in the practical portion of the exam? Fine, whatever, but make sure they don't get in the way of my training. The explosive quirk user shouted. He placed 4th overall in the midterm. Shoto, you want to come too? Sure. Alright then, it's set. Momo-chan will help you all with the written portion. If any of you need any extra help with that, you can ask me. As for the practical, we can go meet at Dagoba Beach and train over there. Izuku said. I always wanted to go to that beach. Mina exclaimed. Man training with Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki. That is going to be rough. But hey, we may need it for the practical. Denki asserted. Let's just hope we can keep up. Tokoyami said, knowing how seriously those 3 take their training. Thus, over the course of the week, the students from Class 1A would go to Momo's house and study there. Even though Momo was good at teaching the concepts, Izuku being there was a major help. Sometimes Momo would be way too literal when she explained the concepts, and it was difficult for some of the slower students to understand. However, having Midoriya there helped them a lot, because he was able to break the concepts down into terms that would make it easy for them to understand. Izuku really wanted everyone to pass. As class rep, he felt as though it was his duty to make sure that no one was left behind. It was the main reason he volunteered to help with their physical training. He really believed that everybody had latent potential within them just waiting to be brought out. Arrived at the beach, everyone was amazed at how appealing and clean it looked. Just a couple of months ago, it was a massive dump. No hero took credit for cleaning. It was still a mystery to the general public on who exactly did the good deed. Izuku thought about telling them it was him, but he decided not to. It was better for it to remain a mystery. Maybe one day when he becomes a pro, he will reveal it. Once it was time to get to work, Izuku had split the class into 2 groups. One with Izuku and one with Katsuki. Shoto would rotate between the 2 groups as he would also help out and give pointers. But he was mostly good so he could focus on his own training. Izuku gave everyone advice on how to improve their quirks and told them to do exercises with them. He made them improve their cardio and calisthenics. They had no idea what the practical was going to be, so they had to be ready for pretty much anything. When everyone else was busy with their own separate training exercises, he took Momo and Achiko aside to help with their ki control. He understood now how to help them activate it at will since he had gone through his training with Gran Torino. The key was to focus the two energies as one and not try to separate them. It took a little trial and error, but it wasn't long before Momo and Achiko's crimson and pink ki respectively started to appear. He smiled and told them to keep practicing, and it will help greatly during the practical exam. At times, he would spar with them 2v1, and he gave them an objective. He would tie his red headband around his forehead and tell them that if one of them could take off his headband, then they will have completed their training with him. Of course, they were not able to successfully complete the task. The green-haired scion could see the progress that was being made. On the last day of training, the students decided to do a 10 versus 10 team battle. Deku was the captain on one team, while Bakugo and Todoroki were the captains of the other team. This was done so that each team would have a fair chance of winning. The rules to win were simple. It was elimination. Each person had a red or blue flag strapped around their waist. If a person from the other team takes your flag, then you are eliminated. It will continue until all 10 members of the team have lost all of their flags. Pretty simple. It was like flag football, but this time the kids had superpowers. It eventually came down to 6 people. Deku, Momo, and Achiko on one team, while on the other team, Todoroki, Katsuki, and Kirishima were left. It was pretty even-steven until Kirishima sold the entire game. He saw that Deku was isolated from his teammates, so he attempted to rush him while Todoroki and Bakugo focused on the girls so they could take their flags and it could be a 3v1 situation. However, what he failed to realize was that there was a reason why his teammates told him never to rush Deku on his own. Deku baited him. Now girls. Achiko and Momo both flanked the hardening quirk user and surrounded him. He tried to fend them off and run back to his team, but it was already too late. Deku had his smash ready. He connected and took Kirishima's flag away from him. Kirishima had been eliminated. Oh, Todoroki said as he now realized the situation. It was a 3v2. It was over. They tried, but there was nothing they could do. Deku and the girls just steamrolled them without trouble. They took their flags. The game was over. Deku's team had won. Imagine selling out, you piece of shit. Do you have no IQ? Bakugo yelled at Kirishima. I'm sorry, man, I saw an opportunity and took it. I didn't realize it was a trap until it was too late. We told you not charge head-on by yourself. You really think, Deku, of all people, didn't have a plan for your butt? Bakugo buried his face into his hands, and we had all of the good people too. Deku's team was full of cast-offs, minus Achiko and Momo, and we still lost. We had Mineta on our team, and you still lost. USCK Bakugo. Zero said as he laughed hysterically. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Mineta yelled. Alright, good job everyone. Make sure to get some rest. I'm proud of all of the training. You're all going to kill these exams. Izuku said as everybody got their stuff to go home. Thank you for the help. Everyone said as they all went home. Izuku made sure that no one was looking, before he blasted off into the sky and began flying to a certain island where he would do his own individual training. Pencils down, everybody. The last person in each row, collect the answer sheets and bring them here. Aizawa announced, signaling the end of the written exam. Thanks, Yamomo and Midoriya. Mina said. I actually felt confident in most of my answers. I understood what the questions were asking me and I wasn't totally lost. Denki chirped. Deku smiled as he was happy for them. Their written exam was over. And then, it was the day of the practical exam. All of the students geared up in their costumes and headed towards the center plaza. There they were met with the sight of various pro heroes waiting for them. Now, it is time to begin the practical exam. Of course, it is possible to fail this exam. If you want to go through the training camp, then don't make any stupid mistakes. Aizawa said. There are a lot of teachers. Jiro commented. I expect that you all have gathered information ahead of time and have some idea of what you will be doing. We're fighting robot warriors like at the entrance exam, right? Denki asked. For various reasons, the exam will be different starting this time, Nizu said as he appeared out of Aizawa's scarf. Principal Nizu. Different? Momo nervously asked. She was not expecting this. From now on, we want to focus on person-to-person combat and hero work, and stress teaching that is closer to actual fighting. So, we'll have you form teams of 2 to fight against one teacher. Principal Nizu announced with enthusiasm. Most of the class had their jaws dropped. Against the teachers. In addition, the pairs and who each pair will be up against have already been decided. These were determined at my discretion based on various factors, including fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships, so here they are. First, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are one team and they're fighting me. Aizawa smirked as he gripped his scarf tauntily. And Midoriya and Bakugo are a team. Izuku and Katsuki gave each other a glance as they heard this. And their opponent. Just then, somebody came jumping from the sky as he landed on the ground, making a dramatic entrance. I will do it. All Might. Both Izuku and Katsuki said in shock as they weren't expecting the #1 hero to be participating in a trial like this. Work together to beat me, you two. Oh man, they have to go against All Might. Sheesh, what luck. As the others commented about Izuku and Katsuki's opponent, the more Izuku thought about it, the more it made sense. Every other UA staff member wouldn't be able to test Izuku well since he counters almost all of them. He is also on a whole other level, much stronger than the average pro. So if it were anyone else, the test would be way too easy. Especially if he had a teammate like Katsuki. All Might is probably the only one that could handle the two of them. Also, All Might could directly counter Izuku since he was the only pro available that is above him in terms of physical strength. And Katsuki is his partner because he is probably the only one who could keep him in check and talk down to him. Katsuki would have no excuse but to cooperate with him. This is actually a brilliant matchup. And now we'll announce the teams and the teachers they'll be up against all at once. As they ran down the list, it was revealed that Deku and Kaken's match would be the 10th and final match. This was good, Izuku thought. It gave both of them enough time to prepare for a strategy. The time limit for the exam is 30 minutes. Your objective is either to put these HNDCFFS on the teacher, or have one of you escape from the stage. Nizu explained. The class then went on to the waiting room. As they were making their way, Izuku noticed somebody lagging behind. He saw Momo, who was obviously troubled about something. He decided to see what was up. Hey Momo-chan, what's wrong? You seem a little down. Momo looked down on the floor nervously. Well, you see, me and Todoroki are going up against Mr. Aizawa. Normally I would feel confident, but for some reason I'm doubting myself. Yeah, I have an amazing teammate, but what if Aizawa erases both of our quirks? Then what? I don't think I'm at the level yet where I can hang with somebody as good as Mr. Aizawa. I think we might fail. Izuku sighed. So that's it. She's having doubts in herself. Izuku decided to give her some advice that helped him in the past. Izuku touched Momo with his index finger on her forehead. She was confused by this action and was about to ask what happened, but Izuku began to think. Always remember that no matter what happens, your greatest weapon will always be your mind. Your mind will never fail you. You are a very intelligent person who was gifted with an amazing quirk. Use it. It may seem like you're not as good as you would like to be, but the only thing that is hampering you is your own self-doubt. Just don't listen to it, okay? Trust yourself. You have to believe in yourself as much as I believe in you. Only then will you succeed. Remember our training. You got this. Momo's cheeks flushed as she nodded with a determined expression. Okay, I'll do my best. Izuku smiled as he made his way to the waiting room. Good luck. As the matches went on, it was shown that the students were doing a lot better than expected. They were using very good teamwork and their quirk usage were a lot better than before. It seemed as though Izuku's training paid off. All of the teams passed so far, including Momo and Todoroki's. She came up with a MSTR plan that caught Aizawa completely off guard. Even when he erased her quirk, she was able to summon her ki to catch him completely off guard. And they secured the win. Even Mineta and Shiro passed. It was now Izuku and Katsuki's turn. They had the seemingly impossible task. Beat All Might. 10th match starts now. Izuku and Katsuki began walking into the city. Okay, remember what we talked about. Don't charge him head-on. We are going to have to make him come to us, and then we will use our powers to overwhelm or distract him enough to the point where we either have an opening to escape or to handcuff him. We shouldn't try to beat him in a straight-up fight. We won't win that, Izuku said as Katsuki nodded, agreeing with Izuku's assessment. Hey Deku, remember when we were kids and we were always talked about All Might? We were the biggest All Might fans, huh? And now look at us. We are about to face him in battle, Katsuki said as he reminisced their childhood. Izuku nodded. Yeah, and now we have to give it our absolute all in this fight. We have to pop off. If not, we will lose. It's better if we try to finish this quickly. If we let this drag on for too long, then the more the fight will be in our disadvantage. We have to strike quickly. What if he doesn't allow us to escape? Katsuki asked. Izuku stared him straight in the eye. Then we give it our absolute all. Katsuki smirked. Right answer. Let's do this, man. Katsuki reached for a fist bump. You got it, bro. Izuku gave him a fist bump. I'm here. All Might yelled as he landed on the ground. His blue eyes glowing. So are you two ready? Let's go. All Might then made the first move. He went for Izuku first with a Detroit smash. But Izuku easily blocked it as he activated perfected full cowling. Bakugo then went behind the hero and attempted to fire various explosions, but All Might easily dodged them. What the? That was at point-blank range. All Might took him down by grabbing him by the mouth. Thus, over the course of the week, the students from Class 1A easy. I'm faster than your explosions. Get off of him. Izuku kicked All Might away and sent him a couple of meters back. You're going to a pest. I should finish you now. All Might then began charging Izuku with a lariat. Washington Smash. But Izuku had the same idea, Washington Smash. They both hit each other with the lariat and it gave out equal force, knocking them both back. Man, that's a lot of power right there. Katsuki commented. I must say, young Midoriya, I am impressed. But you still have a long way to go. What do you mean? But before he could react, Izuku was punched in the stomach strong. It was so strong that he coughed up BLD. All Might then kicked him in the ribs. Oh, I heard a crack. Probably a few broken ribs. UBSTRD. You'll pay for that. Katsuki then decided to attack him as well. Oh, you want some too, young Bakugo? No Kaken. Before All Might could counterattack, Izuku appeared in front of him. Stand back. Kaioken. Izuku's crimson aura came to life. He then charged a Kamehameha straight at the number pro hero. The impact was unbelievable. But when the smoke cleared, they were left speechless. Don't tell me that's all you got. I'm sorry, but if it is, then you have already failed. All Might's voice boomed as the smoke cleared. His blue eyes shining bright blue as he devilishly at Izuku and Katsuki's horrified faces. Izuku couldn't believe it. His idol All Might had just tanked a sparking Kaioken Kamehameha at almost point-blank range. He had never done something like that during their sparring matches when he was cleaning the beach. Was he hiding all of this power all along? What is this? Izuku began to think. What is this? Katsuki mirrored his thoughts. This sense of intimidation. Both Izuku and Katsuki finished their thoughts at the same time as they gazed upon the symbol of peace in fear. All Might stomped on the ground and created huge gusts of wind. If you think of this as an exam, you'll be sorry. All Might began walking towards them as his evil smirk didn't leave his face. I am a villain, heroes. So if you continue to throw soft and weak attacks like that, then you will regret it. Come at me with everything you got. Izuku began to take a few steps backward. We can't take him head on. Let's run. Like hell I'm going to do that. This guy just challenged my dignity and I'm not gonna let him talk. Katsuki replied as All Might flew towards the ash blonde. Katsuki lifted his left gauntlet and aimed at All Might. Stun grenade. All Might covered his eyes with his forearm due to the blinding light coming from Katsuki's explosion. Come at me, you said, All Might. Even if you didn't say anything, I was gonna do that. All Might shut Bakugo up by grabbing him by the face. Bakugo widened his eyes but simply retaliated by spamming a barrage of explosions right to All Might's dome. Ow 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 ow. All Might yelled out as he felt the burning heat of the nitroglycerin. Normally, if you grab someone's face, they reflexively try to move your hand. This kid is seriously thinking about defeating me, All Might said to himself before violently throwing Bakugo onto the ground, which created a loud thud and caused the Yui student to cough up some spit. With such weak consecutive hits, it just stings, though. All Might noticed a sneaky Izuku who was attempting to creep away to the exit while All Might was distracted dealing with Bakugo. All Might smiled and quickly moved in front of the green-haired teen. You're not off the hook either, young Midoriya. Are you leaving your teammate and running away? Suddenly, Izuku's eyes widened as a certain sword SR in red plagued his mind. His intimidating smirk and tongue looking deep into his eyes. Why am I reminded of the hero killer? Izuku attempted to create some distance between him and the symbol of peace by jumping backwards into the air. Whoops. That's no good. Deku move. Izuku looked behind him to see his teammate flying right at him with his explosions propelling towards the freckled student at hypersonic speeds. Both collide and head straight to the ground as their vision began to get dizzy due to the strong collision. One wants to defeat All Might. The other only thinks of running. The latter probably admires him too much. Recovery Girl said to herself as her and the rest of Class 1A watched the ongoing battle from the monitors inside the waiting room. To Izuku Midoriya, All Might is like a god. On the other hand, I don't know much about this boy, but from the sports festival and his grades, he appears to have amazing combat sense. I wonder why he's in such a hurry. Bakugo got up from the ground and began to walk towards All Might, presumably to attack him once more. Izuku got up and tried to block his way. Kaken, wait. Move. I told you, there's no way you can win facing him head-on. Shut up. I'll win. That's what it means to be a hero. Katsuki yelled as he continued to walk to the path leading towards All Might. Izuku began to think of a memory when both he and Kaken were kids, where all they did was watch highlights of All Might's battles on the TV. Izuku frowned. Then it is even more important to avoid dash. For now, here's a present for the one who wants to run away. All Might yelled from the sky as he launched some sort of railing blockade from his feet towards Izuku. It hit Izuku and trapped him on the ground. What the dash? Izuku began to say, but then saw a very unsettling sight. All Might punched Bakugo square in the stomach with brutal force. This caused the ash blonde to widen his eyes and cough up BLD. He was then sent several meters away and landed on the ground. Kaken. Izuku's mind then began to flash back to a distant and almost forgotten memory. Hey, did you see that? All Might really is cool, isn't he? A 4-year-old Katsuki Bakugo yelled enthusiastically as he pointed to a shop TV outside by the window. You think he'd totally lose 4-on-1, right? But look, right here. He dodges like this and then a punch. Katsuki did his best to imitate the fighting moves of the symbol of peace. He won. A young 4-year-old Izuku smiles as he watches his best friend try to look cool punching and kicking the air. No matter how much trouble he's in, he always wins in the end. Izuku frowned as he looked at Bakugo presently struggling to get back up after All Might's blow. Kaken, you were a real JRK, you know that. But yet, Izuku began to struggle against the trap that All Might put on him. No matter what, you always make sure you are the winner. I admired you for that. That is what I respect about you. All Might walked to stand beside the struggling Bakugo who was trying to get back onto his feet. I know why you're so angry. It is because of young Midoriya's sudden improvement, right? Katsuki's eyes widened after hearing that. But you must realize, there's no way level 1 power and level 50 power can improve at the same rate. And if the level 50 is not careful, then that same level 1 can work strong enough and put in enough grind to eventually surpass the level 50. That is exactly what has happened between you and young Midoriya. You're angry at the fact that he has greatly surpassed you on so many things. While I understand your frustration, you can't allow that to haunt you forever. There is so much wasted potential in you. Do you understand? You do it. You still have so much room to grow. But I'm not talking about power dash, All Might, just shut up. Excuse me. Katsuki looked up at the symbol of peace with BLD dripped from the sides of his mouth. All my life, Ever since I got my quirk, I have been living with the belief that I was superior to all. That I had no peers. That they were only stepping stones to me achieving my goal. I was so full of myself just because I was born with an abundance of talent. I came to you thinking nobody is gonna be able to challenge me. But little did I know that I was in for the biggest surprise of my life. Deku, who I thought was quirkless, completely outshines me in everything. And in the sports festival, I was humiliated. I gave it my absolute all and he was still able to beat me while holding back. And then I saw his fight with Shoto and realized that I wasn't even on his level either. Do you have any idea what that felt? What that did to my ego? My ego was all I had for the longest time. But it was crushed by reality. The reality that none of us are entitled to anything in this world. I believed I was entitled to being number one. But I was proven wrong. And as I fight you here today, it only reinforces that fact. I don't deserve to be number one. I don't deserve anything. And as I realize that truth, I have no problem with losing today. Katsuki finished his speech as he looked dead-on into All Might's eyes with the most intimidating face he could muster. The symbol of peace gazed at him for a few moments before finally bringing his fist up. Don't regret this. All Might was about to land the finishing blow before he and Bakugo heard a loud yell. DMNIT. All Might saw red as a powerful fist landed on his cheek and sent him flying multiple city blocks away as the buildings in the surrounding area began to collapse around him. Don't you ever say that you have no problem with losing? What? Bakugo asked in confusion. He looked up to see Deku engulfed in a crimson aura with green and red electricity surrounding that aura. His hair was even more spiky than before as it stood on end. His muscles and overall frame was bigger as his overall power level had increased. He had activated Kaioken ×3. Before giving up, did you even think about using me? Don't say that you're okay with losing. That is unacceptable. You hear me? How dare you? You are you because you never giving up on winning, right? The most amazing hero always ends up winning in the end, Bakugo stated after fighting off 2 4th-grade bullies. Always ends up winning in the end. Deku quoted. You've been saying that since we were kids. How can you give up? A true hero never gives up. He keeps fighting and fighting until he pulls out the victory. A hero strives for greatness. Number one and the absolute top. He doesn't settle for anything less. That is what you taught me. You showed me that. That's what I always admired about you. Izuku yelled with vigor and passion. Katsuki gaped at Izuku with his eyes as wide as saucers. Did he just hear? That right? Deku admires him. But what? He is clearly superior to him as shown in the sports festival. Why would you admire someone inferior to you? Izuku sighed. It's not about who's superior, inferior, or whatever bullcrap you were spouting about. Yes, I know, not all men are created equal. I learned that at a very young age. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that you work strong, and you do your very best to maximize the gifts you were given and realize your true potential. That is what a true superhero does. That is how winning is done. Not moping around, complaining about all of this irrelevant. Ichizuka took a battle stance. I'm sorry, Kaken. At the beginning of this exam, I was hesitant to attack All Might and I let my fear get the best of me and made you go at him alone. But no more. I am going to show you what you taught me, and that is to fight to the very brink until somehow, someway, I get the job done. Katsuki gasped. But Deku, there's no way that you can beat All Might. Even with as strong as you are, he's the symbol of peace for a reason. There's no way you can take him on by yourself. It doesn't matter. I'm obviously not going to win if I half-butt it. So I might as well give it everything I got. Then, they saw a tall figure walking towards them with a slight bruise on his cheek. I must say, young Midoriya, that was an impressive punch. But I'm afraid you're not going to be able to get any more freebies like that. You're going to have to earn your punches from now on. The number one pro hero said as he began stretching and loosening himself up. Deku smirked, fine by me. This would not be much of a final exam if I was able to land punches on you as easily as that, would it? Oh, getting cocky, young Midoriya? Maybe a little. Izuku cracked his knuckles. I haven't sparred with Toshinori-sensei in a while. This will be a good benchmark for my current abilities. You know, Gran Torino told me something very important while I was interning with him. He said that my admiration for All Might was a shackle to my own individual growth. And it seems as though he was right. I let my fear get in the way at the beginning of the exam. Well, not anymore. Time to get serious. Failure is not an option. Oh really? Then, young Midoriya, show me the fruits of Gran Torino's training. Music, Dragon Ball Kai OST, the brave heart challenges the strong. Izuku smashed his fist onto the ground and yelled, "Perfected Texas Smash." The resulting smash created a mini earthquake as tremors were sent throughout the battle city. A crack was formed where Midoriya punched the earth and spread all the to where All Might was standing. To avoid the area of effect, All Might proceeded to jump into the air, but was shocked when he was met with a kick to the noggin, making fall back down to the earth where the Texas Smash was thrown. All Might regained his balance and was able to land on his 2 feet, but not before rubbing the spot where Izuku hit him with that surprise kick. He was about to focus on his target before he felt another pain on his cheek where he punched by Izuku again and sent flying into the air. Before All Might could regain his footing, Izuku kicked him on the spin and sent him even further up into the air at blinding speeds. What the hell? Katsuki said as he saw Deku kick All Might around like a soccer ball. All Might regained his balance in the air and attempted to hit Deku with a Detroit smash but missed as Deku blitzed him again and kicked him in the face, sending him flying multiple city blocks away again. All Might landed inside one of the empty buildings. He got up and yelled as he destroyed the building and jumped up to see Izuku flying towards him. Why you dash? Before All Might could finish his sentence, Izuku went around him and kicked him in the back, sending him tumbling. Why does this feel so familiar? He has completely imitated Gran Torino's fighting style and adapted it into his own. He knows that I absolutely detest going up against Gran Torino. He is countering me. This is crazy. Deku might actually have a chance of winning after all. Bakugo yelled. All Might located Izuku and was going to hit with a Wisconsin smash, but was countered as Deku was faster and hit him with a perfected Wisconsin smash right to the abdomen of the symbol of peace. All Might coughed up BLD as the attack connected and was knocked back. All Might then decided to go overpower Deku, but he grabbed All Might's hands and began a power struggle between the two. Izuku grabbed All Might's hands strong and began to push him back and overpower him. This kid. All Might yelled in shock as nobody had overpowered him in brute force in so long. And yet this high school freshman was doing it to the symbol of peace like it was wrestling a baby. Just what kind of training did Gran Torino make this child go through? Deku then let go of All Might's hands and backed away to create separation. All Might saw this and decided to close the gap, but when he attempted to punch the green-haired scion, he merely dodged the attack and repeatedly punched and kicked him with a combo that he learned from Gran Torino and implemented into his own arsenal. It's like I'm getting trained and my butt kicked by Gran Torino all over again in freshman year. Izuku saw that All Might was distracted and decided to end the combo. Perfected Detroit smash. Izuku yelled as he punched All Might square in the face and sent him almost across the entire city area, causing multiple tremors. Music end. Izuku smirked as he gripped his fist. How you like that, huh? This is from one single week with Gran Torino-sensei. Deku then looks to see Bakugo gawking at him as he floats in the air after the barrage he sent to All Might. What are you looking at, Kaken? Go while he's down. Katsuki scowls. DMN it? He runs towards the exit as he propels himself with his explosions. Izuku hears a rumbling and looks at All Might, who emerged from all the debris. His blue gleaming eyes staring down to Deku. That really hurt, young Midoriya. The ground beneath All Might's feet began to shake as whirlwinds began to gather around as he gripped his fists and smiled creepily. I have not been challenged like this in years. All Might yelled as he rushed Izuku with newfound speed. Izuku could not react fast enough and was sent flying across the city with a lariat. Izuku fell with a thud and the impact of his fall created a crater spanning 50 meters wide. Izuku started to cough up Bill. What in the world was that? Where did all of that speed and power come from? All Might landed near where Izuku was laying. Izuku noticed his presence and began to get back up, But he struggled a bit since he wasn't expecting such a fast and strong punch from the symbol of peace out of nowhere. I am impressed, young Izuku. I haven't been hit as strong as that since my battle with you-know-who. Izuku frowned. Is he talking about All for One? The villain who destroyed his entire stomach. He's comparing me to that. Am I really doing that much damage to him? Izuku rambled mentally as he didn't believe he was at that level yet. I can sense your doubt, but just take the compliment. With that said, even though you have impressed me, it just tells me I am going to have to go much harder against you. All Might roared the last bit as he created a huge gust of wind as he blew Deku away with an Alabama smash. The force of the smash sent Deku tumbling over through multiple city blocks. Few buildings crashed around him as the rubble made a cloud of smoke hovering over where the majority of the debris was. Izuku was seeing stars. What the hell was that? I didn't even see him move. He was not moving that way before. My eyes did not even register his movements. Izuku got up and as the smoke cleared, he saw that the symbol of peace was standing about 70 meters away from him, waiting patiently. Problem, young Midoriya? How did you move that fast? You could barely keep up with my Kaioken just a few moments ago. All Might began to lightly chuckle as he slowly made his way towards Deku. Oh, young Izuku. You simply caught me by surprise, that's all. Before the exams began, we were specifically instructed to suppress our power in order to not go overboard and give you a lot of fighting chance. We were even given weights to restrict our movements. This was done so each of you had the chance to actually learn and grow in this exam. You would not learn anything if we just pummeled you immediately. However, you have proven yourself to be way more formidable than expected, young Midoriya. And because of that, I can't just sit here and go easy on you. No, I must push you. Push you harder than you have ever been pushed before. Go beyond plus ultra. All Might roared as faster than Deku could even perceive. All Might knocked him away with a thunderous blow that will surely give him a bruise in the morning. New Jersey smash. The resulting smash sent the green-haired scion flying all the way past multiple city blocks. He was knocked upside the head and his vision was starting to get blurry. He felt that he was getting a concussion from the amount of force that he was getting from the thunderous New Jersey smash, which is one of All Might's most powerful signature smashes. It is one of the smashes that Deku hasn't even been able to pull off yet. Deku stumbled as he barely got back on his feet. He moved so fat. But I was staring straight at him the whole time. I should have seen him move. As Deku was thinking to himself about the craziness of All Might's speed, he was suddenly knocked back again by another New Jersey smash. This one even more powerful than before. Deku's nose began to get bloody. His shadow. I didn't even see his shadow move. How is that possible? How is he outrunning his own shadow? The only way for that to be possible is if, wait, no. That can't be. That's impossible. All Might strike towards him, and the same thing happened again. He moved faster than his shadow, and punched Deku before his eyes can even track his movements. After Deku got back up, he finally came to a conclusion. He's moving faster than the speed of light. Deku couldn't believe it. Albert Einstein's theory of relativity has just been proven wrong. Debunked right in front of his eyes. There shouldn't be anything in the universe that is faster than the speed of light. For that would contradict many laws of physics. But it seems as those laws did not apply to the symbol of peace. But that literally goes against science. Everything I have ever known and believed in. How the hell am I supposed to fight against a person who is faster than what I can perceive? Faster than light, damn it. Deku groaned frustrated. He didn't know what to do. So far, he has had a very triumphant run in his journey. He has won all of the battles. Even in against the ones where he thought he was gonna lose. And yet here he was, getting beaten to a bloody pulp. Up until now, Deku was feeling like he was on top of the world. He was on a streak. Ever since he had gotten his quirk and won for all, he had a victory after victory after victory. He began to get an aura of pride and confidence like never before. But it seems as though the final exams had other plans. Deku was actually getting pushed to the brink. Never had ever felt so dominated in a fight. Never had he ever been brutally beaten like he was right now. By his own emissary no less. It seems as though the final exams were actually serving their purpose. Me and the other teachers here at UAng along with the principal have been closely keeping an eye on you, young Midoriya. Your growth, your skills, your talents, your battles, and all of your feats up until now. It honestly isn't short of anything phenomenal. I couldn't be any more proud of you. However, we can't let you get in over your head. Even the greatest heroes, such as myself, have fallen victim to hubris. And we had to pay the price for it. We wish for you lot to not suffer the same fate. That is the whole meaning of these exams. To put you up against foes who are better than you and to see how you would react and prepare for a battle of that magnitude. Because believe it or not, young Izuku, there is always someone stronger. Deku balled his fists angrily. Do you mean it? That's right. I am outclassed. And here I thought with this new power, I can take on anyone. This is a huge blow to my ego. I can give up. No, I must fight. I have to give it my all. I can't allow for all of the training and strong work that I put in to go to waste. I guess I have no choice. I may end up regretting this. But at this point, it's all or nothing. Deku began powering up as his Kaioken aura flared to life. The red lightning growing fiercer and his muscles even bulging more than before. His power level was steadily increasing before he yelled out, Kaioken times 4. Deku's muscles became more defined and his hair a little more spiky as red lighting coursed around his body. So you're powering up it. Impressive, young Midoriya, but it's still not enough. Too bad that you don't have more control of One for All. That would have certainly helped in boosting your power. All Might said as he grinned at Deku's power. Izuku got into his fighting stance. It doesn't matter. I made a vow to win, no matter what. If I have to push my body to the absolute limit, then so be it. With that, Deku let out a battle cry as he blitzed the number 1 pro hero and hit him with Sucker Punch. New Jersey Smash. Deku yelled out as he sent All Might several hundred meters away. Yosha. I've been practicing that move for ages now. It seems as though when I'm this powered up, I have access to a larger variety of difficult techniques that I didn't necessarily have access to before. Deku then flew up and came down onto All Might with another New Jersey Smash, but was caught by the symbol of Peace's right hand. That was much faster and stronger than before. But still not enough. All Might then punched Deku square in the jaw and sent him flying into the air until he came crashing down onto the floor with a loud thud. Deku writhed in pain as he thinks All Might may have fractured his jaw. You're still thinking too much. You might have figured this out already, but if I use a big enough percentage of One for All, I can even surpass the speed of light itself. That is what you are going up against when you decide to fight head-to-head with me. Quirks are really an amazing thing, aren't they? They make the impossible possible. People need to stop relying on the laws and limitations on the pre-quirk era and look towards the future. Back then, it was unheard of for a man to even run faster than a lion. And now look at me, going faster than light itself. You need to start thinking bigger and more abstractly. If you don't, then it will get you killed. All Might proceeded to dash at Midoriya, intending to finish the battle right then and there, but before he could land the blow, Izuku's hand stopped All Might's as he squeezed it tightly. Underestimate me. Izuku's crimson aura flared as he kicked All Might in the face with a Manchester Smash. The kick was so quick and fierce that All Might didn't even see it coming. Deku had powered up to Kaioken times 5. His body was currently burning a little with pain. He could barely feel the bones and joints slightly popping due to so much muscle enlargement. The red lightning was sporadic as Izuku's eyes gleamed with power as he clenched his fists. I probably should not be doing this, but oh well. Desperate times call for desperate measures. All Might recovered from Deku's kick and looked at him as he got ready for his next attack. He decided to strike with the same speed as before, which surpasses light itself. However, Deku was prepared for it and countered with his attack as he landed a New Hampshire Smash onto All Might. Deku was gobsmacked. Did I just move faster than light? Oh wow, so that's how it feels. It feels so weird to do something that was perceived as physically impossible by science. Good job, young Midoriya. As much as I would love to continue this skirmish, I still have to catch your partner. I can't have myself get distracted by you and allow him to cross the finish line so easily, can I? Izuku widened his eyes. No, wait. But it was already too late. as All Might had already flew to Katsuki's direction. "Diamenet. Kaken, don't worry, I'm coming." All Might spotted Katsuki gliding with his explosions as he was almost near the entrance. "And where do you think you're going, young Bakugo?" All Might yelled as he advanced to strike him down. Katsuki barely even noticed All Might as he turned his head the last second to see the symbol of peace crashing down on him. But before All Might could hit Katsuki, a furious kick blocked All Might's attack as it sent him back a couple meters. The kick belonged to Deku as he was able to catch up to All Might's inhumane speeds. He quickly grabbed Katsuki and flew into an alley. A moment later, All Might recovered from Deku's kick. "I didn't think young Midoriya would come and actually catch up to me. I let my guard down." All Might looked down to his wrists to see the weights that each pro hero had to wear while they examined the students. Did they have to make these that heavy? Meanwhile, Izuku dropped Katsuki in disclosed alleyway, a fair distance away from All Might. They were currently resting as Deku deactivated his Kaioken, immediately feeling sore right after. "Kaken, I really can't think of a way to beat All Might, or a way to make a clean escape. I can keep up with him and stall momentarily, but that would require for me to push my body past its current limits, so I would not be able to hold for long," Izuku said as Katsuki groaned at the seemingly impossible situation they were faced with. "Listen, Kaken, we can't give up. You're you because you never give up on winning, right? You've been like that since we were kids, so how can you even think about going back on that?" "Shut up." Katsuki ignited an explosion as he rushed towards Deku. As the smoke cleared, it was revealed that Bakugo completely missed and instead incinerated a spot on the wall right next to Deku's head. "Kaken?" Deku asked in confusion. "Are you alright? What's gotten over you?" "I won't say it again, nerd. Against that crazy speed, no matter how you run and hide, you won't be able to avoid fighting. But we don't have a chance in a fight against All Might. I already tried and look what dash. Shut up, and just listen. He won't budge with half-assed power. I figured that out earlier with those consecutive hits. So..." All Might jogged down the street as he turned his head in multiple directions. Where is young Midoriya? Since he hid, could it mean he's heading for an escape gate? All Might kept jogged until he felt a presence behind him. "What are you looking for?" Katsuki appeared out of an alleyway behind All Might. "You guys were behind me." "Shut up. You're pissing me off." Katsuki fired an explosion straight to All Might's face. All Might blocks it, however, but this unfazed Bakugo, as it seems as though damaging All Might was never his goal. "No." Izuku appeared right behind All Might with Katsuki's gauntlet in his right hand. "So, we give him everything we've got at a point-blank range. Our only option is to inflict damage and then put some distance between us." All Might looked behind to see Deku with Bakugo's gauntlet aimed directly at him. Katsuki then took that opportunity to jump out of the way. "Shoot." Deku powered up to Kaioken ×5. "I'm sorry, All Might." He then combined his ki with the gauntlet and then exploded a blast mixed in with ki and nitroglycerin. The resulting explosion was humongous as it enveloped almost multiple city blocks. Izuku was pushed back by the force of the blast. "Ow, my shoulder." "Kaken, you were using something like this." "Run, idiot." "Oh right." The two childhood best friends proceeded to run together towards the exit using the open window of time that they created for themselves. "They got me." All Might coughed as he waited for the smoke to clear. A compromise between running away and fighting. That's pretty good for an impromptu plan. They also limited damage to the city by hitting places I'd already demolished. I think I taught that to them at the first combat training. Both of them are actually pretty clever. But they fall apart in a second when it comes to each other. Envy, hate, awe, rejection, pride. From what I've heard, they both have so many different feelings about each other piled up one on top of the other that they don't even know how to interact anymore. All Might coughed into his forearm to see his BLD on it. It is not something that can be resolved anytime soon, but I'm sure their cooperation here will one day be a big step for them in the future. Your teacher's gonna do his best. All Might's eyes gleamed blue as he powered up even more than before. Deku and Kaken could literally see the escape gate in their view. Almost there. Almost at the escape gate. It seems cuter than it needs to be, But as long as one of us gets through, then we pass. Izuku said. He sent that blast from where we were in the middle all the way to the gate. What the hell? It does not look like All Might is chasing us. Don't tell me we knocked him out. Dumbass, didn't you keep saying there was no way we'd beat him, you idiot? There's no way he was knocked out by that. The next time he catches up, it will be my turn to blow him away with my gauntlet. Yes. And then, seemingly out of nowhere, All Might appeared in between Deku and Kaken. The ash blonde attempted to blow the symbol of peace away with his explosions, but All Might was too quick and instead punched his gauntlet, which completely destroyed it. What are you surprised about? All Might proceeded to destroy the gauntlet Deku had on as well. He's way too fast. I'm going to have to power up again, Izuku said as he activated Kaioken times 5. Even like this, because of these weights, I am nowhere near my top speed. All Might grinned. Now die, heroes. All Might need Katsuki in the jaw, which sent the explosive quirk user flying into a nearby building. Kaken. Deku tried to go help his partner, but All Might grabbed him by the arm. Who the hell do you think you're talking to, All Might? Bakugo yelled as he jumped from the building and charged at All Might with an explosion in his hand. All Might threw Deku straight into Kaken and slammed them both onto the ground, which caused a large dust storm. Their classmates cringing in the monitor room as they witnessed such a strong beating. That's wonderful, boys. You cooperated, however, reluctantly and faced me. However, you too, that was a prerequisite for this exam. All Might stated as he crashed Bakugo onto the ground with his foot and held Midoriya up by his arm. Overwhelming speed. His stamina and power are also overwhelming. It's simply power. Facing off against him, I'm reminded of that again. That's right. This man is the highest wall in the world. The greatest hero. Bakugo thought in horror, as even he knew that there was no chance in hell that he was winning against a titan such as All Might. DM it? Izuku yelled out as he was struggling to free himself from All Might's vice grip, even with Kaioken times 5. What kind of face is that, young Midoriya? All Might proceeded to throw Deku harshly onto the ground as he rolled over. Getting away from me with your maximum firepower and then getting through the escape gate. That appears to have been you boys' answer, but now that I have destroyed young Bakugo's gauntlets, you've lost that maximum firepower. It's over. No, it is not over. Izuku yelled as he struggled to get back on his feet. You may be the symbol of peace and the #1 hero, but that sure as hell ain't gonna stop me from giving it my all. I made a vow to win, demand it. And I will not break it no matter what. Izuku then began powering up as his crimson aura came to life. I have to up the ante quickly and efficiently. Let's see if all of that gravity chamber training paid off. Izuku's muscles began bulging as his got spikier and also a green electric aura surrounded his crimson one. He then began yelling as his power kept on increasing. To hell with my body. I'll take care of it later. Now I just have to get the job done. All Might realized what Izuku was doing. Wait, young Midoriya. If you put that much pressure on your body, you could suffer some serious injuries. Stop this instant. It isn't worth it, trust me. This only Izuku yelled louder as he kept on increasing his power level. This guy is serious. He's actually willing to put his own body on the line just to pass this exam. Bakugo said in shock at Izuku's perseverance. I need more power. Times 6. Times 7. No, it's dash times 10. Izuku yelled out as battle cry reverberated throughout the city. His green and crimson aura combined as the electricity became uncontrollable and his muscles bulged to the max, perfected full cowl Kaioken times 10. Izuku immediately charged at All Might with a speed that is multiple times faster than light. He punched All Might square in the jaw and sent him flying almost to the other side of the arena. Izuku then picked up Bakugo. I'm going to send you flying. What? I don't like it, but with what we've got right now, this is the only way to win. I'll hold him off. You just go. Izuku then threw Bakugo at high speeds towards the exit. Are you serious, Deku? Izuku then returned his attention to his opponent. Right now his body was screaming at him to stop. The burning sensation he felt in his bones and joints and muscles increased tenfold. Every step he took felt like he was breaking his own hand over and over again. He could practically hear the bones inside of him cracking with each step he took. New Hampshire smash. All Might threw an air punch that propelled him towards his ash-blonde-haired student. Ice back collided with Bakugo's, and the explosion quirk user felt a sensation of pain he never felt before. Come now, you're being naive, heroes. All Might slammed Bakugo onto the side of the bus. DM it, he's been way too persistent. And I can't maintain this state for too long. I don't know my current time limit, so I'm going to have to finish this as fast as possible. Izuku jumped up and began charging an attack in an all-too-familiar pose. Perfected times 10 Kamehameha. Izuku fired an enormous Kamehameha that could engulf a whole city and aimed it right towards All Might. The symbol of peace took the full brunt of the attack head, but not without taking a significant amount of damage. After he fired the blast, Izuku's hands were burning and smoking. He felt as though they were on literal fire as he clasped his hands in pain. Kaken, hurry. I don't know how long I can keep this up. Katsuki tried to get back up, but he struggled quite a bit since he injured his back earlier. Kaken, you have to move. Hurry up. We're running out of time. Izuku fired a barrage of ki blasts toward All Might as he saw the number 1 pro hero charging forward. Each and every ki blast bruising his palms more and more. Katsuki forced himself to get up. I'll move forward even if it hurts. If I head toward the gate, then All Might will probably try to block me. Deku should be able to take advantage of that. All Might saw Bakugo moving towards the exit and decided to intercept him. However, Deku appeared in front of him and yelled, "Your fight is with me, old man." Izuku fired a Gallic gun, but All Might easily dodged it and countered by grabbing Deku by his face and slammed him onto the ground. Bakugo looked back to see Deku on the ground with All Might's hand on his face. Go to sleep, young Midoriya. Sorry, but as a teacher, I'm a little traumatized when you destroy your own body to fight. You've done enough. Please just stay down. Izuku grabbed a hold of All Might's forearm. Hurry, Kaken. Izuku grit his teeth. I'll break myself and destroy my body over and over. Even if it means I have to twist myself, it doesn't matter. I won't accept defeat. I won't lose. I refuse to lose. I won't accept that I can't even beat you like that. No way. Izuku bit All Might's hand as he infused ki into his teeth. Bakugo listened to each and every word that Deku said. And he grit his teeth. Him and I to Deku? Whoops, I won't let you. But to All Might's surprise, Katsuki wasn't running towards the exit like he presumed. No, he was rushing towards him, with a sick smile on his face. Please, move, All Might, you son of a beach. Bakugo punched All Might square in the face and created an explosion from it. Exploding blade. All Might was sent a few meters back. This gave Bakugo enough time to grab Izuku and run towards the exit at full speed. Why didn't you leave me? I told you to run dash, shut the F up. We are doing this together. They were steps away from the exit, until they heard. Not bad, but I won't be letting you two escape that easily. All Might rushed towards them at full speed. Detroit dash, but before he could finish the name of his signature attack, Izuku took the opportunity to lift his right arm up and aim it towards All Might. Kaioken times 12. Perfected New York smash. Deku hit All Might with the force capable of destroying multiple planets at once in one shot, right to the noggin. Bakugo then stepped over the finish line. Team Midoriya and Bakugo have passed the final exams. All matches for Class 1A's practical exams have been completed. Class 1A has a 100% passing rate. Congratulations! Everyone watching in the monitor room began cheering as they were happy for their classmates to have beaten a seemingly impossible challenge. Katsuki looked at Izuku's purple, broken and swollen right arm. He frowned. You hit him with everything you had, didn't you? He then smiled as he looked at Izuku's unconscious face. That's right. That's how you were from the beginning. You can't help but save those who need rescuing. You don't care who it is. You will save them. You even saved my own life once. And at times like that, there isn't a wall that can stop you. That's right. That's the kind of person you've always been. Thank you. Izuku. Embrace. Recovery Girl activated her quirk and proceeded to heal all of Izuku's injuries, which were a lot. Thank you very much, recovery girl. Izuku groaned as his body was covered in bandages. He had a large cast over his right hand that he broke by punching All Might in the last moment of the final exams. All Might, you really don't know how to hold back, do you? If you'd hit any harder, you would have done permanent damage. Especially Bakugo's back. I was barely able to heal it. Recovery girl scolded All Might as he stood there in the infirmary, sheepishly. Sorry, Chio? I guess I did get a little carried away. Thankfully these two young men are as tough as nails. They will be fine. Recovery girl sighed as he looked towards Katsuki, who was passed out on the bed beside Izuku's. He was also covered in bandages, but his injuries were not as severe as Izuku's. Bakugo probably won't wake up for a while. For now, the two of you should rest here. Yes, ma'am, Izuku replied. And don't think you're off the hook, young man. You pushed your body way too much out there. Don't think I wasn't watching. Your muscles have a limit, you know. You can't just keep on buffing them up to increase your strength and speed without suffering consequences. I'm really sorry, recovery girl, but I didn't have a choice. I really wanted to pass the exam, and that was the only thing I could think of. Toshinori-sensei is just way too fast and strong. Izuku replied as he nervously rubbed his head. But did you seriously have to go all the way up to 12 times? Combined with a New York smash. You're lucky your arm didn't just pop out of its socket right then and there. No, absolutely not. You are destroying your own body. Until I see that you have gotten more proper control of the technique, I hereby forbid you from using the Kaioken above a ×2 multiplier. Oh come on. Izuku whined. And that is final. This is not up for debate. I can allow you to kill yourself. You could seriously decrease your own lifespan if you keep pulling stunts like this. Fine. I won't use more than ×2 until I am Sir Kaioken more. Izuku conceded as he sighed. He had to admit, the old lady was right. When he used ×10, his muscles were on fire. One wrong move and it could have caused permanent damage. You're just like Toshinori when he was your age. All Might chuckled at Recovery Girl's remark. You have gotten so much stronger since we first met, that I hardly recognize you, young Izuku. And this young man, young Bakugo, because you were able to smile in the face of a wall. All Might looked out towards the window as the sun began to set. That's right. You two can still become much stronger. Your rivalry, friendship, and bond will propel and drive you both into becoming the greatest heroes ever. Meanwhile, in the League of Villains hideout, the leader, Tamura Shigaraki, was sitting at the bar as he gazed upon a photo in his hand. That photo was of one, Izuku Midoriya. Ever since their first encounter in the USJ incident, the blue-haired villain could not get the green-haired scion out of his mind. As Kurojiiri was cleaning the bar, he noticed Tamura was staring at the photo, never taking his eyes off of it. Are you curious, Tamura Shigaraki, about that young man, Izuku Midoriya? Tamura nodded as he finally took his eyes off of the photo. I've been wondering about him. He's different from any other so-called hero I have ever met. His passion, his drive, the way he talks, the way he moves, the way he smiles, and the way he fights are all so unique. And his power, it is something extraordinary. I have never seen anything like it. The way he defeated Nomu, that aura, that DMN spiky hair. I then saw his performance in the sports festival. He dominated the competition. And yet, what captivated me the most was his speech. It spoke to me. This boy is much different to the rest. Even All Might. However, he didn't use the power that he did against my Nomu. I wonder why that is, but before he could ponder any more on Izuku, the door to the bar opened. Shigaraki, you have been the talk of the town for the past few days. The owner of the voice belonged to a villain named Jiren. He wore blue-tinted glasses and has blue hair similar to Shigaraki's. He also wore expensive clothing along with a smug grin on. I hear that you're starting something big dash, and who are they? Tamura spouted as he slammed the picture of Izuku on the counter, clearly annoyed that someone broke his train of thought. Right now, Izuku was the most interesting thing on his mind right now. Jiren smirked as he brought in two people. So, it's you, huh? I saw a picture of you, but you look gross in person. A deep melancholy voice said. The voice belonged to a tall young dark-haired male with blue eyes. He wore tattered clothing with jeans. The most noticeable feature about him were his dark purple scars that ran along his face to his arms and body. Wow, the hand guys. You're friends with the Great Stain, right? Let me join it. The League of Villains. A blonde schoolgirl said as she flared her arms up enthusiastically. She wore 2 buns of hair and her smile gave off the crazy girl vibe as she had what seemed to be canines. Tamura was unimpressed. Kyurjiri, get rid of these guys. Everything I hate came together in one set. A brat and a rude guy. No. They came all this way to visit, so let's at least hear them out, Tamura Shigaraki. Besides, that big shot broker brought them. They are bound to be valuable assets. Kurojiri reasoned. Jiren blew out a puff of smoke from his cigarette. I don't care what you do with them, but make sure I get my commission, Kurojiri. At least let me introduce them. First, this cute high school girl. Her name and face were kept tightly under wraps by the media, but she's on the run as a suspect in a series of deaths by BLD loss. I'm Toga. Himiko Toga. It's strong to live. I want the world to become an easier place to live. I want to become Mr. Staney. So let me join the League of Villains, Tamura. I don't get her. Is she crazy? Tamura asked with a sweat drop. She can hold a conversation for the most part. I'm sure she'll be of use. Next, this guy over here. Jiren said as he moved onto the young black-haired man. He has not committed any flashy crimes, but he holds fast to the hero killer's ideology. I'm uneasy about this. Does this organization really have a just cause? Don't tell me you're just going to let this crazy woman in. The man said as Himiko chuckled. Hey, you can't even do what that crazy high school girl was able to do. Give your name first. You're an adult, right? Shigaraki demanded. I currently go by Dabi. That's not what I want to know. What is your real name? I will tell you when it's time. Anyway, I will carry out the will of the hero killer, Dabi said as he stared at Tamura with an indifferent look. You don't have to say what you haven't been asked. Geez, everyone's so hung about staying sting. I don't like it. Tamura said as began to get up in a threatening manner. You mustn't, Shigaraki. Kurojiri pleaded nervously. I don't care about no goddamn stain. What I really care about right now is Izuku Midoriya. Shigaraki yelled as he rushed towards the two with intent to kill. Dabi and Himiko both got ready to counterattack, when suddenly, all 3 of their attacks were teleported to a wall. They looked to see Kurojiri activated his quirk, which opened a portal to each of their attacks to deflect them from hitting each other. Jiren smirked as he continued to smoke in the background. Please calm down, Tamura. What you wish is to come to pass, then we must increase the organization's numbers. Strangely enough, we're in the spotlight right now, so now is our chance. We should not be rejecting them, we should be receiving them, we should be receiving them. Kurojiri then whispered into Tamura's ear, you must use it, all of it. And all the ideology he left behind. Shigaraki pondered on Kurojiri's words and sighed. But whatever. They can join. He then began to walk towards the exit. Where are you going? Jiren asked. I'm going out to get some fresh air. Don't follow me, Tamura said as he slammed the door on the way out. I don't want to complain about a client, but he's young. Too young. Jiren complained. I thought he was going to kill us. Himiko said with a crazy smile on her face. He makes me sick. Dabi commented, clearly not very fond of the leader of the League of Villains. Kurojiri thought about Tamura's words. What I really care about right now is Izuku Midoriya. What has that young man done to you? Kurojiri questioned Manali. Oh my god, we almost failed. Principal Nizu is insane. If it wasn't for Midoriya training, we would have been toast. Mina whined as she was still shaken by the principal's antics in the final exams. If we would have failed the exams, then we'd have to skip training camp and be in summer school hell. Kaminari exclaimed as he too didn't enjoy his experience during the battle against Nizu. Just then, the classroom door opened to reveal Class 1A's homeroom teacher. Everyone quiet down and in your seats. Immediately everyone shut their mouths and proceed to take a seat. Aizawa went to the teacher's podium. Great job everyone. You all passed the practical and written portion of the final exams. I'm proud of you. That means everyone will be coming to the summer training camp. A few classmates cheered as they were excited to go on the summer trip. For this time's exam, we on the villain side made sure to leave a way for the students to win while watching to see how you all would take on the task at hand. If we hadn't, most of you would have gotten stuck before you started. Aizawa explained. So when you said you were really out to crush us? Ojiro began. That was to make you feel cornered. In the first place, the training camp in the woods is one to increase strength. So for those who almost failed the practical or really had a strong time, they need it the most. They have to get stronger. It was a rational falsehood. Aizawa said as he smiled like a Cheshire cat. A rational falsehood. Multiple students yelled out in disbelief. I was tricked again. As expected of Yuye. Tenya beltilled himself over getting duped again. However, since you lied to us twice, our faith in you will waver. Wow, you're a wet blanket, Ida? Achiko giggled. That's true. I'll consider that. But otherwise it worked. You were all able to pass. However, that only means we are going to be pushing you lot even harder during the trip. Frankly, it will be tougher than if you would have failed. Aizawa stated as everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. Ahai. It was the end of the school day, and everyone was getting ready to go home. Well, in any case, even if the training is going to be extremely tough, I'm glad we can all go together. Ojiro said. A week of training camp? Tenya said as he held the itinerary. We'll have to bring a lot with us. Izuku said. He had recovered from overexerting himself from the final exams, however he still felt the occasional soreness. I don't have a bathing suit or anything. I'll have to buy a bunch of stuff. Kaminari added. Night vision goggles dash, Mineta called out. Oh, since we're off tomorrow and we just finished our exams, why doesn't Class A all go shopping together? Tourist. Oh, good idea. Wouldn't that be the first time we all hung out together? Kaminari exclaimed as Achiko nodded. Hey, Bakugo, you're coming too? Kirishima stated. Sure, it's not like I got anything better to do. The ash blonde said. Will you come too, Shoto? Izuku asked the bicolored teen. Yes, I believe I can make time for our special outing. Then it's all set. Let's all meet up tomorrow at the mall. Hagakure shouted. And so, here we are. With the most stores in the prefecture, the newest and coolest, most advanced Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. Mina exclaimed as all of the students stood in awe of the enormous mall. They don't just try to cover the various body types due to quirks by numbers, but they actually have designs that fit a wide range of ages, from teens to seniors, so. Izuku began another muttering tirade as he looked around the mall. You're scaring the children. Stop that. Tokoyami said. Oh, aren't those you age students? First years. I saw them on TV. Sports festival, yay. Oh, there are still people who remember that. Achiko's sweat dropped as she witnessed a lot of onlookers in the mall. Anyway, I need to buy a big carry-on bag. Jiro told to Momo. Oh my, then why don't we go around together? Momo replied, where can I get lock-picking tools and small drills? Mineta said. Who knows what he wants to with that? I don't have any outdoors shoes, so I want to go buy some. Kaminari told Toru. Oh, me too, me too. Tenya suddenly came in and yelled. The guide said to bring shoes that are already broken in, but I see, perhaps we should choose based on utility. Everyone has different things they want to do, so why don't we all decide on a time to meet back up? Kirishima argued. I agree. Mina exclaimed, then let's meet back here at 3 o'clock. Okay. The students then proceed to go on to their destinations and broke into different groups where they each went to look for similar things. However, 2 specific students were left alone as they saw all of their classmates spread out through the mall. Everyone's really fast. Izuku commented with wide eyes. Yeah. Achiko remarked. What about you, Achiko-chan? I need to get some new clothes since I've pretty much outgrown all of my old ones. And I would also like for any type of weights that could help me with my training. Oh, I need bug spray. Before Achiko said anything else, her mind suddenly flashed back to what Aoyama said during their final exams. Izuku Midoriya. Do you like him? Achiko then took a look at Izuku's tight shirt. He wasn't lying, he then needed some new clothes. The shirt was so tight against his skin that she could almost clearly see the outlines of his abs and well-defined. She started to dream very naughty things on what she could do with those before she snapped out of it. Bug spray. Achiko yelled out as she put as much difference between herself and Izuku as possible. I'm a bug. Izuku pointed to himself in confusion as he watched Achiko run off. Nag it, Aoyama, for putting these thoughts into my head, Achiko said in her head as she ran away with a noticeable blush on her face. He's wrong anyway. At least, I think. Even though we all came together, I'm by myself. Izuku grumbled as he didn't expect for everyone to go off so quickly. Oh, it's someone from UA? So cool. Let me have your autograph. Izuku heard someone say from behind as he felt an arm going around him. You're the winner of the sports festival. The one with the crazy power and speed, right? Izuku replied rather uncomfortably. Wow, UA is amazing. So many people watched and remembered us. And weren't you also one of the guys who ran into the hero killer in the Hosu incident? That's so cool. You sure know a lot. Izuku said nervously. Man, I seriously can't believe it. I can't believe I'd see you again in a place like this. Izuku widened his eyes. Again, it makes me feel like there's something to it. Izuku suddenly felt the stranger put his hand around his neck, leaving one finger free. But well, from your perspective, I guess we have not met since the attack on Yue, huh? Izuku's eyes widened as he began to tense. That voice sounded familiar. And he felt this key signature before too. No, it can't be. He finally turned his head to take a good look at the person's face. Creepy red eyes with light blue hair. And a creepy face that could give children nightmares. Why don't we have tea or something, Izuku Midoriya? Or should I say, that you're Tamura? Shigaraki. Izuku said as he could never forget that face. Act natural, like I'm an old friend. Don't make a fuss, Calm down and catch your breath. I want to talk to you. That's all. Just try and do something funny. Shigaraki whispered. Izuku frowned, or what? Tamura smirked. It's pretty simple. The instant all 5 of my fingers touch your neck, you'll start crumbling from the skin of your throat. You'll turn to dust in less than a minute. Izuku grinned. 2 can play at that game. What? Izuku then palmed his left hand. 1 blast from me in full power will kill you in 1 shot. It will create a hole in your SIST and you will bleed out from the inside. His palm then began to ignite a small green light. Are you sure you want to do that, hero? I thought killing was a big no-no. And also, if you do that in a place with this many people, then there will be many witnesses. They would have witnessed a murder. It will ruin your image. And you don't even have your license, so you can't even legally use your quirk against me. Shigaraki said with a smug grin. I'll plead self-defense. Yeah, right, like that would work. If you kill me in a populated place like this, a hero will come and catch you in no time. Izuku tried to argue. I'm sure. But look at these guys. Even though anyone could wield their quirk at any time, how can they smile and gather like that? When it comes down to it, laws and rules assume that individuals have morals. They're convinced that there's no way anyone would do it. Before I'm caught I could crumble 20 no, 30 people? Shigaraki said as Deku stared at him in horror. Why, you're insane. You would really do that? Do you have no regard for human life? Is it all just a game to you? Oh, but of course. Do you want to try out the game and see what would happen? That. Izuku sighed. What? What do you want to talk about? Izuku knew he was playing right into his hands, but he honestly didn't see any other choice. He couldn't risk the lives and safety of any of these innocent civilians. And he was actually bluffing when he said he would kill Tamura if he tried to kill him. He couldn't bring himself to do such an act, even to a disgusting villain such as him. No, he would play along and see what this scoundrel wanted. Shigaraki smiled at Izuku's SBMSN. This is nice. Since we've got this chance, why don't we sit down and have a chat? Izuku and Tamura proceed to sit down on a nearby bench. He still had his hand around Izuku's neck, but to bystanders, it just looked like 2 friends having a casual time. Shigaraki began talking. Anyway, I hate everything. But what pisses me off the most right now is the hero killer. Wait, he's not with you? Izuku asked, believing that Stain was a part of the League. I didn't acknowledge it, but that's how it ended up in the news. That's the problem. Almost everyone is looking at the hero killer. The attack on UA and the Nomus I released on Hosu City. Everything was upstaged by him. No one's looking at me. Why is that? No matter how much he boasts, in the end, he just destroyed what he didn't like, right? What do you think the difference is between me and him, Deku? Shigaraki asked Izuku the question that he was dying to know the answer to. What's the difference? Izuku pondered for a couple of moments, before he finally found the answer. I can't understand or agree with who you are. For Stain, while I don't agree with his methods, I can understand his premise and why he would do the things he did. Hell, I would even be inclined to agree. Because for me and Stain, it all started. All Might and the current society we live in. When he saved me from one of the Nomus, at the very least, he wasn't destroying just because he wanted to. He didn't just abandon it in vain, like you did. Even if the way he did it was wrong, he was trying to live up to his ideals. Izuku said as he stared into Tamura's eyes. Tamura smiled evilly. It's like a weight off my head. I feel like I connected the dots. Why the hero killer pisses me off, and why I have such a fascination with you. I feel like I understand now. It all comes back to All Might. Izuku gasped. Yes, that's right. When all's said and done, that's where I ended up. What was I worrying so much about? These guys are able to smile thoughtlessly because All Might is smiling thoughtlessly. It's because that trash is smiling thoughtlessly, as if there was no one he couldn't save. Oh, I'm so glad we could talk. It's great. Thanks, Midoriya. I don't have to do anything different. Shigaraki cheered as he finally believed he had the answer he was looking for. But Izuku now had a question for him. You said you had a fascination with me. If so, why do you want to kill me? Shigaraki began laughing maniacally. I don't want to kill you. Oh, what would I do without you? Go back to playing garbage video games all day. No, and no. No, you complete me. Izuku confusingly frowned. You're garbage who just kills for the hell of it and just because it's fun. You even admitted it was all a game to you. How do I complete you, if we're nothing alike? Shigaraki grit his teeth as he tightened his hold on Izuku. Don't talk like you're one of them. You're not. Even if you would like to be. To them, you're just a freak like me. They need you right now, but when they don't, they will cast you out. Like a leper. See, their morals and their code, it's all just a facade. A bad joke. We've dropped at the first sign of trouble. They are only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these, civilized people and so-called heroes, they will eat each other. You see, I'm not a monster as you probably believe. I'm just ahead of the curve. Izuku balled his fists in anger. That's a lie. Everything you just said is a lie. Oh really? How about we test that up? The only sensible way to live in this world is without rules. And you will break your rule. No. I will keep my ideals no matter what. I made a vow to be a hero who will save everyone with a smile. I told this to the hero killer and I will say, to you, I will not allow myself to cross that line. I don't care what you or anyone else says. Do we live in a corrupt society? Sure, but that doesn't give you the right to just do whatever you want. You have to be strong and do the right thing. Even if it costs you? Are you sure about that? Big words, but what good will they do? You can't change this SHT whole of a society. You can't do nothing. Nothing to do with all of your strength. Oh yeah. You want to go? I can beat you on any day of the week. Izuku said arrogantly. It seems as though you still don't understand. You said that you will never cross that line, right? No matter what. Well, answer me this question. What if I killed the person you loved and cared for most in this world? And what if I kept on hurting the people close to you? And not only that, what if I hurt and kill countless civilians? Countless innocent lives. Thousands, millions, billions. I just keep going and going. And the only way to stop me is to kill me. Would you do it? Would you break your one rule and your moral code to save billions? Or will you stick to it and not let yourself lose to the temptation and indirectly cause the deaths of countless innocents? Shigaraki asked Izuku. Izuku was speechless. What was he supposed to say? Should he kill him? He did say he would save everyone. And by killing Tamura he would be doing just that. Or is it? Some people are beyond saving. But did that mean Izuku should just give up? If he stays true to his deals and doesn't cross the line he knows he will never come back from, it will only cause more death and destruction. Does he really want that? Izuku finally decided to answer Tamura's question. I'll do the right thing. I will find a way by saving everyone and stopping you without killing. That's what real heroes do. In the face of adversity, they find a way to prevail. They always win. And the villains always lose. Izuku replied determined. But what if there isn't a way? What if you have to make that choice? It's one or the other. There is no in between. What will you do then? When the whole world is against you? Shigaraki asked. It took 5 minutes of silence before Izuku finally came up with an answer. I don't know. Tamura smugly grinned. That's what I thought. Not even the purest hero in the world has an answer. That just proves my point. Why would you follow rules? Why have morals? Why be restricted to order when you can have true freedom with chaos? I'm an agent of chaos. And you're an agent of the order. We attract and complete each other. I believe we are destined to do this forever. A never-ending battle. I won't kill you. You won't kill you. Neither of us will break. And we will leave a path of death and destruction in our wake. And by the end of it, we will be all alone, together, writhing in our misery. Win or lose, death will be your prize. How cruel fate can be. Suddenly, Izuku angrily stomped on the floor. I ain't dying. You think that's my fate? Well, screw that. I'm gonna smash it into pieces. Shigaraki just stared at Izuku with his mouth agape. He then started going into a hysterical fit of laughter. He started to unintentionally choke Izuku as he laughed his heart out. You really are something else, aren't you, kid? You're gonna smash fate. Obviously, you don't understand how the world truly works. As for me, I accepted my cursed fate ever since I was 4 years old. Do you know why? Because I simply had no choice in the all. That is the very essence of fate. As you will see sooner or later. Shigaraki then looked towards the sky. The next time we meet, it will be a battle to the death. We will see what choice you will make by then. But just know, I am going to do everything in my power to destroy this current horrid society we live in and kill as many people as I can, in order for you to see the reality of the world we live in. I know you're going to try to stop me. So be it. This is war. Deku-kun. Both Izuku and Tamura looked towards the source of the voice, and saw one Achiko and Uraraka looked at both of them curiously. Is that your friend? Tamura smirked at Achiko evilly. Now what do we have here? Is she your girlfriend? Huh, Deku-kun. Achiko widened her eyes. Get your hands. It's nothing. I'm fine. So don't come close. Izuku pleaded. He didn't want an innocent to get involved with his mess. Tamura then let go of Izuku. Sorry about that. I didn't know you were on a date with your girlfriend. I'm off then. Shigaraki then got up from the bench. If you follow me, then I'll get angry. I don't think you want to see me energy. He then started walking away. Remember what I told you. This is war. Achiko immediately checked on Izuku. Deku-kun. Are you okay? Wait. Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura stopped walking. What is all for one after? All for one? Achiko questioned. Who knows? More importantly, you should be careful. We will fight. And you will have to make that decision. I can't wait for that day. And with that he disappeared into the crowd. Deku-kun, what is he talking about? What decision will you be forced to make? Achiko asked worryingly. Izuku stood up from the bench. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. He began to walk away. Where are you going? I need some time to think. Sorry. Tell the others that something came up with my mom. Don't tell anyone what you just saw. Not to our classmates, teachers, the police, and no one. But Deku-kun dash, I'll see you later. Izuku then blasted off flying to the sky. Izuku angrily opened the door to the gravity chamber as he threw his bag to the wall, knocking over various objects. I've never ran away before, from anything. And this sucks. I've won all of the battles and never came close to winning the war. Izuku stomped over to the gravity settings and started to make some adjustments. But Tamura Shigaraki did make one mistake. Now I know there is a war. So bring it on. Izuku then finished adjusting the gravity machine as the computer began to speak. Now enabling 100 times Earth's gravity. 10 hours later, Izuku panted as sweat and blood trickled down his body. He had been training under 100 times Earth's gravity for 10 hours straight. He discarded his shirt and was now lying on the floor breathless. He then heard his phone started to ring. He struggled to get up. He took a senzu bean from his pouch and ate it. Immediately all of his injuries healed and his stamina was completely restored. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it read skeleton. I wonder Toshinori-sensei wants at this hour? He picked up the phone. Hey, what's going on? Izuku listened to Toshinori talk for a couple of moments until eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. Wait a minute. Island. You seem strangely happy. Is it because the League of Villains is growing steadily? That's not it, Doctor. It is because Tamura Shigaraki has conviction now. The League of Villains needs people who approve of his convictions. I will have him decide everything. If he asks for help, then I will save him, of course. I have even been preparing for that time. In order for him to become the next me. Oh, by the way, Esther, I have just received word from Wolfram and his crew. They are ready to initiate the plan. All for One smirked. Yes? Beware. All Might. Izuku Midoriya. The revolution will soon begin. California, USA. There was bustling streets filled to the brim with people. These people were doing everyday activities such as shopping, chatting amongst each other, or just taking the time to relax as they enjoy their short and precious lives. All of a sudden, there was a loud explosion near the casino. A large green figure was seen emerging from the smoke at high speeds with what seems like bags of money. It's a villain. Citizens began to cry out as they ran away to safety. Run away. As the smoke cleared, another villain could be seen riding atop of the green one. He had red spandex and gray-like hair. His nose was pointed and he was laughing hysterically. I'll take that $10 million. The job's a piece of cake. The two villains seemed to have just committed a heist and robbed the casino. The red spandex-wearing villain thought they have struck gold until his partner warned him of something. Bro, we got cops incoming. Their whole pathway was cut off as police cars appeared on the crosswalk of the street. They were all armed with handguns. At the same time, two pro heroes arrived on the scene and landed in front of the cops. That's it, villains. One hero said, whose hero costume consisted of a black full bodysuit with yellow streaks and a red cape. His quirk seemed to be electric-based as he shot yellow lightning towards the large green villain. This stopped said villain right at his tracks. And it, cow lady? A blonde voluptuous female hero proceeded to transform into a super-powered cow and rush towards the villains. Calm down. Like hell I will. The red spandex villain fired rockets which distracted the heroes and the police. This allowed them a window of time to get out of their line of sight. They jumped over a city block and was about to land on a car that was filled with a family of 4. Papa! Look out! The young daughter cried out. You're in the way. The villain shouted as he was about to crush them. But before he could do that, a yellow bolt appeared out of nowhere as the figure punched the villain right in the stomach. The impact of the blow sent the two villains across multiple city blocks. The family in the car looked to see who it was that saved them and was surprised by what they saw. It's fine now. What? The figure turned out and revealed 2 sparkling blue eyes, sunlit blonde hair with 2 strands pointed on top along with an unforgettable smile. Because I am here. The 2 children smiled in amazement at the hulk of a man before them. His name was Toshinori Yagi, later to be known as All Might, in the prime of his youth. Hey man, who the hell are you? The skinny villain shouted in annoyance. He was about to have the biggest score of his life and this blondie just ruined it. Young All Might grinned, just a hero from Japan who happened to pass by. Huh. Then I'll send you back home. In a coffin. The villain proceeded to fire the same rockets from earlier. All Might simply crossed his arms and pushed them forward, creating gusts of wind that caused the rockets to implode. Who said he was going to send me back? All Might looked to see that the villains were gone. He then saw them at the other side of the block attempting to make their escape. You're so fast at running away. Just then, a red tech car appeared in the air. You went too far ahead, Toshi. The car landed beside All Might. The young hero then jumped inside. He got away. Follow him, Dave. Your body moves before you think, as usual. The man who said this had long wavy brown hair with sharp blue eyes. This was Toshinori Yagi's best friend and support mechanic, David Shield. David drove the car towards where the villains ran off to. They saw them in their sights. Bro, a car is following us. The large green villain warned his partner. DMN heroes? His partner exclaimed as he fired more rockets towards the car. David had a counter for this though, and fire rockets of his own. This rockets shot out bubbles which enclosed around the villain's rockets. What the hell? The villains proceed to jump over the street in an attempt to put distance between them and All Might. Toshi, we're going to be late for the lecture. Hurry up and finish this. David yelled to his best friend. That's the plan, Dave. All Might jumped out of the car and went flying straight towards the villains who were crawling up a large building. You just keep coming, huh? The red villain screamed in anger as he launched even more rockets at the future symbol of peace. Detroit. Smash. The signature smash effectively took care of the rockets. It also created an area of effect with the surrounding air pressure and that caused the green villain to slow down. All Might noticed that more rockets were fired and thus he deflected them. Among the clouds of smoke, he quickly changed out of his civilian clothes into his young age hero gear. I'll end it with this move, Dave, the move named after your home state. David gave a thumbs up. Go, California. The villain rushed towards All Might attempting to kill him in one bite with his sharp teeth. Smash. All Might hit the villain right on the forehead. This sent the villain straight tumbling down onto the street below, with enough force to shake the very planet itself. Dust was blown as US dollar bills were flying everywhere. When the smoke cleared, it was revealed that both of the villains were knocked down in a huge crater, lying in a puddle of the cash they stole. All Might began laughing victoriously from the roof of the building. Who's that hero? I've never seen him. But he's amazing. Many civilians started to praise All Might for his heroic deed. He's an exchange student from Japan. His hero name is All Might. David explained with a smug grin. All Might. David gazed at All Might. He's the man who will someday soon become the symbol of peace. After the commotion settled down, All Might and David got back in the car and continued to drive off to their destination. Thank you, Dave. Thanks to the suit you made, we can make it in time. Let's hurry. If we're late again, we won't have enough credits. David replied as he didn't want to fail his class. Suddenly the radio started to speak. San Francisco Airport Flight UA-857 has been hijacked. Dave, we have to go and help. All Might pleaded. No, it is too reckless. All Might continued to stare at David, unyielding and passionate in his drive. David lightly chuckled. You can't not help them. All Might smirked and looked straight ahead. Let's go, Dave. Yeah. It's really tough being a hero, though. I'll buy you lunch today. And that young Izuku is how I made my debut here in America? Toshinori bellowed as he dramatically raised his arms up in the air. That is so cool. Izuku fanboyed with stars in his eyes. I always rewatched the video of your debut in Japan over and over again as a kid, but there has never been recorded footage of your debut in America. It is common knowledge that you once transferred over to America for an extended PRD of time, but hearing you tell the story firsthand is so amazing. Currently, Izuku and Toshinori were on a private jet headed to I-Island for I-Expo, an international event where heroes from all over gathered together to see the latest advancements in support tech. All Might received an invitation from his longtime friend, David Shield, and it said that he could bring one person with him. Of course, the symbol of peace decided to bring his successor, the ninth bearer of One for All, Izuku Midoriya. Man, I definitely got to put more practice in that California smash. From the way you told it in the story, that sounded like it packed a huge punch. Izuku exclaimed as he imitated said smash by lightly punching the air. I'm sure with enough training, you will get it down packed in no time. You have already impressed me with what you showed so far in the final exams. Toshinori replied as he remembered the performance that both Izuku and Katsuki displayed in their final exams. Of course, those two greatly exceeded the expectations of all of the UH staff. They had no idea that the two rivals could push All Might to the extent that he did in those exams. He certainly wasn't expecting that New York smash at the end which left a bruise on All Might's cheek. "Oh, you have no idea," Izuku said mentally as he was secretly referencing to the training he did in the gravity chamber. After the conversation he had with Tamura Shigaraki at the mall, he immediately flew to Kame Island in a fit of rage that he never felt before. He felt so defeated. It was like everything he believed in and everything he stood for was crumbling away. He hated that feeling. He hated the fact that Tamura had the nerve to challenge him on his ideals. The ideals he held so true to his heart ever since he could remember. He focused all of that rage and frustration into training. He finally went up to 100 times Earth's natural gravity. He wanted to push himself and get much stronger and to prove to Tamura Shigaraki that he was the better man. He felt confident in his progression in the gravity chamber. So confident that he felt as though he could take on pretty much anyone. The Scion pride was definitely taking an effect on Izuku's psyche. But even with all of the power that he has attained, he still couldn't get that conversation with the leader of the League of Villains out of his DMN head. For some reason, it stuck with him, strong. So much so that Toshinori began to notice an upsetting look on his successor's face. "What has you troubled, young Midoriya?" Izuku perked up at the call of his name. "Is it that obvious?" "Very. I can sense an unease within you. You've been that way for the entire plane ride. Did something happen recently?" Izuku shook his head. No, it's nothing really. It's just that." Izuku looked at Toshinori in the eyes with a serious expression. Toshinori said, "I have a question. And I want you to answer this question with 100% sincere honesty. You think you can do that?" Toshinori nodded. "Oh, but of course. I have nothing to hide from you, son. And you know I don't lie." Izuku sighed. "Hey, here goes." Izuku clenched his fists. "To kill someone to save the world. Is that really the right thing to do?" Toshinori widened his eyes at the question. Where in the hell did that come from? The pure and heroic Izuku Midoriya asking such a thing. Was he considering killing somebody? Has he been on the internet for too long and neglecting his training? Toshinori had so many questions. The symbol of peace cleared his throat as he took his time in answering the question. He honestly didn't know where to begin. Well, young Izuku, that really isn't an easy question to answer. That can depend on many different factors. For instance, who's to say we even need to necessarily kill the person? There may be another way to solve the situation. I obviously don't condone an act such as murder. I don't believe in that. It is immoral in my opinion. I believe there is good in everyone. Even the most vile of people. There is always hope, no matter how small it is, for redemption. I have personally seen it happen. If you take the life of another human being, you are effectively robbing them of that chance of redemption. That is what I believe anyway. Toshinori then adopted a more somber expression as he chose his next words very carefully. However, we also must face reality. No matter how strong we heroes may deny it, we cannot save everyone. I can do hero work 24 hours a day, but that still wouldn't be enough. There can be someone in dire need right now as we speak. But it is impossible for us to help them at the moment. Because we all have a limit to what we can do. No matter how strong we try, there will always be people we cannot reach. Suddenly, Toshinori adopted a heroic smile. However, there are people that we can reach. And it is our duty, no, our responsibility, for us to do absolutely everything in our power to help who we can. That is what a hero is supposed to represent. A hero is supposed to be a pillar that people look up to, and that no matter what, they can always depend on that pillar. But of course this is just my view and how I see things. As you continue forth in your journey, you may encounter many different things than I, and this may cause you to have a different interpretation on what a hero is supposed to be and represent. And that is completely fine. But always remember this, Izuku. No matter what happens, no matter how strong things may get, even if it seems like the whole world is against you, you are not alone. You can be strong individually, yes, but true strength comes from the bonds that you formed with people on your journey. Your power will always derive from that source. You can't do everything on your own. Sometimes, the strength of one's character is revealed when they realize that they need help, and they ask for it. Always remember that, Izuku. Never forget it. Toshinori took one final breath before he finished his piece. So to answer your original question, whether killing someone to save the world is the right thing to do, I'm afraid I can't give you a clear answer that you are searching for. But I can tell you this, that is something you are going to have to figure out on your own on your path. You are going to decide for yourself what is right and what is wrong. What defines a hero and a villain? Does any of that even matter? That is all up to you, my boy. I may not have the answer, but I'm absolutely confident that you will find it. There is no doubt in my mind. I'm certain of it. Toshinori finished his speech, as Izuku processed the words of his predecessor. It gave him a lot to think about. Does he even know what a hero is truly meant to represent? Well, he thought he did, until his talk with Tamura. Man, he really can't get that incident out his head, can he? His whole idealism has been warping and he can't exactly see why. Oh. Yeah, I doubt anybody can help me with what is going on right now. I'm just going to have to keep on training and training in order to get stronger, so that the next time me and Tamura meet, I beat him into the ground. Izuku gave Toshinori a semi-forced smile. Thank you, sensei. I'll keep that in mind. The green-haired scion then looked out towards the window and his eyes lit up in excitement. Hey, Toshinori-sensei, look. We can see it. The artificial moving city inhabited by over 10,000 scientists, island. Outside the window, one could see a clear blue ocean, and in the middle of it was a circular island, and in the distance, you can make out an entire large city within the confines of the island. It's like a dream come true to be able to go to Island right at the beginning of summer vacation. Izuku's tail began to wag as his fanboyism began to excel to new levels. Toshinori chuckled, I didn't think you'd be that excited. I'm glad I invited you. Izuku frowned, but is it really okay for me to come with you? Oh, there's no need to hold back. The invitation said I could bring a companion. But isn't that usually meant for family dash? Toshinori held his index finger up to stop Izuku from continuing. Remember, my boy, we are connected by something thicker than BLD, aren't we? The bond of one for all. Izuku felt the energy of one for all deep inside him and smiled. Yes, you're right. My bad. Just then, the plane operator began to talk through the speakers. This plane will soon begin its descent to Island. Toshinori got up and made sure that nobody was watching before beginning to transform. Now, it's about to get pretty exhausting. Because once I arrive, All Might fully transformed and took off his civilian clothes to reveal his hero gear underneath, must maintain my muscle form constantly. Now, young Midoriya, you changed too. You asked the school if you could bring your hero costume, right? Yes. Deku, the Golden Scion hero of Hope Movie 1. 2 Heroes Island Airport, we will now begin the immigration inspection. Izuku and All Might, both in their hero costumes, proceed to pass through the gates of the airports as their things are inspected. As they were passing through, All Might spoke up. Here's a question for you, young Midoriya. Why was this artificial island created? Izuku placed his thumb on his chin as he began to think. Let's Sito create a place where the world's talents could gather and research quirks and develop items. The island was made mobile in order to protect the scientists and their research from villains. The security system is equivalent to Tartarus, and no villain has ever committed a crime here before. All Might gave Izuku a thumbs up. You really know a lot about this stuff. There was an audible ding as the scanners finished their inspection. The immigration inspection is complete. Currently on Island, we are having the pre-opening of Expo, an exposition showcasing the results of various research and development. If you received an invitation, please come and take a look. Izuku first laid his eyes on the interior of the island and he was nothing short of amazed. The architecture was so advanced and there were so many unique colors. One can notice a lot of different inventions and tech going around as people experimented on them. I can't believe so many people are here even before they officially open to the public. All Might commented. Seeing it in person, you can tell how amazing it is. Unlike Japan, People are allowed to use their quirks as they wish on Island. Apparently, there are a lot of attractions in the pavilions that use quirks. You should go visit them later. Okay. Now let's see. The hotel is... All Might seemed to be looking for the directions to the hotel in his phone. Just then, a young brunette came to greet the teacher-student duo. Welcome to iExpo. With All Might. Izuku Midoriya. The brunette yelled out as other people heard her as well. All Might. The #1 pro hero. Hey, that green hair and tail. That's gotta be Midoriya from UA. The winner of this year's sports festival. It's really them. Wow. In a matter of moments, Izuku and All Might were surrounded by swarms of fans and reporters, who eagerly wanted an autograph and interview respectively. Thank you for such a warm welcome. Line up for autographs. Sometime later. I didn't think we'd be stopped for that long. We were about to be late. Izuku panted. Do you deal with this on the regular? And what do you mean late? Late to what? He was clearly overwhelmed by the attention. He still wasn't used to it yet. Yeah, I wanted to have a reunion with an old friend that I haven't seen in a while. Sorry, but would you mind coming with me? Toshinori-sensei's friend, of course I'll go. Izuku exclaimed as he was curious as to who was All Might's friend. All Might leaned in close to whisper. I haven't told him about One for All or how I've passed the quirk on to you, so keep that in mind. It's even a secret from your friend. It's because danger follows around those who know the secret of One for All. I see. That's true. One for All is that important of a secret. It must be because of All for One. Izuku thought as Tamura also began to flood his mind again. This is war. Izuku was cut off from his musings when he heard a strange sound. He looked up to see a figure approaching him and All Might. The figure seemed to be approaching them in a pogo stick. Uncle Toshinori. The figure then jumped towards the arms of All Might, who smiled and caught them in a big hug. Oh, Melissa. All Might bellowed. Long time no see. I'm so happy you came. Thank you for inviting me. But man, I almost didn't recognize you. You're all grown up now. I'm 17 now. I'm heavier than I used to be, aren't I? Not at all. All Might laughed as he lifted her up and then put her down. Izuku stared at the scene with wide eyes. What the hell is going on here? I'm glad you seem well as usual, Uncle Toshinori. Sorry I'm late. I was so focused on my experiment that I lost track of time. She's Toshinori-sensei's old friend. She doesn't seem to be the right age. Could it be her quirk? The person in question that Izuku was talking about is a young voluptuous woman with a seemingly perfect hourglass figure with curves in all the right places. She had long blonde hair that went past her shoulders and stopped towards her lower back. She had appealing azure blue eyes that resembled the ocean. She wore glasses and her outfit consisted of a white undershirt with a red top and orange ribbon. She had gray shorts along with red spotted leggings and brown cowgirl boots. She wore a watch on her left wrist. She was blessed with an ample bosom that could greatly rival Momo's. Her plump but made her all the more irresistible. She was easily one of the most gorgeous women that Izuku had ever seen, if not the most gorgeous. This young lady's name is Melissa Shield, the daughter of David Shield. For some reason, Izuku felt attracted to Melissa. Not in the physical sense, she's definitely attractive in that regard, but there was something pulling him towards her. Like they shared something in common within, but Izuku couldn't quite put his finger on it. But he could sense it. There was no denying it. What is this sensation? Oh right, where is Dave? All Might's question broke Izuku out of his daze. He's in his lab. It looks like he finished the first stage of some research he'd been working on for many years, so I invited you to this island as a surprise to celebrate that. Melissa said with a wink. Is that what it was? By the way, what was Dave researching this time? He said it's confidential and won't even tell me. Scientists have it strong too. Izuku was visibly getting annoyed as he felt like he was being ignored and forgotten due to their prolonged conversation. All Might noticed this and diverted his attention to his pupil. Oh, young Midoriya, she's my good friend's daughter. Melissa took that cue to introduce herself. I'm Melissa Shield. You must be the boy that Uncle Toshinori has spoken so fondly of. Izuku Midoriya, right? I saw your performance in the sports festival. Nice to meet you. Melissa gave Izuku a cheery smile as she extended her hand out to him. Uncle Toshinori. Izuku returned her smile. Is that how it is? What? Oh, nothing. Izuku exclaimed. He then shook Melissa's hand. And nice to meet you. I am Izuku Midoriya, a first year in the hero course at U8 High School. Ah yes, UA. Then your Uncle Toshinori's? Yes, I am his student. He's going to be a spectacular hero. In the future. All Might boasted with pride. Melissa gasped, wow, I can't believe you're Uncle Toshinori's student. You've got a promising future. Izuku shook his head rapidly. No, I'm still in training, Your quirk is a power type, right? Melissa suddenly asked as she walked towards Izuku and began inspecting him. Izuku shouted, surprised at how close she got. Your hero costume is cool, but it is a very unorthodox design. I have never seen anything like it. I don't see any support items either. Melissa took a closer look at Izuku's scion armor. So close. Izuku internally panicked at the close proximity of an admitting, very cute girl who was also around his age. Melissa then noticed Izuku's right hand, which was still bruised from his overuse of Kaioken in the final exams. She traced her soft fingers over the bruise, which made Izuku's face resemble a strawberry. Maybe you should refine your costume. All Might cleared his throat to get their attention. Melissa, it's about time. Oh, I'm sorry. I got distracted. She took her pogo stick and transmitted it back into her watch. We gotta hurry up and make Papa happy. This way, Uncle Toshinori. Melissa said as she ran ahead. Izuku and All Might just shrugged at each other and chuckled as they followed the blonde bombshell. We were able to get into the expo with no problem. So when will the goods arrive? A deep and melancholic voice asked into his cell phone. Please come get it at 3 p.m. at gate 66. I understand. He then hung up the smile as he gave off a twisted and evil smirk. We're going to turn this whole SHT upside down. And they will all know the name. Wolfram. In a very advanced scientific lab, David Shield was in a daze as he stared at an old picture of All Might in his young age costume. He was posing with his right fist pointing towards the sky, symbolizing that he will strike down even the sky if it endangered any innocent. David sighed as he reminisced the good old days. Things were so much simpler then. I wonder how you are doing right now, Toshi. David mumbled. He had cut his hair shorter and now wore glasses like his daughter. He currently had on a blue button shirt and white dress pants. Professor David. David was knocked out of his daze to see one of his assistants standing in the doorway. I've finished cleaning up here too. The assistant said with a smile. Really? Thanks, Sam. David said as he and Sam walked out of the room. Why don't you go have lunch with your daughter sometime? Sam asked as he noticed that David had been working really strong lately and wasn't spending much time for himself. She went to the academy too. David replied. Oh really? I thought they had a break for iExpo. She's doing some independent research. She says it's her biggest invention yet. She's a really strong worker. David said with a tone of fatherly pride. But of course. I am Papa's daughter. I can't help being like him. Melissa appeared through the doorway, in front of David and Sam. Melissa. David said confusingly. Wasn't she supposed to be in the academy? Hello, Mississippi. Sam politely greeted her. Hello, Sam. Thanks for always taking care of Papa, who does nothing but research all the time. Melissa said as she bowed. I can't say anything to that. David replied sheepishly. More importantly, what are you doing here? To celebrate you completing the first stage of your research, I invited a certain person. Melissa said with a cheerful grin. A certain person? Someone you love, Papa? Melissa motioned behind her as David's eyes widened to see exactly who it was. I am here. Shaking with emotion from our reunion. David's jaw dropped. Toshi? All Might. The real thing? Sam asked in shock as he didn't expect the #1 pro hero to appear right in front of his eyes. All Might brought David into a big I came all this way just to see you, Dave. Well, were you surprised? Melissa asked her father. Why? Very surprised. David said with a smile as he recovered from All Might's bone-crushing hug. We both need to thank Melissa. Man, how long has it been? Oh, don't remind me about how old I am. Neither one of us wants to think about that, do we? Yeah, that's true. They then both began to laugh hysterically. I'm glad I could see you, Dave. All Might said sincerely. I'm glad to see you too, All Might. David replied with just as much sincerity as they gave each other a fist bump. All Might turned to Izuku, who was standing in the back, watching their whole reunion unfold. Young Midoriya, let me introduce you to one of my best friends, David Shield Dash. I know who he is. Professor David Shield. Izuku exclaimed as he started shaking with fanboy excitement. A top scientist in quirk research who received a Nobel Quirk Prize. He was All Might's partner when he lived in America, and for All Might's hero costumes, Young Age, Bronze Age, Silver Age, and Golden Age. He was the genius inventor who created all of those. I never thought I'd be able to meet him in person. Izuku quickly moved in front of David, invading his personal space. I'm so moved. Melissa witnessed Izuku's fanboy outburst and couldn't help but chuckle. He's so adorable. David was impressed with Izuku's knowledge. It looks like I don't need to introduce myself. Izuku immediately bowed down. I'm sorry. It's just Dash. No, it's fine. David said. All Might silently coughed into his fist. David noticed the silent action and took that as a cue. It has been a long time since I last saw All Might. Can you give us some time to talk alone? Izuku nodded nervously. Oh, sure. Melissa, please show young Izuku here around iExpo. David asked his daughter. Okay, Papa. Wait, really? Izuku asked in shock. Melissa nodded as she smiled at Izuku. I'm honored to be able to go with a future hero. Let's go. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. Izuku said as he and Melissa walked out to begin their tour. So, what should I call you? Midoriya. Izuku. Melissa asked the green-haired scion as they walked down the hall. Please call me that. Izuku said with a confident smile. Deku. That's a strange nickname. Melissa replied curiously. It's not just a nickname. It is my hero name. It is the name that is going to inspire hope into people. Because that is the hero I want to become. The hero of hope. Izuku replied with a determined look on his face as he clenched his fists. Melissa raised her eyebrows in wonder. Wow, so that's what it means. You can call me Melissa. Sam, you go rest it. David said as the assistant nodded and left All Might and David alone. Smoke started to erupt from All Might as he got into a coughing fit. He then reverted back to his true form. Hey, are you all right, Toshi? David asked concerningly. Thanks. The amount of time I can keep muscle form has gotten even shorter, Toshinori stated as he covered his mouth. You told me about your symptoms over email, but I didn't realize it had gotten so bad. David said as he wondered how could Toshi get to this point. Wow, this is amazing. Izuku exclaimed as he gazed upon the attractions of Island. Looking at it like this, it is strong to believe that this is a man-made island. We have all the facilities of a large city. Just about all we can't do is travel. Melissa replied as she and Izuku strolled around the island, sightseeing. Really? It's because all the scientists and their families have a duty to confidentiality to keep information from leaking, Melissa explained. The island could not risk villains infiltrating it, so that is why they had to put that system in place. Wow. It's the monster hero, Godzilla. Izuku yelled as a huge monster like Pro Hero came walking by. It greatly resembles the fictional Godzilla character. It's my first time seeing the real thing. A random civilian shouted. His quirk's amazing. Oh, he must have been invited by a sponsor, Melissa said as she looked around to see many pro heroes on the island. To show off their new items and sign autographs and stuff. It looks like there are a lot of different events. Expo's amazing, Izuku exclaimed. Godzilla threw a peace sign at the fans. He then looked towards Izuku. Hey kid, you're that UA. First year right? The winner of the sports festival. Why yes sir. Izuku nervously said as he didn't expect the monster hero to even notice him, given his size. Godzilla grinned, "Keep up the good work, kid. As soon as you graduate, look up my agency. I would definitely want to take you under my wing. But given how talented and strong you are, you will probably have set up your own agency." Many of the other pro heroes took notice of the conversation and immediately formed a crowd around Izuku. "Kid, join my agency when you graduate?" "No, join mine." "Don't join either of theirs. They are low rate compared to me. I'm sure I will give you the exposure you need to become a famous pro." The heroes all attempted to persuade Izuku to join under them, but the young hero in training was getting very uncomfortable due to the amount of attention he was getting. "It seems as though your reputation precedes you, huh, Deku-kun?" Melissa chuckled at Izuku's nervousness. "There's a party with all the industry guests tonight, too. But you'll be at that too, right? Since you came with Uncle Toshinori. Was that why Toshinori-sensei told me to bring formal clothes?" Izuku thought as he was actively avoiding the crowd of pro heroes that were attempting to court him. "Oh, Deku-kun. You should definitely check out that pavilion," Melissa said as she pointed to a large blue building. Izuku then saw fangirls with hearts in their eyes making their way towards him, probably with the intent on asking for his number and other things he rather not think about. "Yeah, let's get out of here. See you all later." So many of the newest hero items in one place. Izuku yelled in delight as both he and Melissa were in a gallery of many expensive hero items. "Deku-kun, look at this." Melissa pointed to a small battle plane. The multipurpose beagle can fly, of course, but it can also move underwater. "Wow." Melissa then showed him an advanced swimming suit. "You can wear this diving suit up to 7,000 meters in the deep sea. So deep." She then showed him headgear. "These goggles are equipped with 36 different sensors. I can see too much." Izuku yelled as multiple screens appeared in front of his eyes. Actually, almost everything here was created based on things Papa's patented. Melissa stated as many people gathered to see the luxurious invention based on the legendary David Shield's work. "Wow, that's amazing." Izuku said, amazed at David's level of genius. Melissa nodded. "Each and every item here helps heroes around the world in their work." Izuku smiled. "You really respect your dad, don't you?" Melissa gave a cherry smile as a hint of blush appeared on her cheeks. "That's because it is my dream to become a scientist like him." "Oh, speaking of which, you go to the academy here, right?" Izuku asked. "Yes, I am in my 3rd year. The Island Academy is where all those who want to become scientists want to go, right?" Izuku asked as visible excitement appeared on his face. Melissa shook her head. "I've still got a long way to go. I need to study more." Izuku looked at the palm of his hand. "I need to work harder to become a great hero too. Just like Toshinori-sensei." Izuku then got flashbacks to his final exams. He didn't like to admit it, but for a good deal of that exam, he did kind of get his butt handed to him. It just showed him that he still had a long way to go. But now, he felt all the more confident in his abilities after the rigorous training he did under 100 times gravity. Melissa tilted her head at Izuku. "You really love Uncle Toshinori, don't you? You were so enthusiastic earlier. It surprised me." Melissa smiled as she put her hand near her mouth. "Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it," Izuku said sheepishly as he got so embarrassed. A light trace of a blush started to appear on his face. For some reason, seeing Melissa's smile made his heart skip a beat. He never experienced such a feeling before. What is this sensation? Izuku asked himself as he wasn't accustomed to this feeling. "You look like you're having fun, Deku-kun." Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized that voice and key signature. Him turning around only confirmed his suspicions. "Oh, Achiko-chan. What are you doing here? You look like you're having fun," Achiko repeated with an emotionless tone and expression. She stared scarily into Izuku's eyes as said green-haired boy felt a shiver go down his spine. "You said it again," Izuku exclaimed. He did not like the look she was giving him. Ahem. Izuku looked towards his left to see another familiar face. "Momo-chan. You looked like you were having a lot of fun." Momo copied what Achiko said with the same exact tone and expression. They were both giving Izuku looks that made him fear for his life. He didn't even know what he did wrong. Midoriya. I overheard. It did sound like you were having a lot of fun, Kyokajiro said as her earphone jacks twirled. She gave Izuku a similar look as the two female students previous to her. Her voice held the same contempt. Jiro's earphone jack is something to be feared. Izuku thought fearfully as all three girls sent shivers down his spine. They all held a similar look. It looked similar to jealousy. Are they your friends? Melissa asked curiously. Yeah, they are my classmates from school. And it looks like there's a bit of misunderstanding, Izuku said sheepishly. He put his arms up defensively. Melissa is just showing me around the expo. That's right. My papa and uncle might are they. Izuku yelled in panic out of nowhere. He took Melissa aside and whispered to her. Please, don't tell them that I came here with Tashina-sensei. Why not? Melissa asked in confusion. What was wrong with his classmates knowing he came here with his teacher? There are reasons, Izuku pleaded as he put his hands together in a praying motion. All right. Melissa nodded in understanding. She concluded that there are probably personal reasons for it. She understood and respected Izuku's privacy and decided to not dig into his personal life. When Izuku and Melissa came back to where the three girls were standing, they were all giving Melissa a jealous stare. Melissa didn't even notice while Izuku knew he was going to have nightmares about those stares later tonight. Do you want to go have tea at a cafe? Melissa asked politely as all three girls nodded. They made their way to the cafe but not without giving Izuku and Melissa one last glare. What did I do? Izuku cried mentally. Oh, you all have had experience working with pro heroes? Melissa asked in wonder. Currently all 5 of the teens were sitting down at a table outside the cafe, with their beverages. Achiko waved her hands in a no motion, just training and going on patrol. I got caught up in an incident, but all I did was to evacuate people. Nothing too amazing. Kyoka said as she took a sip from her drink. That's still amazing, Melissa exclaimed. She was astounded that kids even younger than her got to experience something like that. For some reason, I ended up being in a TV commercial? Momo said with an embarrassed blush. She still remembered what she and Itsuka went through on her internship with the snake hero, Iwabami. You can't do that normally. That's wonderful. I had to climb Mount Everest with one arm, without using my quirk and an old man on my back. Izuku grumbled as he still remembered Gran Torino's hellish training. Now that's just crazy. Melissa yelled in shock. The other girls giggled at her reaction. Tomorrow, we're planning on going to the pavilion where the Academy's exhibit is, Jiro stated. I'm really looking forward to it, Achiko added. Izuku sighed. Oh good? It looks like the misunderstanding is cleared up. Melissa, do you have something there too? Momo asked. Yes, of course. Izuku noticed a beverage being placed on the table. Thanks for waiting. Izuku smiled. I know that voice from anywhere. Kaminari. And Mineta. Said boys were revealed with waiter outfits as they served Izuku's drink. What are you two doing here? Izuku asked as he gave both of them a fist bump. Well, they needed some temporary staff for the expo, so we applied. Kaminari explained. We can go see the expo on our breaks and we get paid. And maybe we can even have wonderful meetings with the cute girls who are attending. Mineta said as he and Kaminari looked at Melissa lecherously. They then pulled Izuku aside and began whispering. Hey Midoriya, where did you meet that hottie? Kaminari asked as he had a perverted grin and blush. Introduce us. Introduce us. Mineta said as one could see the drool leaking from his mouth. Guys, we literally just met. Calm down please. We are in a very prestigious event right now. As you class president, I ask you two to be on your best behavior. You can't pull the same shenanigans here that you do at school, Izuku said with an annoyed frown. He usually didn't really mind Mineta and Kamianri's perverted antics and would actually laugh at some of the stuff they pulled. But for some reason, when they mentioned Melissa and started to look at her that way, he felt a rush of anger take over for a split second. But as quickly as it appeared, it disappeared. Izuku could not explain it. He didn't know. But he wanted to find out. Do they also go to UA? Melissa whispered to Momo. That's right. Kaminari said as and Mineta posed. We're going to be heroes. Mineta said as he tried to look cool, but it probably wasn't being as effective as he thought it was. What are you standing around talking for? If you're going to take the money, then work harder. Kaminari and Mineta screamed as a silver blur rushed by them. Titenya. Izuku yelled. You're here, Toom Okako asked as she wasn't expecting to see the engine quirk user at this event. I come from a family of heroes, so we received an invitation from iExpo. It was none other than Tenya Ida as he waved his arms robotically. But my family was busy, so I'm the only one who came. Yuto Ida. I also received invitations because my father holds shares of iExpo's sponsor stock. Momo added as she came from a prestigious family as well. And since Yamamo had 2 extra invites, the rest of the girls in Class 1A played rock paper scissors to decide who would get those 2 invites. And so me and Achiko were able to win the invite. Jiro said. Achiko nodded, yep. The other girls came to the island too. Really? Mineta asked hopefully. We're planning on all going around together once it opens to the public tomorrow. Momo said. Would you like me to show you around? Melissa offered. Would you? Achiko questioned excitedly. Sure. The girls exclaimed in joy. Take us with you too? Mineta and Kaminari pleaded. At that moment, an explosion went off in the distance that caught the attention of the students. What was that? Izuku yelled as he looked towards a rocky area. He then sensed very familiar energy signatures. What? No way. They're here too. Izuku and the others quickly went to where they heard the commotion. It was a battle area of sorts with a lot of rocky terrain, clear time, 33 seconds. 8th place. When the smoke cleared, it only confirmed Izuku's suspicions as it was their spiky-haired classmate. Kirishima. Deku, is he also? Melissa began to ask. Yes, he's a classmate. Now, the next challenger is... Izuku smirked as he saw who it was. Oh, of course. He's here. Katsuki Bakugo appeared on the center stage and got red to clear the course. Now, villainity. Ready to die. Bakugo proceeded to use his explosions to propel himself towards the robots that he had to destroy in order to complete the course. Die. Melissa questioned with a sweat drop. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Yeah, that's kind of his catchphrase. Amazing. He cleared it in 7 seconds. He's first place. The girl recording the times said as she had never seen anyone complete the course in such a fast pace. Isn't that Midoriya over there? Kirishima got Katsuki's attention as he pointed to the stands where Izuku and the rest were watching. Izuku. Bakugo thought as he saw him along with his classmates. Katsuki jumped towards the railing and smirked at his rival. I knew you would be here, Deku. You come here to try to challenge me. Izuku stepped back. Kaken, please, we're in public. Izuku nervously sweat dropped. Tenya immediately got in the middle of it. Stop that once, Bakugo. Shut up, Tenya. I'll fry you into next week. Why is that boy angry? Melissa simply asked as she had never seen someone as wrathful as Bakugo. Oh, that's just Bakugo. That's how he always is. This actually a pretty normal occurrence. Jiro said nonchalantly. It is a fated battle between rivals. Achiko dramatically exclaimed. Kirishima, did you both receive invitations to the expo, too? Momo asked. Nah. Bakugo was the only one invited since he got bronze in the UH Sports Festival. I just came with him. What, are you all going to try that now? Kirishima pointed towards the battle course. It is no use. Since I'll definitely be better than you. Bakugo said arrogantly as he smirked at Izuku. Say what? Izuku was taken aback by Bakugo's outburst. But you won't know until you try. Achiko added. Then hurry up and go get your results. You demon nerd. Are you challenging me? Izuku exclaimed. Hurry up. Fine. Izuku yelled as he walked towards the center. Now, we've got a challenger coming in the spur of the moment. Just what kind of results will he get? The announcer girl said as Izuku got ready. Alright, since I decided to do it, I probably shouldn't overdo it. Do your best, Deku-kun. Melissa shouted. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. On second thought, Kaioken perfected full cowling. Izuku shouted as his perfected full cowl aura appeared alongside his crimson Kaioken aura. The activation caused a gust of wind that almost knocked everyone off their feet. Such power? Melissa thought in amazement. Since I'm only restricted to ×2, this will have to do. Izuku said mentally as he got into his villain attack. Ready to? Izuku sped off in a burst of speed that nobody saw coming. The gusts of winds created from his dash caused everyone to cover their faces as the wind pressure was too much. Izuku effortlessly destroyed every single robot in an instant. He finished the last one off with a green key wave. Amazing. No, spectacular. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. This is the new first place. Everyone present had their jaws on the floor. What the hell? Bakugo shouted. What speed? I couldn't track his movements. Ida stated in bewilderment. Melissa had her eyes wide open like saucers. I never seen anything like it. He has an amazing explosive power and speed. And his destructive power. It's like Uncle Toshinori's. But Melissa thought as she noticed something off about Izuku. Oh, that was awesome, Deku-kun. I had no idea you were that fast. Achiko cheered. Yes, I must say, that was impressive. You definitely put my speed to shame. It just shows that I have to train even harder. Tenya yelled. Funny thing is, I could have done it a lot faster if I wanted. But I decided to hold back. Izuku grinned internally. His training in the gravity chamber seemed to be really paying off. The hell? Impossible. I'll go again and blow you away. Kaken yelled, but before he could do that, they all heard a loud tremor. Wow. 5 seconds. He scored second place. A large glacier of ice was seen, and the cause of that was none other Shoto Todoroki. Shoto? Izuku yelled as he knew he sensed his energy earlier. He's in your class too? Melissa asked. Yes. Momo replied. You're all amazing. As expected of future heroes. Oh, you don't have to say that. Just then they all heard a giant explosion and saw Bakugo rushing towards Todoroki. I see hot BC. Bakugo. Appearing suddenly trying to make everyone think you're amazing, you BS'd each. Oh, Izuku and the others are here too. Don't ignore me. Why the hell are you here, anyway? I'm here to represent my father, who was invited. The next person is waiting, the announcer said nervously as she was honestly frightened by Bakugo's rash behavior. Shut up. I'm going next. Everyone stopped them. UA's embarrassing secrets will be exposed to the world. Tenya yelled as he ran towards to Bakugo and Todoroki. Oh boy. Izuku said as he and Kirishima jumped towards the two. Kaken, calm down. We're not in school. Melissa chuckled at their antics, while Momo, Achiko, and Jiro put their heads down in shame. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking you guys seem to have fun at you. Momo sweat dropped. Well, it's never boring at least. True. In a hallway where many people were not at, and it was pretty disclosed, there were many tied-up bodies on the floor. I received the goods as planned. The same dark voice from before spoke into a cell phone. A few seconds passed by before he spoke again. What? All Might. Don't panic. We'll deal with it. He hung up the phone. All Might is on this island. In David Shield's lab, Toshinori was placed healing pod filled with scanners and tubes, checking his vitals. David was observing his measurements on his computer screen before he gasped in shock. What's going on, Toshi? Why are your quirk numbers going down so dramatically? Even if you were seriously injured during your fight with All for One, to suddenly get these numbers is too unusual. What in the world happened to your body? Toshinori coughed into his fist. If you're a hero for a long time, your body's going to fall apart? Toshinori frowned. I can't tell him the secret of One for All. If I do, then Dave and Melissa will get caught up in the fight against All for One too? The real reason that his quirk numbers were going down so dramatically was because of the transfer of One for All. Once you pass it down to your successor, the embers of One for All will slowly disappear with each and every passing day. Also, every time you use One for All from that point, you will get progressively weaker. David balled his fists in frustration. At this rate, the symbol of peace will be lost. The only reason Japan is able to keep its crime rate at 6% is because of you. Other countries have crime rates above 20% across the board. There were so many times that I wished you had just stayed in America. Toshinori got up and walked up towards where David was sitting. I wouldn't be so sure, old friend. Your pessimism is blinding you. There are many capable pro-heroes, and many people who support the heroes like you. I can still be All Might a few hours every day but it is possible that another villain like All for One will appear again somewhere. For the sake of when that happens, as well, I have faith in the future generation. Toshinori began to think about said future. There is still hope, for the will of one for all and the symbol of peace, to connect to the next generation. An image of Izuku Midoriya appeared in his mind as he gave off a sincere smile, inspiring hope into all of the masses. I'm placing my bet on you. Today, we will be closing at 6 p.m. Thank you for coming. An announcement went through the expo. As the sun was beginning to set, Kaminari and Mineta were laid out on the floor. It's still the pre-opening and we're already this busy. What'll it be like tomorrow? Stop, I don't want to think about it. Mineta, Kaminari. Both of the boys looked to see Jiro, Achiko, Momo, Tenya, Izuku, and Melissa all approaching them. Good work today. Izuku said. You both worked strong today. Ida said as he gave them 2 slips of paper. What's this? Mineta asked as he and Kaminari took a slip. Invitations to the reception party, Momo answered. Party? For us. Melissa prepared them for you, Jiro said. She thought you should at least have some fun today. Achiko exclaimed. Melissa smiled nervously. I had extra, so please use them if you'd like. Kaminari. Mineta. Our strong work has been rewarded. Both perverts shouted as they hugged each other in tears. I heard that there will be quite a few pro-heroes at the party, as well. In order to keep from embarrassing the name of UA, change into your formal clothes and let us attend the party as a group. We'll meet at 6:30 p.m. in Lobby 7 of the Central Tower. Make sure you're on time. Ida ordered. I will contact Todoroki and Bakugo and let them know the same. Dismissed. Ida then sped off to who knows where. Ida's at full throttle. Izuku smiled at the antics of his friend. With that, the students went their separate ways to prepare for the party tonight. Izuku was going to make his way to his hotel room, but not before a certain blonde stopped him. Wait, Deku, Melissa said as she ran up to him. What is it, Melissa? Will you go somewhere with me first? Oh, sure. Melissa then led Izuku to a wide range of buildings that looked similar to that of a school. This is the campus of the academy, where I go to school. They entered a building and walked along a hallway before they stopped beside a door. And this is the lab that I use. Melissa led Izuku to her lab as the door automatically opened. Sorry it's so messy, Melissa said sheepishly. Wow, it looks so professional, Izuku said as there were many advanced contraptions in Melissa's lab. It was akin to that of an actual support hero. I can't believe you're doing research in a place like this. Izuku then noticed many awards and trophies on top of the bookshelf, all of them being first-place awards. Wow, Melissa, you're really talented. Actually, I wasn't getting very good grades. That's why I studied really strong. It is because I wanted to become a hero no matter what. Melissa opened a door in her lab that led to a couple of drawers and shelves for where she kept her inventions. A pro hero? Izuku asked. No, I gave that up early. I'm quirkless after all. Izuku's eyes widened as his heart skipped a beat. His whole entire body stood frozen. His breathing stopped. The world was silent to him, as if he was in a trance. His body felt like it was in cardiac arrest. Excuse me, I don't think I heard you correctly. Did you say? QQ quirkless. I didn't have a quirk even after I turned 5, so I was taken to a doctor. I was told that I was the type that would never get a quirk. Melissa replied. Izuku began to have traumatic flashbacks as he experienced the pain of his past. I'm sorry, but you should just give up. Quirkless Deku. Get lost. Worthless, you want to be a hero. What use would you be? Mom, can I become a hero? Like All Might? I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. Izuku then had a sudden jolt of shock go through his body. He began to feel an unfamiliar source of energy. The world began to change in color. Everything he saw was in a violet color. He then began to feel things. He recognized part of these as his very own emotions. But then he started to feel something else. He looked towards Melissa, and right before his eyes he saw a vision. It was like a movie. It told the entire life of Melissa Shield. From beginning to end. She was a happy little girl who had a talent for science. She was cheerful and optimistic. But when she learned that she will never be getting a quirk, she cried. She cried very, very much. She cried so much that her tears stained her very psyche. Izuku felt everything she felt. Pain, sadness, sorrow, hate, anger, frustration, despair, hopelessness. Every emotion, everything that Melissa had ever felt, he felt it all. He shared and understood those feelings. She then decided to work strong. Work so strong that she went sleepless nights, working on projects and inventions. She decided that she would hide her sadness and pain with her cheerful and optimistic attitude. She would hide all of her pain and work strong to become the hero that she wanted to be and make her papa proud. Izuku gasped as he broke out of the vision. The world went back to normal and he found himself back in the lab. He slightly panted as for some reason he felt a little exhausted. What was that? That wasn't normal. I didn't do that on purpose. Somehow I was able to relieve her whole entire life from her shoes, and I felt all of her emotions and thoughts. There has to be an explanation for this. Izuku thought. Unbeknownst to Izuku, his spirit was currently glowing a purple color and he could feel the emotions of everyone. His mind is clouded with the thoughts and feelings of the citizens on Island. He couldn't stop it. It was too much. But as he focused on Melissa's emotions, he felt a tear go down his eye. He felt genuine sadness and hurt from her. I'm sorry. What's the matter? Melissa asked. She now had box on her hands. Izuku could feel the emotion of confusion coming from her. What is this? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you had to go through all of that sadness and sorrow. To be told that you didn't have what everyone you had naturally, you were devastated. You felt robbed of your dream. I understand what you went through. You cried all of your sadness away and attempted to hide with optimism. But it isn't easy to hide scars like that. Melissa's eyes widened. How lady? Melissa then put on a smile. Of course, I was shocked. But I had a goal that was close to me. A goal? Izuku asked curiously. Melissa looked at the photo album on one of the shelves. My papa. Papa didn't have a quirk that would let him be a hero, but he supports Uncle Toshinori and other heroes with the power of science. It's indirect, but he is fighting for peace. Someone who helps heroes. That's right. That's the way I hope to become a hero. Izuku frowned sadly. Melissa? Why are you hiding your pain? You know I can feel your emotions, right? Izuku said sarcastically as he was currently feeling pent-up sadness deep within Melissa, but chose not to comment on it. Melissa then opened the box she was carrying. I made this support item before while watching Uncle Toshinori. And then I saw you perform in the sports festival, which helped me make more additions. You watched me in all might? Izuku asked. Melissa revealed a red bracelet. She wrapped it around Izuku's wrist. Try pressing on this panel. Izuku pressed a button on the top of the bracelet, and it suddenly transformed into a red gauntlet covered his whole arm. It had a spiral design and seemed to be made of a sleek and strong material. This is... If I had to give it a name, I'd call it Full Gauntlet, I think. Melissa stated as Izuku looked at her curiously. When I first met you and saw the bruise on your hand, and saw how you seemed to be limiting your quirk on purpose at the attraction, I thought maybe your quirk is too strong, and your body can't keep up. She figured it out? So when I remembered watching you at the sports festival, I noticed that you have a trump card. Token was it? You bulk up your muscles and multiply your power and speed many times over. But using too high of a multiplier puts too much of a strain on your body, doesn't it? You could have used a higher multiplier earlier, but you restricted yourself. The purpose of this gauntlet is to help conserve that power and allow for you to use it without breaking your bones. This full gauntlet is strong enough to take the full power of Uncle Toshinori's punches 100 times over. If you wear these, I think you'll be able to use your full power. Izuku looked at the gauntlet. My full power? There was a display on the gauntlet. It currently said, X1. This was probably the indicator of the multiplier that Izuku was currently using. If he went Kaioken right now, it would say X2 and so on. Please use them. Melissa said. But isn't it something important? That's why I want you to use them. Become a wonderful hero who can save people in trouble, Oki. Izuku looked at Melissa's smile. He could feel the emotions of joy and happiness that she felt from seeing him wearing her gauntlet. It made her feel accomplished that she was helping people. Helping him. Izuku decided that he would never allow that smile to disappear from her appealing face. I'll use the full gauntlet. Thank you, Melissa. I won't let you down. Izuku's phone started to ring. He picked it up. What are you doing, Midoriya? It's way past when we were supposed to meet. Ida had called complaining about Izuku's punctuality. Okay, I'll be right there, Izuku replied as he hung up the phone. I have to get ready for the party. I'll see you soon. Izuku rushed out of the lab and hurried to his hotel room to get changed. Melissa waved as he ran out the door. He's cute when he's nervous. Izuku finally made it back to his hotel room after receiving Melissa's full gauntlet. It was a standard hotel room that he and All Might shared. 2 beds, TV, a kitchen area, and a bathroom. Nothing too shabby. Once he entered the room, he immediately plopped down on his bed and spread his arms and legs apart. For some reason he felt exhausted. It sort of felt similar to the day he awakened his Scion powers. But this felt different as well. He was still confused on what happened back there in Melissa's lab. He could not believe it. She is quirkless. She is the same as him. I finally found someone who can understand me. Who shares my pain, my sorrow. Izuku had felt everything that Melissa had gone through. He didn't know how to explain it. He still didn't understand it. But he knew deep within that everything he felt in that lab was 100% authentic. All of those feelings and emotions were not just made up. He would know better than anyway. He had felt those same exact feelings of emotion and more. Even after that, as Izuku was running back to the hotel, he could feel the emotions and inner thoughts as random civilians. It was not as strong as when he was with Melissa, but it was still there. He felt the feeling of excitement, joy, nervousness, and everything in between. It was so much that Izuku could not even control it. He looked for an off switch, but for some reason he could still passively hear the emotions of everyone around him. It mattered not how big or small, he felt all of the feelings around him. It was a little overwhelming. He even blushed a little when he heard how some of the young girls and even women felt about him and what they wanted to do with him. He would rather not think about that again. Izuku looked up at the ceiling as his eyes began to get heavy. He needed to get changed for the party. Ida and the others were waiting for him, but he couldn't help himself. Something was making him go into a trance. Izuku closed his eyes and before he knew it, he was out. The next time Izuku opened his eyes, he did not find himself in his hotel. He looked around to see that he was near a river, and there was a city in the distance. He shivered and noticed that snow was falling down. Snow. Impossible, it's summer. Izuku then realized he was floating high above the air. He looked at himself and noticed that he wasn't in a physical form. The snow that was falling fell right through him. When he tried to touch himself, his hands and fingers went right through his body. Oh, so it's one of these again? Izuku grumbled as he deduced that he was having another one of his visions. He looked around expecting to see one of his Scion ancestors, like Son Goku, fighting somebody, but what he saw caught him completely off guard. He saw 2 people standing near the river. One was a black-haired, appealing young woman with a hero costume on, while the other appeared to be a teenage boy with blonde hair, adorning a school uniform. The thing was, these 2 figures looked very familiar to Izuku. Wait a minute. Izuku flew down next to where the 2 were talking. They seemed to be in the middle of a conversation and did not notice Izuku at all. This was just a vision, so all of Izuku was seeing was the past, or future. So he couldn't be physically present. Citizens have no one to believe in. They need to rely on someone. That's why I want to be the pillar that gives people hope. The blonde-haired student spoke to the adult hero. Izuku widened his eyes as soon as he heard his voice. There was no doubt about who it was. No, wait. It can't be. Izuku thought in shock of what he was seeing. So that's what drives you to become a hero, even though you're quirkless. The female hero replied as she seemed intrigued by what the young man before her had to say. She intentionally conveyed the last part of her statement a little more so that he could understand the reality of his situation and what he truly is saying. The young man looked at the woman in pure determination as he did not let his resolve decrease for even a moment. She chuckled, "Tashinori Yagi? Is that right? Those are some pretty funny ideas you got." She then gave a teasing smirk. "You're crazy." The woman speaking before Tashinori was none other than Nana Shimura, the seventh bearer of One for All. Tashinori only nodded as his resolve was unwavering. "I know I'm crazy. But I can't just sit around and do nothing as I watch innocent people get hurt. If I don't step up and fix things, then who will?" Nana tilted her head at him. "What about the pro heroes? They seem to be more suited for the job. Why don't you just rely on them to clean up the streets? You're still in school, aren't you? Why are you worrying about such matters that you have little to no control over?" "But I do have control. I can do something. Even if I am quirkless. Even though I am just a worthless and powerless nobody, if I know I have the power to do something, then it is my moral obligation to do so. That is all I have ever wanted to do. All my life, I have been trying to find my purpose. And I just know that this is what I was meant to do. I can feel it." Tashinori grit his teeth as he was venting out all of the emotions that he has kept bottled up inside for so long. He wanted somebody to understand why he felt this way, and why he needed to do what he needed to do. Izuku's heart clenched as he watched the scene in front of him. He felt all of Tashinori's emotions and feelings. His deepest desires and everything he had ever dreamed of were shown to Izuku. He put a hand over where his heart would be and looked towards the ground. "Me and Tashinori-sensei. All Might and I are the same. He went through the same pain that I felt. The feeling of hopelessness and inadequacy were all Izuku ever felt when he had to endure the pain of wanting to become a hero who would save everyone with a smile, but having to face the reality that he may never could do that just because he was dealt a bad hand of fate. Is that so?" Nana reached up with her hand to the back of her head. She pulled out a strand of her hair and presented it to Tashinori. Tashinori looked at her confused. "What's this for?" Nana smiled cheerfully. "Eat this?" Tashinori looked at her like she had two heads. Excuse me, miss, are you okay?" Nana began to boast in laughter. "Oh, I have waited so long to finally say that." Tashinori's sweat dropped. "Is this lady out of her mind?" Nana then adopted a serious expression. "I can understand what you're going through, kid. Believe me, I can. You have gone through so much hardship in your life and none of it is your fault. Fate can be cruel, but hardship is necessary because it allows us to grow. With no hardship, there can be no happiness or joy. That is what my MSTR taught me. Those are the same words he told me right before he bestowed upon me the same power that I am bestowing upon you now." Nana handed Tashinori her strand of hair, who held it carefully. "Tashinori, I can sense your sorrow deep within. You are filled to the brim with sadness. But I believe in time that you will overcome all of that and rise above, so that you will become the pillar that you always dreamed of becoming. Now eat my strand of hair, and accept the power that has been passed down for generations. Attain One for All." The scene began to flicker as it changed. Now he was floating under a bright setting sun. Nana stood atop of a building as Tashinori was sweating profusely. It seemed as though they had just finished a training session. "Diamant. This is harder than what I thought it would be," Tashinori yelled as he collapsed on the floor. Nana laughed at his frustration. "You went down a long, strong road to obtain this power. Of course, it's gonna take a lot of work to MSTR it. If you have to save someone, that means they have probably gone through something terrifying. They'll be frightened. Remember that real heroes don't just save lives. They save a person's heart too. You know what I think. No matter how scared you are, you should smile to show that things will be okay." Nana used her fingers to stretch her mouth to the farthest corners possible. In this world, the ones always smiling are the ones who are the strongest. Izuku gasped as he saw Nana smile. And then gave his own smile. So this is where you got your smile from, sensei. The scene changed once again as he saw Nana and a younger Gran Torino both overlooking the city form a rooftop as the sun was setting down. Tashinori Yagi. Gran Torino asked his old friend as she brought up the name of the young man who she passed one for all to. He's an interesting guy. A little crazy though. For instance, he thinks that crime hasn't gone down because the citizens don't have anyone to rely on. That the world needs some kind of pillar of support, and he says that's what he's going to become one day. Nana explained to her old friend. Nana frowned and then sighed as she looked onto the sunset. Sorahiko. I believe that Tashinori is the one. Gran Torino sputtered. Wait a minute, you're not talking about what I think you're talking about, right? Nana nodded. Yes, I am. Gran Torino sighed as he looked at Nana. The legendary prophecy that was foretold by the very first user of One for All. The one that has been passed down to each and every single generation after that. The one about the Golden Warrior. Nana smiled. Yes. Legend says that in a time of great evil, peril, and conflict, where all hope is lost and forgotten, where there is only despair, a golden-haired warrior will rise up and shine light upon the world. This golden light that will purge all evil and bring balance, hope, and peace to the world. A legendary prodigy that will hold the secret to limitless power. And who will finally end the CYCL of One for All and All for One. Sorahiko stood there dumbfounded. And you believe that Tashinori Kid is the one who will fulfill that legendary prophecy? Sorahiko looked at his longtime friend straight in the eye, challenging her to say what she truly believed. Nana smirked as she looked high towards the heavens. But of course. Why wouldn't he be? I can feel it. He will lead this world into an era of peace. The Golden Warrior was the who was prophesied to end the CYCL of One for All and All for One. That must mean that Tashinori was destined to defeat All for One and finally put an end to his reign of terror. The reign of terror that has caused so much pain and suffering. The reign and terror that my predecessors gave their lives to stop, once and for all. And now it has led to up to Tashinori. Sorahiko grit his teeth, but Nana? If Tashinori truly is the legendary prodigy that the first MSTR spoke of, then that means that the CYCL won't end until it is his time to face All for One. Which also means, yes I know, Sora. I have already accepted my fate. It is not my destiny to defeat All for One. It is Tashinori's. And I'm fine with that. I will be happy to move on to the spirit realm knowing that I have trained such a wonderful student. I will rest in peace knowing that the world is safe in the hands of the Golden Warrior. But Nana, how can you be so sure? Only the first emissary can possibly know who the Golden Warrior is. For all we know, it can be a completely different person. Nana shook her head. My friend, you are too anxious. I know because I have faith in my successor. And even if I am wrong, it wouldn't matter because Tashinori would only pass on our power to the next generation in hopes of that person truly being the one. Either way, the CYCL will end one day. I'm just hoping that it is sooner rather than later. Are you just saying that because he has yellow hair? Sora's sweat dropped. What? Sorahiko. Come on man, I was having a moment here. Izuku lightly chuckled as he looked on at the scene. Wow Tashinori-sensei, your MSTR put a lot of faith and trust into you, didn't she? Just like you did with me. The scene began to warp once again. This time, instead of her appealing sunset, it was a dark and grim night. Izuku was floating in a ruined city, with destroyed buildings all around the landscape. The sight of destruction were signs of a great battle that was currently taking place in Izuku's vision. He saw 4 figures. 3 on one side of the battlefield, and 1 on the other side. The first 3 were instantly recognizable to Izuku, as he has just saw 2 visions with those people in them. The other though was a little strong to recognize. He could feel malice and hatred from this figure. An almost unspeakable amount of evil that was pent up in this person. Izuku was almost suffocating in his killer intent. Izuku saw Nana panting. She was severely wounded as it seems as though the villain had done quite a number on her. She looked at Toshinori and used one for all on her hand to push him away from the battlefield as All Might cried out in shock. Mr. A young Toshinori, in what seemed to be a beta version of his young age costume, yelled out with tears in his hand desperately trying to reach back for Nana. As Toshinori was flying in mid-air, Gran Torino caught him and proceeded to carry him out, as far away from the battlefield as possible. I'm leaving the rest to you. Sorahiko, make sure his dream comes true. Nana gasped out as she had trouble breathing. Toshinori repeatedly cried out in hopes she would change her mind and run back home with him and Gran Torino, but it looks like she had made up her mind and was not going to change it for anything. Nana smiled as she pointed at Toshinori with her right index finger. All Might. She then transformed her hand into a powerful fist. I'm counting on you. And only you can't do this. Toshinori could not control the tears coming out of his eyes. Gran Torino could also be seen shedding a tear through his mask. He knew this day would come, but that did not mean it was something he would be prepared for. Nana is his best friend, and seeing her go is the most painful experience he has gone through up until this point. Go All Might. Become the symbol of peace who will bring justice to this world. Those were Nana's last words to her successor, before Gran Torino successfully carried Toshinori out of the area. Although one could still hear his cries miles away. The villain that was fighting Nana looked on at the scene in amusement. Thank you for such a wonderful comedy. But I'm going to have to end your miserable life now. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and horror as he heard the villain's voice. He heard that voice before, in another vision. That must be All for One. The now identified All for One looked on at Nana Shimura, with an evil grin on his face. Including this, he would have done this same process 7 times now. And each time was more satisfactory than the last. Nana gave a defiant expression as she took her final stance. Yes, laugh all you want All for One. I hope you enjoy it while you can, because your time in power will come to an end. You will be defeated. All for One chuckled, oh really? Now I wonder who will stop me. Oh no, you're on death's door so it can't be you. That Toshinori kid. Oh please. He doesn't even have a quirk of his own besides One for All. If the previous bearers of that quirk couldn't stop me even with their own quirks at their disposal, what makes you think a quirkless teenager will stop me? He reminds me of my younger brother. Both are foolish and weak. Nana shook her head. No, All for One. You are wrong. My Toshi is not weak. He is the one who is destined to stop. Fate has already decreed it. All for One's eyes widened. Wait a minute. You don't mean Nana smirked. Yes. Toshinori is the one who will shine a light on all evil and strike it down with his fists. He will end this CYCL of One for All and All for One. He is the Golden Warrior. For a split second, Izuku could see a hint of fear across All for One's eyes. He could sense the emotion of fear deep within his heart. But as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. All for One began to laugh hysterically. Do you think I'm a fool? The Golden Warrior. Really? That old fairy tale that my baby brother foretold in his vision. Well, let me tell you something, my little Nana. That is just an old legend that my brother said in an attempt to scare me. I have been living for a long time. And in my time living in this depressing world, I have seen a lot of things. And let me tell you something. After all of the years and generations that have passed, this so-called Golden Warrior has never showed up. If that prophecy was true, then why has the universe let me cause so much evil and destruction? It is because the concept of hope is just a facade. There is no hope. There is no trust. There is no destiny or fate, or whatever you want to call it. Everything you have ever hoped for and dreamed about can be taken. All for One snapped his fingers. Like that. In the blink of an eye. That is why I have to control everything. Because if I control everything, then I will never have to rely on hope ever again. And how do I control everything? By taking everything. Nana looked on in sadness as she shook her head at All for One. I pity you. You clearly don't understand what's really important. You have the most screwed up and misguided sense of morality I have ever seen. When will you learn? The more you take, the less you will have. All for One grit his teeth in anger. He then powered up as black and red lightning surrounded him and multiple quirks started combining into one. Then let's see how much I will lose when I take your life just like your pitiful Emsar before you. All for One charged up his final attack and fired it towards Nana. Nana smiled as she looked up towards the sky with a hint of tears in her eyes. So this is it. Are you proud of me, Emistier? It looks like we will finally be seeing each other again real soon. Don't worry, because I have put all of our hopes and dreams into Toshinori. I believe he will finally be the one to bring hope and peace to this world. And I can't wait to watch his journey by your side. And with that, Nana welcomed the sight of death with open arms. Toshinori Yagi was only 18 years old when he was separated from his emester, Nana Shimura. Izuku's vision changed once again as he finished watching the final moments of Nana Shimura. Izuku could not believe what he just saw. Even with the eyes of death staring her down, she still didn't back down. She held true to her beliefs and ideology and put everything she believed in, all of her faith, put on one single person. A quickless boy with no power. A boy that she had just met, and trusted him with the ultimate power. The ultimate power that she hoped he will use to fulfill his destiny and become the symbol of peace. Izuku had felt every emotion that Nana felt in that moment. There were many emotions such as joy, trust, faith, determination, but there was one emotion that was the most prominent of them all. Hope for the future. Hope that All Might will be the one to finally end the cycle of hatred and suffering and bring peace to the land. Izuku then began to feel a whirlwind as he was sent to another place. He was forced to close his eyes as the force of the wind was too strong. He felt his body writhing in pain as so many different sensations were going through him at the moment. Then he felt it all stop. He felt calmness and peace. His body soothed and there was no more pain. Izuku's eyes fluttered as he tried to regain a sense of his surroundings. Oh, what's going on? Izuku saw the shape of a finger pointed towards him. He was confused at first. What are you pointing at? Izuku then opened his eyes completely to see a figure completely covered in shadows. He saw the outline of his finger pointing directly at him. Is there something wrong? Izuku asked the figure covered in shadows. He couldn't make out a face or anything. Almost like the person in question was a complete mystery. How interesting. Izuku heard the figure speak. He was taken aback by the voice as he had recognized it from one of his previous visions. You are the first user of One for All. Izuku then saw him still pointing towards Izuku. Wait, what is interesting? Why do you keep pointing at me? You. The first bearer of One for All simply said. What? Izuku tried to move to the right, only to see that he was still pointing at him. Izuku then moved a little to the left and the first Imyi followed him with his finger. The first Imhyar grinned as he stopped pointed his finger at Izuku. The universe has brought us the Golden Warrior. What? The Golden Warrior? The first MSTR nodded. Long ago, I had a vision of the future. It was a prophecy that I foretold. A prophecy that has been passed on through generation after generation with each and every single bearer of One for All. Izuku frowned in confusion. I heard our Nana and Gran Torino sensei talking about it in one of the visions I just saw. I kind of got the gist of it, but I've never heard the exact prophecy. What exactly is the Golden Warrior? The first emissor sighed. Yes, I suppose with how long it's been since I originally foretold it, the exact version of the prophecy may have been a little paraphrased and it may not encapsulate everything that the prophecy is supposed to represent. So here, I'll say it one more time. The first Imyi took a deep breath as he got ready to say the legendary prophecy once again. When all hope is lost, when there is only despair, where the peak of evil has infected the world itself and caused a great peril, a legendary prodigy will rise up and shine a pure golden light. This pure light will burn and purge all evil. This legendary prodigy will learn the secrets to limitless power. This legend will go on to become a hero that will inspire hope across every universe, every dimension, and every plane of reality and existence. This hero will be known to the cosmos as the Golden Warrior, and end the cycle of One for All and All for One. The first emissary finished foretelling the legendary prophecy as Izuku processed what he just said. He then looked shocked as he began to stutter. Why, you mean that legendary hero is me? That I'm the Golden Warrior? Yes. The first MSTR simply replied. Izuku's eyes widened, but that can't be me. Isn't that supposed to be Toshinori-sensei? I don't even have gold hair. He is the symbol of peace, the #1 hero in the world. Didn't he already beat All for One? That means he already ended the seal since every bearer of One for All before him died at the hands of All for One. But All Might didn't. Come on, this must be an accident. I can't be who you're talking about. There are no accidents. Izuku said in confusion. What do you mean there are? Accidents. This is clearly an accident right now. The first emissary chuckled. In time, you will realize your destiny. You are young, so you probably don't understand a lot of things right now. But I believe in hope. I believe that the universe gave me that vision for a reason. Me picking you is no accident, Izuku Midoriya. You will see that for yourself soon enough. Now, I wish we could speak for a little while longer, but there is someone who wants to have a little talk with you, so this is goodbye for now. I will be watching you. Golden Warrior. Wait, hold on. Izuku yelled out, but it was too late. The figure of the first MSTR disappeared. Izuku was then transported to his mindscape. He saw the earth floating below him and he recognized the 9 stars of One for All and the 9 sacred doors. What? It seems as though I was wrong. Izuku turned around to see the spirit of Nana Shimura in her hero costume looking at him with a smile as she her hand placed on her hip. She laughed at his reaction as he wasn't expecting to see her at that moment. Hey Aizu, it's been a while since we last talked. Izuku nodded as he then frowned confusingly. What were you wrong about? Nana sheepishly rubbed her head. Oh, it looks like I was wrong about who the Golden Warrior really was. It wasn't Toshi like how I had thought. It isn't Toshinori-sensei? Izuku asked in shock. Oh. Obviously it is you, kiddo. Didn't the first MSTR tell you that already? Izuku sighed as he looked embarrassingly towards the earth. Yeah, he did, but I didn't think he was actually being serious. I thought it was just an accident. There are no accidents. Or did he tell you that already? Yeah, he did. Nana pouted. Darn it. I wanted to be the first one to say that to you. Stupid old sage, taking the cool wise quotes for himself. Izuku nervously chuckled at Nana's antics. He then adopted a serious expression. MSTR Nana, why did you call me here? First MSTR said you wanted to speak to me. What did you want to talk about? Nana adopted a serious expression of her own. Getting right to the point. I like your style, kid. Nana sighed as she looked towards her One for All star, which was the 7th one and was violet in color. Those visions you just saw, you know, the ones about me, Toshi, Sorahiko, and All for One. I intentionally showed it to you. So it was you who brought me here. But what? Why did you want to show me that? Izuku asked in sincere curiosity. Those seemed like very deep and personal memories. Why would she want to show him that? Well, Aizu, have you noticed anything different lately? Something that you're not used to? Izuku began to think and then gasped, oh yeah. When I went into Melissa's lab, I started to feel all of her inner emotions and feelings. There was something so weird about it too. It was like, I felt everything she felt, and I even saw her entire life play out like a movie in my mind. And then after that, I began to feel the inner emotions and thoughts of everyone around me. All of the people on this island, I could feel them. I don't know how to explain it. I just felt and understood everything Melissa went through. And it also made me sad as well. Nana nodded. Yes, that is what I pulled you in here to talk about. Nana then smiled as she said, what you just described is my quirk, empathy. Izuku stood in silence for a few minutes before he yelled, what? How is that possible? I thought your quirk is One for All. Well, yes, but One for All was given to me much later in my life when I met my MSTR. I wasn't born with it. Just like many others, I was born with a quirk of my own. And that happened to be empathy. Empathy? Izuku questioned. Empathy allows the user to feel and hear the innermost thoughts and emotions of people. The user can understand the emotions of other people and even see how parts of their life played out like in a movie. That part would help you understand a person even more. You can sense both positive and negative emotions from a person. You can sense if someone has good intent or not, and if you're good enough, like me, you will be able to tell someone's deepest desires and their true motives. When Nana finished explaining her quirk, Izuku was gobsmacked. He didn't think it was possible to inherit another quirk. Wow, that is an amazing quirk. It can be very useful in interrogations and finding out a villain's true plan or goal. So you're saying I can use your quirk now? But how is that possible? I thought one for all and all for one were the only two quirks that could possibly be used to transfer. Thank you, it is a very cool quirk, isn't it? And no, you can't just use it now. It is now yours. You have inherited this quirk from me through One for All. The way One for All works is that it stockpiles the powers of all of the previous generations, enhances it, and makes it stronger each time it is passed down. But now we have just figured out that it seems as though that powers also includes the quirks of the previous generation. For some reason, it has finally reached the level where it can finally pass down the quirks of the previous generations. And with you being the Golden Warrior, it makes sense for why all of our powers are finally starting to come together and infuse themselves into you. Izuku was stunned in silence as he processed all of the information he just gathered. So that means I just awakened your quirk, which is called empathy, and now because of One for All stockpiling nature, I can combine this quirk with One for All itself and all of the other quirks of the previous predecessors? Nana nodded. Yes, that is exactly right. You awakened my power when you heard that Melissa girl talk about how she is quirkless. That sparked something in you. Am I right? Izuku nodded. It's just that I never met another person that is quirkless before. Well, obviously, Toshinori-sensei was born quirkless too, but I already saw him as an unbeatable hero. So it was different. But with Melissa, I don't know how to explain it, but understood her pain. I understood her sorrow. I had finally met another person who was just like me. It was weird, you know, but I also felt relieved. Relieved that I wasn't alone. My heart skipped a beat, and she made me feel special. Nana grinned mischievously. It sounds like you got the hots for Blondie. Izuku's face began to heat up as a red blush stained his face. No, you got it all wrong, Ether Nana. I just see her as someone who can actually understand me, you know. It's nothing like that. You're blushing. Ow. Aren't we in spirit form? It's your mind. You control everything that happens here. So you are letting yourself blush probably because your inner mind accepts that you like Blondie. Just make sure to use protection, alright? You're still too young to be a dad. Stop that. Nana laughed hysterical as she held her stomach. Why, we should look at your face. You look like a strawberry. Izuku pouted as he tried to cool down his face while frowning at Nana. I'm sorry, I just had to. You're way too easy to tease. Now I see why Toshi likes you. Nana then got a hold of herself as she went back to the topic at hand. Yeah, you had a similar experience when I first awakened empathy. This quirk is really useful, you know. But people thought it really wouldn't help when it comes to fighting villains and stuff. So I kind of felt bummed out. But then I met my MSTR. He understood my predicament and saw the spirit of the hero within me. He then put all of his faith and belief on me and passed One for All onto me. Then years later, I met Toshinori. I saw him try to stop a gang of villains from hurting a poor family. He acted when no one did. I saw the spirit of the hero within him just like my MSTR saw within me. I then found out he was quirkless. I was shocked that a powerless young man can have so much bravery. And then he told me what he wished to do. He wanted to become a symbol of peace. I used my quirk on him and all I saw was pure determination to help people. I also understood all of his pain and suffering. I could relate to some of it. And that is when I passed on One for All onto him, truly believing that he was the Golden Warrior. Nana then looked at Izuku and pointed towards him, but then I realized that I was dead wrong. When Toshi passed on One for All to you, we all saw your memories and who you really are. And that is when the first Emitar revealed to use who the Golden Warrior truly was. It wasn't All Might, no, it is you, Deku. The one who will carry on all of our hopes and dreams and redefine the world. Izuku didn't want to believe it, but how can you be so sure? How do you know that I'm able to bear all of that responsibility? I'm just a kid. Wouldn't All Might be qualified for that? What if I fail and I let you all down? Nana smiled as she placed her fist where her heart would be. Izuku, when you think you can't go on anymore, look inside. Remember why it is you clench your fists. Your past, remember where you came from. Keeping your origin in mind will help you push you past your limits. Nana then began to gather energy in her hand as each of the 9 stars began to emit light and transfer that light towards Nana. This power has been passed on from hero to hero. All of the different color lights began to mix together to form a rainbow, each praying that it will bring joy and peace to humanity. All of the power and energy condensed into one as she grasped it into the palm of her hand. She began to emit a rainbow aura as infinite and limitless power gather up inside. That one for all will give the world hope. Nana then transformed all of the power into a crystal orb of rainbows. She then handed it to Izuku. And now it is your turn. Izuku grabbed the orb from Nana hesitantly, and then he was overridden with unbelievable energy and power. The powers of every single bearer of one for all before him, and his own. Izuku Midoriya. From here on out, you're going to manifest 6 different quirks. Do your best. Golden Warrior. Izuku woke up with a start. He had a cold sweat as he panted and looked around his surroundings. He found himself back in his and All Might's hotel room. The sight made him relax as he wasn't in another weird vision of the past or the future. Izuku sighed as he recounted everything he had just seen. He saw the origin of All Might, the symbol of peace, and how he met his Emsu, Nana Shimura. The vision truly opened his eyes to more of what the heart of one for all is supposed to be. The legacy of the legendary quirk that is passed down from generation to generation, with hopes of preserving the hope of the innocents and smashing down any evil into pieces. Izuku understood that he had a very special quirk before, but now he is really starting to come under the realization of the true responsibility that he bears deep inside himself. Emissar Nana entrusted Toshinori-sensei with this power. She was willing to risk it all so that Toshinori could achieve his dream and become the symbol of peace. And he entrusted the same power to me. Now it is my turn. I'll do my best, Emissar Nana. I won't let any of you down. Izuku then checked the time. Oh, see, I got to get dressed. Oh man, Tenya is gonna give me an earful. Meanwhile, in a very dark lit room, a bunch of men with what seemed to be security uniforms were tied up and gagged. They were thrown into a place where no one could hear them. We've restrained them. There were 5 guards. Everything is going according to plan. The same deep evil voice from before hummed as he heard through his subordinate through his cell phone. One masked man closed the door where all of the guards were tied up. He had what seemed to be many goons around him as they all wear masks and were armed. They sported black clothing which fit their dark nature. The security system is still working. Keep them bound without killing them. Yes, sir. We will begin now. He hung up the phone as Wolfram smirked evilly. It's going smoothly. He proceeded to put on a metal mask that covered his dark scars on his face. A gate began to open in front of Wolfram and his subordinates. We're going to move too. This stupid bow tie. I hate having to wear suits. Izuku said as he struggled to place him bow tie on. For the party, he decided to wear a brown suit with a yellow undershirt. He was currently on the elevator, heading down to where he and his classmates were supposed to meet up. He could sense their energy signatures like normal, but there were also another thing he could feel from them. Emotions. He still needed to get used to that. It was weird being able to use a brand new quirk when he's been accustomed to using Pride for All for a bit now. When he woke up from his vision, he felt something different from his body. For some reason, he felt physically and mentally stronger. Izuku deduced that it was from the rainbow orb of energy that Emissar Nana gave him in his mindscape. She said, I would be getting 6 quirks. That's still crazy to wrap my head around. I have no idea when I will get them. I may need to unlock a certain activation requirement like with when I first got empathy. My psion biology probably adapted to the new change that my body went through and made it stronger so that I would be able to handle 6 different quirks. I also feel my control over pride for all has increased slightly. It was true. Due to the influx of energy from the 6 different quirks, Izuku's body adapted to the change and now his control of pride for all increased from 1% to 2%. He still needs to try it out to see how much more powerful it is. Izuku heard the elevator ding. The doors opened and he proceeded to address his peers. Sorry I'm late. Izuku then blinked in confusion. Wait, where is everyone else? Izuku only saw Kaminari, Mineta, Tenya, and Shoto who were all waiting with their very own suits on. Kaminari and Mineta wore their waiter clothes, while Tenya sported a dark blue suit with a yellow tie. Todoroki decided to flaunt the white suit with a red tie. The colors suited them both respectively. Tenya looked visibly annoyed as he robotically waved his right arm. They are not here yet. What do they think attending as a group means? Izuku chuckled at his friend's antics. He then addressed Todoroki. Hey Shoto, nice suit man. Those colors complement you well. Todoroki smiled at Izuku and nodded his head. Thank you, Izuku. Your suit looks good as well. The brown contrasts with your green very nicely. Izuku nodded as he decided to test out his new power on the bicolored teen. When he used empathy on Shoto, he felt relaxed and a chill emotion from him. That is to be expected, given that the son of Endeavor is easily one of the more reserved and introverted students in their class. Something that Izuku could relate to. Izuku also felt a few other emotions from Shoto. He read honor, admiration, and gratefulness from Todoroki that was towards him. Izuku was taken aback by this information. He had no idea that the hybrid prodigy had so much respect for him. He also felt similar emotions from Tenya. They were almost as strong as Todoroki's. Izuku never realized he held that much of an effect on the two. Well, that's very nice to know. Thanks, you guys. Izuku then used his quirk on Kaminari and Mineta, and they also felt similar emotions of admiration and respect towards Izuku. Izuku smiled gratefully as he appreciated the kind thoughts from his fellow classmates. Izuku looked a little deeper, and was surprised to sense some jealousy from the two perverts. Izuku wondered why that is. Just then they heard one of the elevators ding. They turned to see one, Achiko Uraraka, appear out of the elevator. Sorry, I'm late, Achiko said nervously as she stepped out of the elevator. She was wearing a cute pink dress with pink high heels and pearl necklace around her neck. She also sported a white flower on the side of her head. Mineta and Kaminari grinned pervertly at the zero-gravity quirk user. Izuku could hear the thoughts of look at those curves from the two. He sweat dropped, but then nodded at Achiko. It's okay, Achiko-chan. Don't worry, I was late too. You look very nice, I must say. Izuku then froze as he processed what just came out of his mouth. I just told a cute girl that she looks nice. Izuku thought as he could sense his face heating up. Achiko's eyes widened as her cheeks gained a cute pink tint. TTT thank you Dekake-kun. You look very handsome yourself. Achiko immediately looked away as she could barely maintain her embarrassment. Deku-kun just said I look nice. And I told him that he's handsome. Yeah, real smooth Uraraka. Izuku's blush intensified a little more when he heard Achiko's compliment. She thinks I'm handsome. Izuku then decided to use his empathy quirk on Achiko, since he was curious as to how she was feeling. He felt an extreme amount of embarrassment from her, which is something he could relate to right now. He also felt that many of the same feelings that his other classmates held for him, Achiko held them as well with other passionate emotions. He felt compassion and a hint of love from her. What? That can't be. Achiko has feelings for... Yeah, no way. Izuku thought to himself as they heard another elevator ding as two other of their female classmates were revealed. I apologize for our tardiness, but Jiro... Momo began to say as she and Jiro exited out of the elevator. Momo was wearing a lime green dress that hugged her curves nicely. She placed a yellow band on her spiky ponytail in order to tame it. Her dress also exposed a very generous amount of cleavage which caused the two perverts of Class 1A to start chanting yes, yes, yes. Izuku's blush grew as he laid his eyes on Momo. She looked like a young goddess to him. Appealing shiny black hair with a gorgeous face and a perfect figure. Her body would make even appealing women in their prime green with envy. Izuku thought he was hallucinating because for a moment there, he thought he saw that Momo winked at him. This caused Izuku's face to resemble a strawberry as his pants began to get tighter due to his hardening member. Momo may have picked out that green dress to intentionally get Deku's attention. She knew green is his favorite color. Seeing her wink at him filled Izuku with an unfamiliar sensation of longing. What's happening to me? Why am I starting to suddenly think like Kaminari and Mineta? I'm not a pervert. I shouldn't think of Momo-chan that way and objectify her. She is probably innocent anyway and doesn't see me that way. Izuku decided to test out his theory by using empathy on her. The primary emotions were positive with well intent as she also felt admiration for Izuku. Interestingly enough, she held the most admiration for him out of everyone present, which was weird for the green-haired scion. He then decided to look deeper and he also found the emotion of compassion and a hint of love just like Achiko, but Momo's was slightly stronger. Izuku then also felt a very deep hidden emotions in Momo towards him. Izuku saw lust. What the hell is going on? No way, this must be an accident. There is no way that Momo-chan has such feelings about me. There are no accidents, shut up, our Nana. I'm not used to clothes like this, Jiro shyly said as she did her best to divert attention away from her. She was wearing a cute miniskirt along with an open black shirt that complemented well with the dark and pink colors of her dress. She had on a choker and gray leggings that showed off her nice long slender legs. Her hair was nicely done as it was now cleanly swept to the side, which showed off more of her attractive face. A pink flower was placed on the right side of her head. She blushed in embarrassment as she felt eyes on her. She usually doesn't dress up, so the clothes felt alien to her. She noticed Izuku staring at her and even blushed more. Izuku was a little confused by Jiro's reaction and decided to use empathy on her to see how she was feeling. He sensed emotions of shyness and embarrassment, but she was also happy that she was able to spend time and have fun with her friends. Izuku smiled at that, but then Izuku felt something that he didn't expect. Much like Momo and Achiko, Jiro had deep feelings of romantic interest for Izuku, but it was much more buried and hidden than the two previous girls. Almost as if the feelings were intentionally being kept hidden and buried inside as much as possible. When Jiro gazed at Izuku in his suit, which did little to hide his Adonis-like muscles of his body, she subtly licked her lips with a feeling lust that was even greater than what Momo had. Izuku shook his head in disbelief. "Her Nana, your quirk is cursed. I don't want it anymore," Izuku said internally as he couldn't control the steam emitting from his face. "On the contrary, it seems like this quirk is healthy for you. You have no excuse to be dense anymore and ignore the feelings and affections of appealing young maidens. You attract a lot more attention than you think. And much of that attention comes from the opposite." Nana Shimura teased Izuku from within his mindscape as she winked after their last remark. Izuku gasped as he was about to go inside his mindscape to question Nana about that statement, but he was suddenly distracted by Kaminari speaking up. "The clothes make the man, right?" Kaminari gave Jiro a thumbs up at her dress. "She looks like a female assassin," Mineta mumbled under his breath. They both began to scream in pain as Jiro's earphone jacks dashed in their ears and caused loud sound waves. "Shut up," Jiro said, annoyed at the two perverts. She was already experiencing enough embarrassment as it is, and now those two jerks decided to make a snarky remark. "What? Why did you hurt me? I complimented you. Minoru was the one who called you an assassin," Kaminari cried. "No, you didn't," Jiro replied as she punched Kaminari upside the head. "It is my first time wearing formal clothes. I borrowed this from Yaoyorozu," Achiko said nervously to Izuku. "It looks good on you." "Yeah, it's really good," Izuku nervously replied as he didn't know what else to say. He genuinely believed that she did look good, but he did not want to embarrass himself any further than he already was. "Oh, Deku-kun, you don't have to flatter me," Achiko spouted out as she waved her arm at Izuku sporadically like a certain engine quirk user. She had a clear blush on her face as she couldn't handle being complimented on her looks by Izuku a second time in a row. "Eureka, calm down," Tenya yelled as he noticed that she was having a mental breakdown. Izuku then felt a tinge of jealousy from the two other female students. He saw them staring at Achiko with envy as they both had very similar thoughts going through their heads. Why didn't he compliment me on my beauty? Am I not good enough to get noticed by him? Izuku's eyes widened as he felt these inner thoughts from Momo and Jiro respectively and was about to comment on it but didn't get the chance to as he and the others heard another elevator ding. When they noticed who came out of the elevator, everyone had very mixed reactions. Kaminari and Minoru immediately had perverse grins and blew out smoke with their nostrils along with BLD Shoto and Tenya widened their eyes in shock, and the three girls also felt a bit of a shock but it was a different kind. Oh, are you all still here? The party is starting. The person that had entered was none other than Melissa Shield. She had on a curvy blue dress with a light gray miniskirt and white high heels. She had a white flower on her waist and with a black choker around her neck. She wore red glossy lipstick and with a red band on her head. She had done her hair in a high nice ponytail. Her dress also exposed a generous amount of cleavage that even rivaled Momo's. Once Izuku laid his eyes upon this goddess, his heart skipped a beat. He felt his BLD rushing both upwards and downwards. His face was as red as a strawberry and his manhood stretched to its maximum length, and it seemed as though it was about to pop right through his pants. Izuku was having the same sensation as before in the lab and when he first met Melissa. It sparked a feeling that he had never felt about anyone else. Although feelings of romantic interesting were resurfacing, another feeling came and revealed itself that was foreign to Izuku: lust. Izuku felt a longing to take Melissa as she was and commit shameful actions to her goddess of a body. Izuku didn't know where this was coming from, but it felt like a primal urge that lay hidden for so long and now it decided to finally show itself in the face of the most appealing female specimen he had laid eyes upon to this day. The headliner has appeared, Mineta cried out in bliss. CP Minru, I can't take this anymore. What should I do? Kaminari said as he had tears of joy due to being grateful for having the opportunity to lay his eyes upon such an elegant creature. Do whatever you want, Jiro said as she sweat dropped at the two perverts' stupidity. Jiro, Momo, and Achiko noticed how Izuku was staring at Melissa. They could see that his eyes held longing in them and immediately felt green with envy at the fact that he did not look at them in the same way. Why doesn't he want me like that too? All three thought simultaneously. Central Tower, second floor, reception hall. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to iExpo's reception party. Let's have the number one hero, All Might, who is visiting us today, say a few words and lead us in a toast. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. Please come to the stage. Sam, David Shield's assistant, announced on the stage. The party was currently being held and All Might heard his name being called and looked confused as David walked up to him. Dave, I didn't know about this. All Might nervously whispered to his friend as he didn't expect to have to give some sort of speech. David chuckled. Well, this was bound to happen once they found out the symbol of peace would be here. All Might grumbled as he made his way towards the stage. It's no good. Neither Bakugo nor Kirishima are picking up. Tenya said annoyed. Didn't they understand what punctuality meant? Meanwhile, hey, are you absolutely sure this is the right way? Katsuki asked his companion. He was currently wearing a red collar shirt with a black tie with a dark gray sleeveless shirt over it and had patterns of white flowers along with black dress pants and shoes. I think it is. Kirishima replied, a little uncertain. He had on a black blazer and shirt and red tie, contrasting Bakugo's colors. You think? Katsuki grumbled out as he realized that this guy has no idea where he is going. Well, actually, I left my phone in my room. Thank you for inviting me. I'm All Might. I don't like formal talk, so before All Might could continue, there was a loud sound that alerted everyone. Behind All Might, the screen that said iExpo turned a bright red from blue and now said the word, emergency. This is an announcement by the I-Island security system. We have received a report from the security system that an explosive device was placed in the iExpo area. I-Island will now be in high alert mode. Residents and tourists should return to their homes or lodgings. Those that have come a long way should go wait at the nearest evacuation center. Anyone still outside 10 minutes from now may be arrested without warning. Please refrain from going outdoors. In addition, most of the main buildings will be sealed off by the security system. I repeat, the security system voice announcer stopped as armed men with masks entered through the doors of the reception hall. The civilians all gasped as they realized that this was not scheduled and they were now being attacked. It's just as you heard. We have taken over the security system. A giant of a man said as he entered behind with his armed me. He wore a white coat and black vest under. He had red wild hair and yellow evil eyes with a metallic mask that essentially covered his whole face. Don't think you're going to put up a fight. If you do. He pointed his finger towards one of the big screens that showed a live feed of places in Island. Then the security machines will bare their fangs at all the good people on this island. The live feeds showed small robots surrounding all of the civilians on the island. That's right. All of the people on this island are hostages. Of course, you all are as well. The people in the party started to worry and panic. All Might turned the villain as he had just figured out the situation. The villain reached for his earpiece. Do it? Suddenly, blue orbs sprouted out of the ground and began to tie all of the pro-heroes in the room with a blue cable. The restraining devices used for security. This isn't good. All Might breathed out as he struggled with the blue rope and attempting to break free. The villain then shot the roof with his pistol. People cried out in shock when they heard the gunshot. Don't move. If you take even one step, then I'll kill everyone here in a second. He pointed the gun towards All Might, daring him to try to break out of the restraining ropes. All Might cursed. The villain kicked him onto the floor. Good boy. He then looked onto the crowd. You're all going to learn from All Might and do what I say quietly, right? Toshi, we have no choice but to listen to them right now. David shook his head at All Might. All Might interpreted the message. But, Dave, I will definitely find a way to save everyone. Just bear with it until then. My phone has no signal. It looks like all reports are being blocked. Todoroki said as he attempted to use his phone but to no avail. Seriously? Mineta cried. The elevator is not working either, Jiro added. Seriously? I can't believe the security system would switch to high alert mode just because. They found something explosive. Melissa said as she held her finger under chin and began to think about what could possibly be happening behind the scenes. Tenya, let's go to where the party is being held. Izuku said as he walked towards the engine quirk user. But, because All Might is at the party? Izuku revealed as his classmates gasped. All Might is. Oh, then we have nothing to worry about. Mineta chirped as his worries were gone. Melissa-san, can you get us to the party somehow? Izuku asked his fellow quirkless teen. If we use the emergency stairs, I think we can get close to the party. Melissa replied. Izuku nodded. All right then, please lead the way. Don't worry. If you stay quiet, you will not be hurt. We are prepared to release you once the time comes. The villain said as he walked around the reception hall, making nobody was trying any funny business. Who are you, and what are you all after? A pro-hero suddenly asked. The villain then kicked the pro-hero upside the head, which caused two young women nearby to flinch in fear. Didn't you hear me? I said stay quiet. But since you asked, my name is Wolfram. I'm going to make sure that by the end of tonight, the whole world will know that name. And as for why I'm here, well, you will all find out soon enough. Wolfram then reached for his earpiece. Oh right, got it? He saw Sam hiding in a corner and then walked up towards him. You're a researcher here, right? Wolfram asked. Weiss. Sam shakily responded. Take him. Wolfram's armed men began to get Sam off of his feet. What in the world? Stop. Wolfram turned around to see it was David Shield who shouted. He is my assistant. What do you plan to do with him? If it isn't David Shield? And if I refuse? David asked. Wolfram gave the scientist an evil smirk. Then somewhere on this island, someone's scream will ring out. You dare harm an innocent. Wolfram shrugged his shoulders. If that's what it takes to accomplish my goals, then so be it. I couldn't care less if I had to take a so-called innocent life. Then who cares? It's not like their life would have ever amounted to anything anyways. David widened his eyes at the audacity of the villain in front of him. He sighed as he understood just the kind of man they were dealing with. Fine, I will go. Splendid. David and Sam were then taken to wherever Wolfram ordered them to be taken to. Will I be able to defeat the villains and get the security systems to work again? Especially in this body? No, I must do it. Because I am the symbol of peace. All Might motivated himself to attempt to break free of the blue bindings, but before he could try any further, he noticed a white flashing light from above. He looked up to see a certain green-haired teenager, flashing the flashlight of his phone towards him from above the reception hall where there was another room separated by glass. It's young Izuku. Alright. All Might noticed us. Jiro-san, can you do it? Yeah. Izuku then motioned towards All Might. Please talk. We're listening. All Might was able to read his successor's lips. Can you hear me? The villains have taken over the tower. They have control of the security system, and everyone on this island is a hostage. All the heroes have been taken as well. It is dangerous. Get away from here as soon as possible. Jiro widened her eyes as she heard everything All Might said with her quirk. She looked towards Izuku in worry. This is bad, Midoriya-kun. What is it, Jiro-san? We have received All Might's message. I suggest we follow the directions of Yu-8's teacher All Might and escape from this place. Tenya said, as the students had regrouped after hearing the news of villains invading the island. Momo spoke up, I agree with Ida's opinion. We are still students. We cannot fight against villains without out-hero licenses. Kaminari pointed finger up, then what if we escape and tell heroes outside dash? I think it will be strong to escape, Melissa added. This place is built with the same level of security as Tartarus, where the most dangerous and powerful criminal villains are kept. Then, all we can do is wait until help comes. Kaminari, are you okay with that? Jiro spouted as she stood up in annoyance. What do you mean? You don't feel like you should go help? Hey, the villains even caught All Might. There's no way we can go save them ourselves. Mineta cried out as Kaminari nodded in agreement. Can you two perverts grow a pair for once and stop being cowards? Jiro shouted. Shoto took a moment to gaze at his left arm. The same left arm that Izuku had freed from the shackles he himself had placed on them in the sports festival. We are training to become heroes. Momo turned to him, yes, but we are still not allowed to work as heroes dash. But does that mean it is all right for us to not do anything? Momo looked unsure. I'm going. Everyone looked towards Izuku. Deku-kun? Achiko questioned. What do you mean? Where are you going? Momo asked. Izuku stood up and looked at his classmates with the most determined face that they had ever seen him with. I am going to go save them, Izuku said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. What? Midoriya, you're not seriously considering going and fighting all of those armed villains. Didn't you learn anything from USJ? Mineta yelled. Yes, I am Minoru. I've already made up my mind. If you want to be a coward and stay here, hiding and waiting, then be my guest. But our teacher, All Might, and everyone else on this demon island is being held hostage by some villains who decided to mess up everyone's day. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think I will be able to go to sleep at night when I know I could have done something. He then took a deep breath and looked at everyone. I'm going to beat all of those villains and save everyone. I'll do it alone if I have to. I have a duty to fulfill. Izuku then turned around and was about to exit, before someone shouted to him. Wait, Deki. Izuku turned to see that it was Melissa. Island's security system is on the top floor of this tower. If the villains have taken control of the system, then the authentication locks and passwords have been disabled. We should be able to restart the system. We just need to get away from the eyes of the villains and get to the top floor. Then maybe we can save everyone. Izuku widened his eyes at the blonde. Melissa-san, what do you mean by get away from the eyes of the villains? Jiro asked. Currently, none of yous have actually been harmed. I think the villains are not used to working with the security system. Avoid fighting and get the system back to normal. I see. Shoto said as he understood the plan. We could do it, don't you think? Kaminari spoke up with hope. Definitely. Jiro replied. Wait, hold on dash, Mineta said as he was still a little unsure. But the villains are waiting on the top floor? Momos muttered. There may not be a need for you guys to fight, Izuku said. If we get the system back to normal, then All Might and the hostages will be released. When that happens, the tables will be turned in an instant. Deku-kun, let's do it? Achiko shouted. Achiko-chan. I don't want to sit around doing nothing if there's something we can do. I think that's something that's more important than whether we're heroes or not. Izuku smiled. Yeah, let's help the people who need help. Let's do what our natural instincts are telling us to do. Yeah. Izuku. Said boy turned his head to see that it was Shoto who addressed him. I'll go too. Me too, Jiro said. Izuku nodded. Thank you, Shoto and Jiro. I'll turn us back if I decide we cannot do any more. If you're okay with that, then I will go too. Tenya said to Izuku. Izuku gave him a thumbs up. No problem, man. If that's the case, then I will go too. Momo spoke up. Alright, me too. Denki agreed as well. Momo-chan. Thanks. Mineta looked at everyone agreeing to go and he finally burst out. Oh, alright, I get. I just have to go, right? Thanks, Minru. Let's take this on, Mineta. Let's do our best, Mineta. Izuku walked towards Melissa. Melissa, please wait here. No, I want to go too. Izuku widened his eyes in shock. But you are quirkless? Do you have anyone who can change the setting of the security system? Izuku smartly replied. I am a student at the academy. I think I can be useful. But I might just get in the way until we get to the top floor, but let me help protect everyone too. Please. Izuku hummed in thought as he gave her his answer. Alright, but you have to promise me to never leave my side. Always stay close to me. You got that? Yes. Izuku then took Melissa's hand and put her right beside him. Don't ever let go of my, alright? He whispered in her ear. Melissa felt a weird sensation from having Deku whisper in her ear, but nonetheless she nodded. Izuku then walked towards the front, with Melissa holding onto his hand. Let's go and save everyone. Izuku shouted with vigor. Right? Everyone else said in unison. All Might coughed as he was still trapped in the bindings. He then looked up and noticed Izuku standing above the glass again. Young Izuku. Izuku nodded at All Might with determined and heroic eyes. Those eyes. Don't tell me. No, run away. Izuku used his empathy quirk to connect with All Might. He could feel his thoughts' emotions. No, I won't run. All Might widened his eyes in shock. This feeling. It's so familiar. Izuku, it is too dangerous. I want to do what I can. I'm going to save all of you. Young Izuku. I will definitely save everyone. Izuku then turned and ran away in the other direction. He's going after all. I know that I must reproach him as a teacher for his actions. All Might then pridefully smirked. But if you don't move now, you're not a hero. In that case, I'll wait. I'll believe that you all can break us out of this situation. We're counting on you, you Zygote's Central Tower top floor. Control room. David and Sam entered the control room, led by the armed masked villain who was ordered by Wolfram to take the two scientists. I brought him. Another villain, who was sitting on a chair, dealing with the security system on the main computer. Hurry up and unlock the vault, he said as he continued typing on the computer. Acting so high and mighty. The armed villain said as he removed his mask, revealing peach-colored hair. He had what seemed to be red tribal markings on his face. His left arm turned into metal and the end of it was sharp and pointy. You heard him. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and do it. Alright, David said as he gulped. Take him, the peach-colored villain said. Get out. Two armed and masked villains lead them to the vault. Central Tower emergency stairs. Izuku and the others were running up the stairs, trying to get to the top floor. Izuku stopped with Melissa behind him as he looked to see what floor it was. This is the 30th floor. Melissa-san, what's the top floor? Melissa panted as she replied, the 200th floor. Seriously? We have to climb that much? Mineta cried out in horror. He was already sweating just from 30 floors. It's better than running into villains, Momo said as they continued to run up the stairs. Izuku started to slow down as he felt Melissa panting strong, and she stopped in her tracks. Melissa was holding onto Izuku's hand as he had ordered due to not wanting her to get hurt due to her quirklessness. Melissa-san, are you alright? I can ask Achiko-chan to use her quirk on you. Thanks, but I'm fine, Melissa said as she panted. Izuku frowned. He could easily see that she was not fine. Her body isn't used to this. She probably never took the time to properly physically train her body due to her quirklessness. Izuku then had an idea. Kia! Melissa cried out. Izuku was now carrying Melissa bridal style as he continued to go up the stairs. Deku-kun, what are you dash? Don't worry, I'll protect you, Melissa, Izuku said as he and the others continued up the stairs. However, 3 certain girls frowned with jealousy as they stared at Izuku carrying Melissa in his arms. Once they reached the 70th floor, they got to a dead end. The shutter, Tenya said as their pathway was blocked by a large metal door. What should we do? Break it? Todoroki asked. If we do that, then the security system will react, and the villains will notice us, Melissa said as now that option was out. Then can't we just go from here? Mineta said as he pulled the handle of a door that behind them. Minoru! Izuku yelled no. Melissa cried out. But it was too late. Mineta had pulled down the handle and it had alerted the main control room. What? Did a door on the 80th floor open? The villain on the chair said as he looked over the main computer. Did you make a mistake scanning each floor? The villain on the chair pulled up a screen to see Izuku and the others running down the hallway of the 80th floor. Are those kids? They then alerted Wolfram. Boss, we have a little situation. He then explained to Wolfram what was currently happening. Let down all the partitions on the 80th floor. Don't let those kids get away. Wolfram ordered as he pointed at 2 armed men to go catch them. All Might saw what was going on and grit his teeth. Be careful, everyone. Villains are crafty. Meanwhile, with Izuku and company, they were still running down the hallways as they continued to make their journey to the 200th floor. Is there any other way to go up? Todoroki asked. There's another emergency staircase like this on the opposite side. Melissa informed the group. Hurry, Tenya said as everyone began to pick up the pace. Izuku then stopped as he noticed that the pathway was closing. The shutters are closing. The ones behind us are too, Momo called out. Izuku grit his teeth as he noticed the last shutter about to close. Shoto. On it, the hybrid prodigy sent ice in between the shutter to prevent it from closing. Tenya then went through the gap and activated his quirk to smash through a closed gate. Let's cross inside here. They went through the opening that Tenya made and found themselves in a forest-like environment. What is this place? Izuku asked. A plant factory. They research how quirks influence plants here. Melissa replied. Look at that. The elevator's coming up. Jiro pointed to an elevator and the top of it was reading ascending numbers that were signaling that someone was coming up. Are the villains following us? Mineta said as he had a horrified expression. Let's hide and let them pass us. Izuku ordered. They all went to hide behind a bush. I wonder if we can use that elevator to get to the top floor. Kaminari said. No, only authorized people can operate the elevators. It's made as sturdy as a bomb shelter, so we can't destroy it. Melissa said. Come on, let us use the conveniences of modern civilization. Mineta complained. They heard the elevator ding, and 2 villains came out. One was short and fat, while the other was tall and lanky with green spiky hair. Those clothes. They're the villains who were at the party. Izuku observed. They said the kids were here. The fat villain said as he and his partner walked forward. They came into an annoying place. The tall lanky one replied. They're coming. Achiko whispered with her hands covering her mouth. Quiet. Tenya whispered. Don't come. Don't come. Mineta said in fear. Go away. Jiro thought. Please, don't notice us. Momo thought. Izuku felt the fear and anxiety in his classmates with his empathy quirk. He then sensed 2 familiar energy signatures and smile. Don't worry guys, it's all going to be okay. We got backup. They all asked. I found you DMN kids. What did you say, UBSRD? Tenya widened his eyes. It's Bakugo and Kirishima. What are you two villains doing here? One of the villains asked. That's what I want to know dash. Leave this to me, okay? Kirishima cut Bakugo off as he turned to the villains. We got lost. Where should we go for the reception? Why did you come all the way to the 80th floor if you got lost? Mineta said as everyone's sweat dropped. I can see through you. Don't lie to me. The lanky villain yelled as he sent a blue blast of water towards Bakugo and Kirishima. His quirk, Katsuki said. Kirishima. Izuku yelled to warn the red-haired classmate. Before the blast could hit him, a glacier of ice came in front of Kirishima and stopped it its tracks. This quirk is? Bakugo said as he and Kirishima looked towards who caused it. Todoroki. Kirishima yelled. Shoto noticed that the villains were breaking the glacier and sucked his teeth. We'll stall for time here. Look for a way to the top. Shoto sent a stream of ice towards the ice and sent them up with a pillar of ice. Todoroki. What about you? Tenya exclaimed. I'll be fine, just go. I'll be right behind you after I clean this up. Izuku nodded. All right. I'll leave this to you guys. Be careful. You're all here too? Kirishima asked in confusion. What's going on, Todoroki? You didn't hear the broadcast. Villains have taken over this tower. What? I'll explain more later. For now, the villains. The villain busted through Todoroki's glacier with relative ease. What's with that quirk? Kastuki said as it easily smashed through Todoroki's ice. Don't let your guard down. Shoto warned. Shut up. I know. Katsuki exclaimed. You kids. Don't take advantage of us. The short, fat villain transformed into a giant purple monster. Shoto sent a stream of ice towards the now giant, but the purple villain easily smashed through all of the ice. Looks like this is going to be harder than we thought. Izuku and the others bust through a door as they all reached another dead end. This is no good either. Tenya said. Hey, what should we do? We're like mice caught in a bag. Mineta complained. Is this as far as we can go? Kaminari yelled. Izuku then saw something. Melissa-san, do you see something that looks like a door on the ceiling? Over there. Izuku pointed towards a small cover on the ceiling. Melissa nodded. The maintenance room for the sunlight system. Tenya smiled with hope. Wouldn't that have an emergency ladder? It's true that there's a manual one, but we can only access it from the inside. Even though we got this far? Achiko grumbled. There's still a possibility, Momo spoke up. She used her creation quirk to produce some sort of grenade. She threw it towards the small room and it exploded, completely opening it. If you go outside through the space in the vent, you can use the outside wall to get to the top floor. That's right. As long as there's something similar up top dash, Achiko began. We can get inside. Melissa finished. Izuku began to hum in thought. Who can get into the cramped vent and climb up to the outer wall? They all then looked behind and looked directly at Mineta. Me? Please, Mineta. You're the only one who can do it. Achiko and Jiro said respectively as they pleaded with the grape quirk user. Stupid. Stupid. Just what floor do you think we're on? Kaminari took Mineta aside and whispered in his ear, if you save everyone and become distinguished, then they will interview you, and you'll definitely be super popular with the girls. Kaminari smirked and gave him a thumbs up. Please. Achiko and Jiro continued to plead. HRM, HRM. Kaminari whispered. Mineta finally conceded, all right. I just have to go, right? He yelled with tears in his eyes as he really did not want to do this, but if he gets a HRM, then it will be worth it. Mineta went through the opening and proceeded to go up the tower using his quirk. HRM, HRM, HRM. He started to slip down the tower, but quickly recovered. HRM, HRM, HRM. He motivated himself to keep on going. He started to slip down again but recovered once again as he was filled with unwavering determination. HRM, HRM. Before long, he landed in the maintenance room. He got up and panted and then smiled, realizing that he just completed his mission. I did it. I made it. Mineta then placed the ladder down so that the other students can climb it and go up. Now, give me some love. Just the ladies is fine. Just the ladies. Mineta said as drool escaped his mouth. You were amazing, Mineta. As expected of a student hero. Melissa complimented. Melissa blushed with joy and happiness as he was even more fired up than before. Come on, let's get fired up, everyone. Mineta yelled with his right arm raised. Yeah. They all said in unison as they raised their right arms to the sky. Hey, you still can't find them? The villains in the control room were looking over the cameras trying to look for Izuku and company. When they finally found them, Jiro used one of her earphone jacks to destroy the camera. DM it? Hey, 80th floor. The kids are getting away. What's going on? Be quiet. Shut up, Dash, the purple villain began to say before he was blasted by Katsuki. Sr. Peach, the peach hair-colored villain, then contacted Wolfram. Boss, those are no ordinary kids. They're students from U8 High School's Hero Course Hero Reserves. The brats are probably trying to restore the security system. You started the security machine on the 80th floor, right? Wolfram asked. Yes, sir. Then raise all the partitions on floors 100 to 130. Just do what I say. Doesn't it seem like we got lucky? All the shutters have been raised since we passed the 100th floor. Kaminari noted. Could they have lost us? Achiko asked. That's probably not it, Jiro added. They're leading us somewhere, aren't they? Momo concluded. Yeah. That seems like a logical thing to do if I were them. Tenya said. Even so, to get just a little further up, we'll go where they want us to go. Izuku said as they continued forth. 130th floor. Laboratory, there are so many. Achiko exclaimed as the group landed on the 130th floor. They saw that it was littered to the brim with small red killer robots. It looks like the enemy has changed from shutting us in to trying to capture us. Tenya said. I'm sure they have realized that we're UH students. Izuku replied. But in that case, we know what to expect too. Momo said as she created a conductor sheet from her back. Tenya nodded in agreement. Yeah. Let's go with plan in. Kaminari said. Electric quirk user smirked. All right, I'll do my best too. I'm counting on you, Ida. Right? Tenya activated his quirk and began to spin Kaminari around and around at very high speeds. He then threw him up in the air. Take this. Indiscriminate shock 3 million volts. Kaminari fired a stream of electricity towards all of the robots. However, the attack phased off of them like it was nothing. They defended it. Izuku called out. Kaminari grit his teeth, and it, then, 2 million volts. Idiot. If you do that? Jiro called out. After the blast was done, Kaminari had a goofy grin on his face. Yay? Then you'll turn dumb. Jiro finished with a sweat drop. But thanks to him, the security machines have been stopped. Izuku said. Then, as if on cue, the machine started moving again and tied up Kaminari. Kaminari! Jiro yelled. They're too sturdy. Mineta exclaimed. The robots started to go towards the rest of the students. We have no choice. Everyone. Plan B, Tenya yelled. Momo created a flashbang grenade and threw at the robots. We can jam their communications with this. Take this. The girls proceeded to throw all of the flashbangs at the red killer robots. Minoru. Izuku called out. Mineta started throw his grape-colored ball. Give Kaminari back. He's got a HRM waiting. The ball stuck the robots on their tracks and forced them to go back. How's that? The robots then broke out of Mineta's ball and proceed to go towards them. Man, they won't stop. Tenya sucked his teeth. Let's go, Izuku. Yeah. Izuku took off his blazer and activated his full gauntlet. Pride for all. Perfected full cowling. Izuku dashed ahead towards the robots. Full gauntlet. If you wear it, I think you will be able to use your full power. First, let's use Kaioken times 5. A crimson aura enveloped Izuku as the display on the full gauntlet went from X1 to X5. Smash. Izuku blasted all of the robots away and completely destroyed them. It doesn't hurt. My arm is fine. And I didn't feel my stamina drain at all. I can do this. Kaminari yelled out as Tenya caught him. Where are the security machines? Jiro used her quirk to hear out for them. They are coming from the left. Okay, let's keep going from the right. Right? Deku-kun, what's with that arm? It's amazing. Achiko exclaimed as she ran beside him. Melissa-san, it worked perfectly. Izuku said as Melissa was running a little behind him and Achiko. You brought it. Melissa noted. Izuku sheepishly smiled. Well, I didn't really know how to take it off. Melissa and Achiko sweat dropped and then proceeded to chuckle. Boss, there's something interfering with the sensors on the security machines. We lost those kids. Don't lose your presence of mind, Wolfram exclaimed. There's probably someone among those brats with a hearing quirk. I hear a lot of the security machine wheels coming from the floor below. Jiro said as she had her earphone jacks connected to a wall. Any sounds from above? Izuku asked. No, it's fine. All right then, let's go. 138th floor server room. The students were running along but were surprised to see that a bunch of red killer robots appeared out of the door from the other side. The trap, Tenya said shocked. Let's break through, Tenya. Izuku said as he was about to blow them away. Deku-kun. Melissa cried out. If the servers here are damaged, then it could affect the security system, too. Suddenly, numerous amounts of robots appeared from above. Just how many are there? Mineta shouted in horror. We'll stop the security machines here. Momo said as she crouched in position. Izuku, take Melissa and find a different route. Tenya said. Izuku nodded. Melissa-san, come with me. Izuku then ran in the other direction to find a different route. Achiko, you come with us too. Melissa said. But Dash, please, Uraraka. Tenya exclaimed. Achiko nodded, right? The two girls then followed after Deku. Tenya activated his quirk, torque over, reciproburst. Tenya gave a wild kick that sent a good number of robots flying towards the roof, effectively destroying them. Momo had finished creating a cannon. I'll leave the gun to you, she said panting. I'll make ammo. All right, Jiro said as she began to fire at the robots. I won't let you have my HR, okay? Mineta yelled as he threw his ball at the robots and making them get stuck. Kaminair cheered in the background as he was still suffering the drawbacks of overusing his quirk. Jiro yelled. Izuku heard the sound of cannons firing and stopped in his tracks, clearly worried for his classmates. Deku-kun, you can't stop. If we get caught here, then there was no point in Ida and the others staying behind. Achiko exclaimed as she and Melissa ran behind Izuku. Izuku said as he proceeded to continue running. Everyone, please be okay. They then made it outside as they noticed a bunch of wind propellers. This is the wind power generator system, Melissa said. Why here? Izuku asked. If we go through the tower, the security machines are probably waiting to ambush us. So we'll go up to the op all at once from here. If we can just get to that emergency exit, all the way up there? Izuku asked. The then lowered his back. All right then, Melissa, grab onto my back. I will fly up over there. Achiko-chan, use your quirk to make yourself weightless. Right, both girls said. Melissa, hang on tightly. Izuku said as she got on his back. Once she did, Izuku flew up. Achiko was about to follow them by making herself weightless, but then noticed that a door opened and in came a pack of red killer robots. Oh no, she said as the robots began to go towards. Achiko-chan, hurry up and use your quirk and get away from there. Izuku shouted from above. I can't. If I do that, then we can't save everyone. Achiko-san, Melissa cried out. But before the robots could attack her, a loud explosion rang out. Kaken! Izuku yelled. Ice then followed up as it trapped some robots. Todoroki and Kirishima. Achiko exclaimed. Are you okay, Uraraka? The bicolored teen asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Deku-kun and Melissa are heading to the top floor right now. Yeah, I saw. We're going to stop these guys right here. Todoroki said as he fired a stream of ice. Don't tell me what to do. Katsuki yelled. But you guys are a good team, Kirishima said. As if, nice. It looks like they were able to defeat the villains after all. Izuku said. Thanks everyone. Your efforts won't be in vain. Izuku then flew up towards the wall. Melissa, hang on. All right. Pride for all. Perfected Detroit smash. Izuku smashed through the wall and both he and Melissa landed in the tower. They got into the tower. Achiko chirped. Nice. Finish it for us, Midoriya. Kirishima yelled. You better not F it up, Deku, or I'll kill you. Izuku, be careful. Send Sword Kill and the others. Wolfram ordered. Sir. Defend the control room until I get there. Wolfram said as he left towards the elevator. Smoke began to emit from All Might. Barret, All Might. I'm sure they can do it. I'm sure. Izuku let Melissa off his back. Melissa-san, are you all right? I am fine. Good. Izuku then sensed killer intent with his empathy quirk and Melissa out of the way from a sword slash. Izuku looked up to see a peach hair-colored villain, otherwise known as Sword Kill, attempt to slice him with his quirk, which seems to be just a metal sword from his arm. Izuku blocked the strike with his full gauntlet. You revolting kids! Sword Kill exclaimed. What are you all after? Izuku asked, don't pretend to be heroes. Swordmaster yelled as he summoned a sword from his left arm and attempted to strike Izuku with it. Izuku was caught off guard and thus narrowly dodged the slice. Swordmaster took advantage of that and made Izuku trip out of the hole in the wall that he made with his smash. Izuku barely held on to the ledge. As Swordmaster was about to strike when Izuku was vulnerable, he was stopped by Melissa, who grabbed onto him. Stop it. Don't hurt him. Let go of me, you beach. Swordmaster smacked Melissa away and she was thrown on the floor. BLD was drawn. Stupid little girl dash. Kaioken times 5 smash. Izuku smashed Swordmaster straight to the face, which sent him flying to the stairs. He was immediately knocked out and several of his bones were broken due to the impact of Deku's smash. He was seen bleeding as Izuku made sure to hit him extra strong. Lay your filthy hands off her. Izuku yelled with anger. Seeing him hit Melissa like and calling her a beach, made Izuku want to break every bone in his body. But he restrained himself. Melissa-san. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's not too bad. Just a cut. She said as she showed Izuku her wound. Diamine. I left the senza beans in my hotel room. Izuku thought. Give me your arm. Izuku took a bandage from his back pocket and proceeded to tie up Melissa's wound. Sorry I couldn't protect you. I got distracted and got caught off guard. If I wouldn't have asked him that dumb question and just immediately one-shot him, then you wouldn't have had to get hurt. You should be saying, thanks, right? Melissa said. Izuku widened his eyes and then smiled, yes. He finished tying up the bandage. Let's go and save everyone. Yes. As they were going up the stairs to the 200th floor, they met 2 armed gunmen. They're here. Stop right there. They began firing bullets, but Izuku effortlessly dodged all of them and took out the gunmen each with one shot. He looked at the guns in disgust. Those are the weapons of cowards. Izuku and Melissa continued onto the 200th floor. Towered top floor. Melissa-san, where's the control room? In front of the central elevator. They reached it, only to see that the vault was open. Someone's here. Izuku said. Melissa gasped as she noticed who was there. Papa. Oh, it is. Why is he on the top floor? Izuku hummed in thought. Did the villains bring him here to force him to do something? We have to save him. Melissa exclaimed. They silently moved in. David was typing at the computer. He heard a beep from it. I was able to unlock it. Go to block 1147. He told Sam. Oh, he ran to the block. I'm opening it. The block opened and brought out a white briefcase. You did it, Professor. Everything is here. Sam opened the briefcase to show a few strange items within it. David sighed in relief. Yes, I have finally gotten it back. This device and research data are the only things I would never give up to anyone. I'll never give them up. Everything's going according to plan, isn't it? It looks like the villains are doing well too. Sam said. Thank you. It was all because you arranged everything for me, Sam. David said as he walked up towards Sam. Papa? David widened his eyes as he recognized that voice. He looked behind him to see Izuku and his daughter at the entrance of the vault. Melissa and Izuku. Miss and young man, what are you doing here? Sam asked. Melissa took a step forward. What do you mean arranged? David looked nervously at the floor. Papa, don't tell me you're the one behind this incident. David still did not meet his daughter's eyes. In order to get that device. Is that true, Papa? David closed his eyes as he sighed and finally looked into his daughter's eyes. It is. Izuku frowned at David and gripped his fists. What? What? Why? Melissa asked as her voice felt like it was breaking down due to the disbelief she was experiencing. The professor is only trying to get back what was stolen from him. This groundbreaking invention that mechanically amplifies quirks? Sam said. It amplifies quirks? Izuku said, confused. Yes, it is still in testing, but with this device, unlike with drags, quirks can be amplified without affecting the body. However, the sponsors confiscated this invention and research data. The research itself was also frozen. If this was made known to the world, then the structure of superhuman society would change drastically. Fearing that governments from different nations put pressure on him. That's why the professor. Sam started to explain. I can get my research back. How? David asked Sam. Instead of doing it ourselves, we will have villains steal it. David sighed. Sam, don't be ridiculous. There's no need for them to be real villains. We can hire people wearing the guise of villains and have it stolen by them. Of course, they will not harm anyone. After it is done, we can continue our research in a different place. But I want to get the research back no matter what. Don't you feel the same way? David stayed quiet. I have completed the preparations. We will carry this out on the day of the iExpo pre-opening when the tower will be closed. The plan will start at the same time as the reception, the only time when all the people involved will be together. We will pull the strings in the back as the villains make it seem like Island has been taken over. Professor? Izuku and Melissa stared with wide and horrified eyes as they listened to Sam tell the story. No. Melissa gasped out. This is a lie, isn't it, Papa? Tell me this is a lie. It is not a lie, David said sternly. This doesn't make sense. The Papa I know would never do anything like that. So why? Why? Melissa pleaded with her father to tell her why he would do such a thing. It is for All Might. What? Uncle Toshi. Toshinori-sensei. You two probably don't know, but his quirk is disappearing. Izuku gasped as he knew the reason as to why. However, if he uses my device, then it can go back to normal. It can even give him more abilities than he started with. The number one hero, the symbol of peace, can get his light back again and save many people once more. David said with a smile. Because Toshinori-sensei passed one for all on to Meth Professor was worried about All Might losing his power, and David took the briefcase from Sam. Please let me hand this device over to All Might. There's no time to remake it. After he gets it, I don't care what kind of punishment I receive. I've prepared myself. They risked their lives. What do you think Deku-kun and his classmates went through to save his hostages? Melissa yelled at her father as she untied the bandage to let him see the wound she suffered. David looked at her daughter, confused. What is the meaning of this? The villains were fake. He looked at Sam. It should have all been an act. Of course it was an act. They turned around to see Wolfram and a silver-haired villain next to him at the entrance of the vault. An act pretending to be fake villains. Wolfram said as he smirked evilly. Izuku grit his teeth. So you're the leader of this whole operation, huh? He powered up to perfected full cowl. Wolfram willed a piece of metal railing and shot it towards Izuku. It wrapped around him and tied him to a wall. Deku-kun? Melissa cried out in worry. A quirk that lets him manipulate metal? Izuku thought. Stay there quietly for a bit, kid. Sam, where's the device? Sam snatched the briefcase from David. A cheer. Sam walked towards Wolfram with the briefcase. Sam? David said in shock. Don't tell me you were planning on giving the device to the villains all along. Why, you're the one who tricked me. I served you for so long, but you let your research be frozen so easily, and the honor and renown we were supposed to get all went away. If I didn't get at least some money, then it was a waste of my time. David couldn't believe it. his longtime assistant who pledged his loyalty to him, betrayed him for money. Sam, how could you? Deku's eyes widened as he heard this. So you're telling me that after all of that trust he put in you, you're just gonna backstab him like that over something as superficial as money? Sam sucked his teeth. You wouldn't understand. You're just a child. You don't even know how the world truly works. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Oh, I understand more than you know. And as a child from the outside looking in, I completely understand that you are a filthy, dishonest rat. You may say that, but at least I'm getting a reward, while all of you get nothing. Sam retorted. And here's the reward I promised you. Wolfram shot Sam in the shoulder. Izuku, David, and Melissa's eyes all widened in shock. Sam. Melissa yelled. Why? This isn't what you promised. Sam grunted out. Promised. I don't remember. This is your reward. Wolfram shot again, but instead of hitting Sam, David's shield got in front of the bullet just in time. Professor, what? Sam asked. I'll run away. You be a study. Deku yelled as he broke out of the metal bindings. He charged at Wolfram at full speed. The villain was caught off guard and was sent to the other side of the room. Izuku Midoriya, hey, you're a strong one, aren't ya? That actually hurt a lot. Wolfram said as he got up and dusted himself off. You know of me? Izuku asked. Know of you? Kid, I don't think there isn't a person who doesn't live under a rock that doesn't know of you. You put on quite a show at the sports festival. And your involvement in the battle against the hero killer also made it through the news. Izuku got into his stance. Well, if you've seen what I can do, then you should know what to expect. And just to let you know, I've gotten much stronger since the sports festival. Wolfram smirked. Good. If not, then this fight would probably be way too easy. What? Wolfram laughed. Oh, kid. Trust me, you're strong, but do you really think that there aren't others stronger? People who have trained and mastered their powers for ages. Oh, really? Well, I'm confident that I can beat you. Izuku said arrogantly as he charged up his aura. Oh, you're so naive. But you're young, so I'll give you a pass. Enough talk. Let's fight. Izuku charged towards Wolfram at top speed once again and attempted to smash him to bits. Wolfram manipulated some metal and made it sharp and threw it towards Izuku. I already got your quirk figured out. You manipulate metal, so all I have to do is dodge and get up close to you and you're done for. Izuku weaved the metal and went straight towards Wolfram. Metal manipulation. Oh, you're even more naive than I thought. Ah. Izuku questioned. I don't just manipulate metal. Wolfram caused the floor to rise as the walls started to bend to his will. I manipulate the earth itself. Wolfram enclosed the walls and floor between Deku. Deku struggled to break free as he looked at Wolfram once more. So, earth manipulation? No, you fool. Think deeper. Wolfram stretched his hands towards the air and manipulated so that it turned hot and threw the toxic gas towards Izuku. What in the dash? Izuku crushed the walls that were trying to enclose him. Kaioken. Izuku sent a ki blast towards the gas and it exploded on impact. He then flew towards Wolfram and pinned him to the ground. I got you. Or do you? Izuku then felt his insides start to hurt. He let go of Wolfram to hold his stomach. What the hell is happening to me? I feel like my insides are burning. Wolfram smirked as he got up. I am restructuring your very being. What? But how? Wolfram chuckled. Tell me, young Izu, what is all matter in the universe composed of? Izuku began to think for a moment, and then he gasped. What? No way. You don't mean dash, ding ding. Looks like you figured it out, Izuku grumbled as he held his stomach in pain, but how could such a powerful quirk exist? Wolfram smirked. I told you, young man, there is always someone better. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he figured out Wolfram's power. Why will you quirk? It allows you to manipulate atoms. Yes. You are a smart kid indeed. Izuku grit his teeth as he struggled to stand up, but even so, I still can't let you get away with you've done. I'll find a way to beat you. Izuku then began to power up, but the pain inside only increased. Don't you learn? The more energy you use, the easier it is for me to control your atoms. Wolfram then closed his fist. Izuku screamed in absolute pain. He felt as though there was lava in his stomach. Kaioken times 10. A crimson aura and electricity and aura enveloped Izuku as he rushed towards Wolfram. Perfected New York smash. Izuku directly landed a hit on Wolfram. It created a resounding boom as the villain was sent towards the vault. The full gauntlet read X10 and was slightly beeping. Izuku then felt an even greater pain in his stomach. He got on his knees and threw up BL Deku-kun. Melissa watched in horror as Izuku was effectively getting destroyed from the inside. Man, are teenagers that strong-headed these days? Izuku gasped in shock as he looked up. He's still not down. But I put everything I had into that New York smash. Wolfram grabbed Izuku by the face. Kid, let me give you a lesson about reality. It may seem like you're on top of the world. But one day, there's going to be some bad mothaf who beats the ever-living SHT out of you. And then you're going to learn, then you don't have no power at all in this world. You are weak. You can't win. There are battles that you just can't prevail in. That mothaf is going to teach you that. And it just so happens that mothaf is me. Wolfram then manipulated some metal and binded Izuku to the same wall as before. You lost, kid. Deal with it. Deku had lost to Wolfram. Wolfram then grabbed the gun and pointed it at David, who bleeding on the floor. Now to finish what I started. Papa. Melissa ran towards Wolfram in order to stop him. Don't come here. David yelled. Wolfram pistol whipped Melissa onto the floor. Izuku saw this and started to boil with anger. To hurt her. How dare he? Wolfram stepped on David's back, feeling like playing hero after all this time. It's no use, no matter what reason you had, you've dirtied your hands with evil deeds. Whether we're fake or real, the crime you committed will not disappear. You're the same as us. You can no longer remain a scientist or continue your research. You can only fall into the darkness of villains. Wolfram proceeded to laugh maniacally. Izuku struggled on the bindings. He must have made them extra sturdy. Wolfram picked up David. All you can do right now is mass-produce that device for me. He then knocked him out. Take him away. He ordered his subordinate. Give him back. Wolfram looked towards Melissa on the floor with tears in her eyes. Did you give Papa back? Wolfram smirked and pointed his pistol at the young woman. That's right, I have to get rid of all Professor's attachments. He then got ready to pull the trigger. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Time went in slow motion. I can't let that happen. An insurmountable amount of rage began to overtake Deku. He felt rage at Wolfram, at Sam and David for lying, and at himself for not being able to protect Melissa. He was hungering for power. He needed it. I need power. I need it right now. Inside Izuku's mindscape, the first sacred door began to leak energy as the lock was slightly loosened. What's going on? Nana Shimura asked as she and the rest of the previous one for all users started to panic. The whole mindscape was shaking, and they didn't know what to do. Oh, so it's happening again, huh? They turned to see inner Deku floating in front of the leaking door. He smirked. This ought to be one to remember. The first user of One for All also smiled as he rubbed his chin. Interested? How very interesting. Back with Izuku, dark yellow ki began to envelop him as his hair stood up and became spikier. It also gained a red tint. Roar! Everyone stood in shock as they heard Izuku's roar. Wolfram dropped his gun as he stared in amazement. What power! Izuku broke through his bindings as he landed in front of Melissa. His entire shirt was torn, giving the world a view of his Adonis-like muscles. He was even bulkier than before as his pupils disappeared. Melissa stared in horror. Deku-kun. What is this? Do you feel fear? Izuku stared straight at Wolfram. I'm gonna kill you? The false Super Saiyan had returned. Music, Skillet Monster, I'm gonna kill you. False Super Saiyan Deku said with a low growl. His deep and melancholic voice sent chills down everyone's spines. David, Sam, Wolfram, and his lackey all looked at the false Super Saiyan in shock. They had never seen a person with such an aura and killer intent. The amount of power that Deku was emitting was astounding. Wolfram actually gulped as he didn't expect the student to recover so quickly. But Melissa had very different thoughts going on in her head. The Deku she was seeing in front of him was very different from the Deku she had just gotten to know. Before, when she looked into Izuku's eyes, she saw a vibrant green full of hope and heroism that made her feel safe and secure. But now as she stared into his eyes, all she saw were pupilless orbs only filled with pure rage and anguish. Deku, what's happening to you? Wolfram quickly regained his bearings after witnessing the Izuku's transformation. You're gonna kill me? That doesn't sound very hero-like of you, doesn't it? And what makes you think that you will be able to do that after the beating you just took? Izuku emotionlessly stared at the atom manipulator before growling at him. Shut up. Wolfram raised his eyebrows. What did you say, kid? Izuku said nothing as he simply dashed towards the villain. Super Detroit Smash. The false Super Saiyan yelled out as he aimed for a super smash with the intent of completely destroying Wolfram. Wolfram responded by quickly summoning a wall from the ground using his atom manipulation. As soon as Izuku's fist made contact with the wall, it decimated the structure to bits as gusts of wind were created from that one smash alone. DMN, what power! Wolfram's lackey exclaimed as they had to cover their eyes due to the brute force of the wind created by Izuku's Super Detroit Smash. Izuku turned towards his quirkless companion, Melissa. Melissa flinched from the voice and tone used by Izuku when he called out her name. He didn't even use the honorific. Melissa felt chills. The hormonal part of her was kind of turned on from seeing Izuku half-naked, showing off his Adonis-like body, and it was even more defined due to the false Super Saiyan transformation. But she ignored those thoughts and focused on the ones that currently plagued her psyche. Deku-kun, are you okay? Izuku gave her an emotionless expression. I'll save the professor and Sam. Melissa widened her eyes at the statement. Before she could reply, Izuku continued. So save everyone else. Melissa looked at Izuku for a quick moment before nodded and sprinting off towards the exit. Don't let her escape. Wolfram yelled when he saw Melissa running away. Sir, the lackey said as he chased. Izuku was about to stop the villain before Wolfram cut him off with more metal barriers. Izuku simply scoffed at the futile attempt to keep him at bay and simply jumped over the barriers. He landed in front of the lackey who was chasing after Melissa, allowing said girl to escape. Where do you think you're going? Izuku asked with a demonic growl. Izuku was then hit by multiple metal barriers. Don't get carried away. Wolfram yelled. Izuku grit his teeth in annoyance. You hurt the professor, you hurt Sam. And worst of all, you hurt Melissa and even made her cry. And for that, you will be punished. The false Super Saiyan crushed all of the metal and roared in pure rage. Just the thought of seeing Melissa in pain had sent the young Saiyan over the edge. He wasn't in his right state of mind right now. He was consumed with hunger and wrath. He hungered for destruction and BLD. And he will eliminate anyone who is in his way. You're going to punish me. I would like to see you try, young hero. Don't get in over your head just because of some miraculous power boost. You still forget that I have power over everything around us. Wolfram waved his hand and attempted to manipulate the atoms inside Izuku's stomach like once before. But for some reason, the young Saiyan wasn't groveling in pain like before. Why isn't my quirk working? Izuku smirked and proceeded to punch Wolfram right on the jaw. Wolfram was sent tumbling across the vault as he held his jaw in pain. You should be throwing up your insides right about now. Why are you still standing? Izuku rushed towards Wolfram and grabbed him by the head. He then slammed him on the ground and dragged his face across the strong metal floor. Wolfram howled in pain as his skin was getting scraped. Izuku then picked him back up and kicked him upside the face. Super Manchester Smash. Part of Wolfram's mask was torn off as he was sent flying across the vault. Once again, Izuku sent about a dozen ki blasts towards him as they all made mini explosions. The silver-haired lackey called out as he saw his leader get manhandled by a teenager. Why, you little htch! The lackey attempted to kill Izuku, but the false Super Saiyan merely turned around and uppercut the lackey, which resulted in a broken jaw. Stupid! Izuku grunt-led as he focused his eyes on Wolfram. Wolfram got back up, panting as his mask was hanging on his face loosely. He sucked his teeth as Izuku stared at him with his pupilless white eyes with his dark yellow aura blazing around his body. You really are something, aren't you, kid? And for some reason my quirk is working on you. Why is that? Izuku slowly walked towards the red-haired criminal. I simply evened the playing field. I demanded for power and I got it with this form. As powerful as your quirk is, it does have a weakness. You can only focus on one target at a time, and the more times and power you use from the quirk, the weaker it becomes. Since you already used it on me a few times before, and now that my overall defense has been amplified, your atom manipulation is starting to have a weakening effect. Wolfram grinned. He figured it out. I'm impressed, kid. You're one of the few people to find out my weakness. And in only one confrontation too. This kid has some serious talent and a lot of firepower. I better start to take this seriously. Wolfram clapped his hands at the adaptive learning ability of the false Super Saiyan. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. You have figured out the weakness to my atom manipulation quirk. You're right, the more I use it, the weaker it gets. And the stronger the opponent, the more energy it takes for me to manipulate their atoms. Izuku grit his teeth. I don't want your congratulations. All I want is to hear your screams as I torture you to death for all of the evil you have committed. Wolfram chuckled as he heard that. Torture me to death. Wow, that is very different from the vibe you were giving off earlier. Did you suffering your first loss against someone make you upset? Face it, kid, you are going to encounter people who are just superior to you and you will find no way to beat them. I am one of those people. You still need time before you can stand up against me and many others in this world. You are still just a child. Izuku smirked as he heard Wolfram's rant. A child, huh? Well, I may be a child, but a child is currently kicking your butt. So what does that make you? Wolfram dusted himself off and adjusted his mask. Don't get cocky. The battle has barely even begun. Well then, let me finish. Izuku dashed towards Wolfram and aimed a Super Texas Smash right to his head. However, the atomic manipulator willed metal to block Izuku's strike. Izuku's punch went right through the metal, which forced Wolfram to move out of the way. The resulting smash made a hole onto an entire wall. You got a lot of power, but you still need time to fully master it. Wolfram manipulated the atoms in the air to turn it into fire and shot it towards Izuku. The false Super Saiyan casually clapped his hands, which caused a sonic boom and tore apart part of the vault. The wind got rid of the fire completely and blew Wolfram away. Do you mean it? He can do that with just the clap of his hands. Izuku roared as he flew towards Wolfram and grabbed by his legs and began to swing him across the air. Wolfram manipulated the atoms in the air, created an air shield that took the shape of a wind propeller. The air blades were so sharp that it could easily cut through steel. Izuku roared and a yellow energy blast came out of his mouth. The blast destroyed Wolfram's air shield as he was sent down to the ground, taking burnt of the attack. Izuku took that opportunity to land on Wolfram. He planted his feet on his stomach and he made sure to use a lot of force. Wolfram spat out BLD as a result. Your quirk is getting weaker. Those air blades weren't sharp at all. And your metal attacks are even weaker than before. Wolfram gulped as he blew hot air into Izuku's face. Nice try. Izuku bellowed as he smashed Wolfram on the Z, which caused the villain to cough up more BLD. This is what you deserve. You and every other scum that dares to kill an innocent girl. Izuku then began to ruthlessly beat Wolfram. He was like a man possessed. There was no rhyme or reason to his assault. He just punched wherever his instincts told him to. He felt rage and battle lust boiling inside, and he had to let out on Wolfram. Izuku wanted to kill him, but before he did, he wanted to cause as much pain as possible. Die, 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 die. Izuku chanted with each blow he landed on Wolfram. His yellow fists now being stained with the BLD of a criminal. Izuku was smirking in delight. His battle lust and wrath was taking control. If he didn't stop soon, then he would seriously kill Wolfram. Wolfram absorbed all of the punches quietly. BLD was from his mouth as he felt multiple broken bones in his body. He tried to move, but the false Super Saiyan was just too strong and quick. But as he was getting beaten to death, he had a smirk on his face. Izuku noticed this and stopped his assault. BLD dripped from his knuckles as he got off from on top of Wolfram. Why the hell are you smiling? I'm in the process of killing your disgusting butt. Wolfram began to audibly laugh as he heard Izuku's outburst. This just enraged the false Super Saiyan even more. You son of a beach! Izuku picked up Wolfram and threw him across the vault. He then fired a barrage of endless ki blasts towards his body. He put so much rage and anger into them as he fully intended to kill Wolfram with these blasts. Die! Izuku sent a final ki blast and it created a resounding explosion. As the smoke cleared, Izuku widened his eyes in shock as he heard even more laughter. I'm laughing at your hypocrisy, Wolfram yelled. Izuku grit his teeth. How the hell are you even still alive? Wolfram merely smiled as his wounds from Izuku's merciless assault began to heal. You know something, kid? For a second there, I actually thought you were a true hero. But you're nothing more than a fake. Izuku's hands began to glow with ki. What did you just say, Ch? You heard me. You're a fake. You're a hack. You call yourself a hero, but you have every intent of killing me right now. Because you deserve it. You tried to kill innocent lives. And somehow that makes you justified when you're literally doing the same thing? Of course it does. You are not innocent. Wolfram grinned as he held out his hand. Tell me, Izuku Midoriya, how do you determine if someone is innocent or not? Right as Wolfram said that, a large blue orb appeared on Wolfram's palm. It was very hot and gaseous, and he sent it hurling straight at Izuku. The false Super Saiyan was caught off guard and was hit head-on by the blue orb. Aha! Izuku screamed in pain as he felt where the blue orb hit, burning, almost as if his skin and tissue was being disintegrated. Izuku struggled to get back up as skin was burned from the blast. He looked to see Wolfram smirking evilly as all of his wounds from earlier were completely healed. What in the... How are your wounds healing? You don't have a healing quirk, and you have already overused your atom manipulation quirk, so you shouldn't have the energy to heal all of those wounds at once so quickly. You're right, Izuku Midoriya. You're way stronger than I thought, but I came prepared. Wolfram held up his hand to show the same blue orb as before. Whoever said I only had one quirk? Izuku widened his eyes in shock. A second quirk. But that's not possible. Oh, but it is. The world is a big place, and there are many people out there with special abilities. One of them being able to give and take quirks at will. Izuku gasped as he listened to Wolfram. It can't be. All for one. Oh, so you know him. That's kind of surprising given your age. He had been hiding in the shadows for quite a while. Me and my team was actually hired by him to take David Shield's quirk enhancer. He then gave me this quirk just in case, as he said. Izuku narrowed his eyes. And what quirk did he give you? Wolfram then clasped his hands as he began to charge up in the energy inside. Tell me, what are the 4 states of matter? Solid, liquid, gas. Izuku then gasped in realization. Looks like you figured it out. Wolfram threw the condensed ball of energy towards Izuku and began screaming in pain as he felt his skin burning from the blast. He also began coughing as toxic gas began to circulate around the vault. Izuku got up in pain as he struggled to stand. Your second quirk, it's plasma manipulation? Ding ding ding. We have a winner. Wolfram yelled out as he laughed. He then held out his hand as a yellow orb appeared on his palm. Believe it or not, plasma makes up the majority of our universe. It is the strongest and most dangerous state of matter. It is what stars and nebulas are composed of. The gas gets so hot that it can burn through almost anything. He then smirked as the yellow orb in his hand began to get bigger and bigger. All for One said that with a good level of control with this quirk, you could create an entire star right on the spot with ease. Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. There is that much power. With just one quirk. Wolfram boastfully laughed. Of course, kid. Like I said, the world is big. There are so many mysteries that have been left to be discovered. You have no idea what waits for you on from the outside. You may feel protected inside out you 8's walls. But out there in the real world, it is either hunt or be hunted. Izuku growled, shut up. Izuku fired a super Gallic gun at Wolfram. Wolfram casually used a plasma beam that completely burned the purple energy wave. What? Izuku yelled out in shock as one of his strongest attacks was being burned right in front of his eyes. Looks like I even the playing field. Wolfram then dashed towards Izuku at massively faster than light speeds, and hit him with a plasma-powered punch. Izuku yelled in pain as the punch charred his skin. Izuku grit his teeth as he felt the pain coursing through his body. Plasma stings like a beach. Izuku then flew and fired multiple ki blasts. Wolfram responded by using his atomic manipulation to increase the temperature of the room. Wolfram then fired streams of plasma straight at Izuku. Izuku screamed in pain as he collapsed to the floor. His body was screaming in pain. His entire body was burning hotter than ever before. Even moving a finger felt like he was swimming in lava. Wolfram walked towards the fallen false Super Saiyan. You tried to kill me due to anger. You let your anger consume you. And you acted recklessly. You let your emotions get the best of you, and now you're laying on the ground with your body burning all over. You thought selfishly and not like a hero. Like I said, kid, you still have much to learn about the world. Izuku got up as he struggled to get back in his fighting stance. His rage and battle lust steadily decreasing as the pain began to take too much of a toll on Izuku's body, even as a false Super Saiyan. I don't care. I'm still going to beat you and save everyone. Wolfram shook his head. Looks like you have to learn the strong way. Wolfram powered plasma around his fist. He then shoved his plasma-infused fist right through Izuku's ST, causing a gaping bloody and burning hole. Izuku coughed out BLD. The plasma fist was so strong that it knocked Izuku out of false Super Saiyan and back into base form. His power decreased as his muscles shrank in size. Wolfram smirked in victory. You have lost to me 2 times now. Wolfram withdrew his fist from Izuku and let the young hero in training drop to the floor. You were tough opponent, Izuku Midoriya. I hope this experience shapes and changes you into a stronger foe. I wish to battle you again once you have grown. Right as Wolfram finished that last remark, the gates and shutters in the vault began to open. He sensed the entire island resetting. DMN, did she get the security system back to normal? All across the island, the robots were deactivated and the locks and shutters opened once again. What the dash? Katsuki said as he noticed the robots stopping. They stopped. Achiko noted. Did Izuku and Melissa do it? Tenya said as he and the others were free from the robots in the lower level. Island's security system is now operating in normal mode. The robotic voice of the security system announced as everyone drew a breath of relief. Back at the reception party, all of the pro-heroes were released from their bindings. What happened? One armed villain asked as he was drop-kicked by a heroine. The civilians cheered as they could finally relax and not worry about their lives ending. Excellent work. I knew you zygotes could do it. All Might exclaimed as he rushed out of the reception party. Wolfram sucked his teeth in annoyance. Looks like it was time to retreat. Wolfram picked up David and the briefcase. He then saw his silver-haired lackey getting back up. Where is the helicopter? It has landed. The lackey replied as he painfully rubbed his broken jaw. Good. We're getting out of here. Why, sir? They then exited the vault as they went towards the location of their escape helicopter, leaving Izuku lying in a pool of his own BLD. A couple of moments after the villains left the vault, Izuku gasped for air as he finally regained his bearings after getting a fist shoved straight through his Iki. Izuku saw that he was losing a lot of BLD and fast. If he didn't get help soon, he may die of BLD loss. Izuku took the time to process what had just happened. He got his butt handed to him by Wolfram in the first round. He then got angry and lost control of himself and rushed towards Wolfram with a violent assault. I tried to kill him, didn't I? Izuku gripped his fists. He was right. I let my emotions get the better of me. I had every intention of killing him after I transformed. I was acting like a villain, trying to kill him out of selfish longing for revenge. If I had actually killed him, I would never forgive myself. Izuku tried to get up, but his body didn't listen to him as he immediately planted back on the floor, completely exhausted and broken. His skin burned from all of the plasma attacks and he felt himself shutting down. His vision got darker and darker. He then snapped out of it as he grit his teeth. Move, Izuku Midoriya. What are you here for? Izuku began to think about Wolfram and the quirk enhancer. I can't let him get away with that weapon. I can't let Melissa and the professor down. I can't let All Might and my friends down either. Come on, Deku. Get up. Izuku sat up but then widened his eyes in horror as he saw the BLD leaking from the hole in his See? I guess I can't just walk around with this gaping hole in me. I need to at least stop the BLD from leaking until I get medical attention. But how? Izuku pondered for a few seconds but then came up with a solution. This may hurt a lot, but I have to do it until I can get help. Izuku's hands glowed green as key energy orbs engulfed them. He then positioned them over the hole in his eye. Here goes. Izuku then put the hot energy orbs on the wound and began to scream. Damn it. Come on, Deku, just ignore the pain. You're supposed to become the #1 pro hero someday, right? Well then this should be nothing. Izuku then finished cauterizing the wound as he panted. Just ignore the pain. You just fought a guy with plasma, Izuku, this is nothing. The green-haired scion then stumbled on his steps as he struggled to walk out of the vault. I will do what I can right now. Izuku then powered up. As a crimson aura engulfed him. The full gauntlet beeped as it read X20. Kaioken times 20 should get the adrenaline rushing. Izuku then began to run in pursuit of Wolfram. But he had one thought in his mind. How am I going to beat him? He has 2 quirks, them being atom manipulation and plasma manipulation. I got completely destroyed even when I transformed. And I can't do that at will. What am I going to do? Izuku then gasped as he just got an epiphany. That's it. I know how to beat him. All Might running along the hallway, looking for Wolfram as his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and picked up. What's wrong, Melissa? Uncle Toshinori. Papa's been taken by the villains, and Dekukuin's gone after them. Melissa yelled in panic as she looked at the cameras from the control room. She saw Wolfram with David hunched over his shoulders and Izuku following after them while painfully holding on to his and it looks like he's badly hurt. He's forcefully holding on to his it's fine. I will go. Wolfram and his lackey had made it to the roof where the escape helicopter was ready to go. Boss, what about everyone else? The silver-haired villain said as they made their way to the helicopter. We're leaving before the security system gets reactivated. Wolfram yelled. Why, sir? David grumbled to Wolfram as he didn't feel like he deserved to live anymore after what he had done. I'll add just a few more sins. Then I'll make your wish come true. Wolfram said as he tossed David and the briefcase in the chopper. He was about to get on as well before he heard a familiar voice. Stop right there. Wolfram turned, only to roll his eyes in annoyance to seeing Izuku hunching on the door to the roof with his left arm holding onto the wound in his Give the professor back. Izuku yelled as he panted, his Kaioken times 20 aura blazing. David gasped as he saw Izuku standing there, all torn and bloody but with an unbreaking resolve etched onto his face. Jesus Christ, kid, do you ever stay down? What are you even doing? You have a hole in your seat, can barely stand, and you come here. Did you come here to seize this man who was committed wrongdoing? Wolfram said as he smirked evilly and spread out his arms wide. Izuku bit his lip. No. I've come to save the professor. Izuku roared out as he rushed straight towards Wolfram at full speed. You came here to save a criminal? Wolfram planted his hand on the ground to send blocks of metal at Izuku. Izuku dodged the onslaught. I'm going to save everyone. I'm going to save the professor too. Wolfram snorted in amusement. What are you saying? Wolfram summoned pillars of metal and shot them straight towards the green-haired scion. Shut up. Izuku jumped over the pillars. That's what heroes do. They save people who are in trouble. Wolfram took out his pistol at David. How? Izuku widened his eyes and immediately stopped in his tracks. Don't worry about me. Get away. David yelled. Izuku gripped his fists in frustration as he was forced to stand still. Geez, it's so inconvenient being a hero, Wolfram boasted. He grinned in satisfaction. I didn't do much and you already can't move. Wolfram summoned a metal block and hit Izuku with it. He then shot beams of plasma at the hero in training. Izuku narrowly dodged the beams but was hit with pillars of metal. He went flying but was crushed in between pillars. He then spat out BLD as he felt the wound in his ST start to open up a bit. No matter what, being a hero is not a smart way to live. Wolfram said as Izuku dropped to the floor. Get us out, Wolfram said as he boarded the helicopter. Roger. The helicopter took off and as flying in the air. Izuku grit his teeth as he saw them getting away. Damn it. Times 20 is not enough. Looks like I'll have to crank it up. Kaioken times 25. Izuku then flew towards the helicopter. Wolfram shouldn't be able to affect me with his quirks without touching me. Izuku then grabbed onto the edge of the helicopter. The pilot stumbled as Izuku climbed up. David looked at the boy in shock and amazement. You're? Just then, Melissa had arrived on the rooftop. She gasped as he saw Izuku hanging onto the helicopter. Deku-kun. Professor. Grab onto my hand. Izuku yelled. Stop it. Izuku, get away. David replied. Melissa is waiting for you. Izuku pleaded as he held out his hand. David gasped as he realized he wasn't even thinking about how this could affect her daughter. You certainly are a hero. But you're an idiot. Wolfram shot at Deku with his pistol. Izuku blocked the bullet with his full gauntlet but fell off the helicopter. As he was falling, he said, Don't give up. What to do? What should I do? Izuku then powered up to Kaioken times 30 and rushed back to the helicopter. He punched Wolfram in the face and made him drop his gun. He was gonna blast him out of the helicopter, but the villain countered with a plasma blast that sent Deku straight back to the rooftop. Deku-kun. Melissa yelled as she ran to the green-haired scion's side. Have a nice nap, Wolfram said as he knocked out David. He meant it. Izuku gasped out as he felt a burning sensation from the plasma blast. Even with Kaioken times 30, he still wasn't strong enough. Deku-kun, are you alright? Melissa worriedly asked. Izuku sat up in pain. He felt the hole in his isi reopening as new wounds started to form. He could barely even move. Give him back. Give the professor back. Izuku yelled in frustration and anger. Frustration and anger within himself for not being able to be a hero and save David. Even after all of the training, trials and tribulations he has gone through, he was still too weak. And he hated himself for it. DMNIT. Izuku screamed in sorrow. This is the time to smile, young Izuku. Izuku gasped as he recognized that voice. He saw a large figure blurring past the helicopter at speeds faster than sound. It's fine now. But because I am here. Izuku smiled in relief. Tashinori-sensei, you're here? I'll have you give my friend back, you villain. All Might proceeded to land a punch straight through the chopper. The chopper exploded in a ball of fire as it went tumbling down in the night sky. All Might landed on the rooftop beside Melissa and Izuku with David safely in his arms. Papa, Papa, Melissa exclaimed as she ran to greet her father. Melissa? David gasped out as he came back to consciousness. It's fine now. All Might stated with certainty as he ripped the bindings from David's hands. Izuku sighed in relief. I'm glad. The young hero in training then got into a coughing fit as he held onto his hurting Deku-kun. Melissa tended to the injured scion. Are you all right? Izuku painfully smiled. It's all right, just got a slight hole in my that's all. No biggie. That is a biggie. All Might and David chuckled as they saw the two teens bickering with one another. All Might? David was about to say before he was interrupted. A large block of metal hit All Might and sent him tumbling across the rooftop. All Might! Izuku yelled. David was wrapped in metallic wires and carried towards a large cylinder. There were wires and metallic cables everywhere on the rooftop. The temperature increased drastically as plasma filled the air. Blue fire engrossed the rooftop as Izuku felt so much killer intent focused on one point on the rooftop. Papa! Professor! David was tightly wrapped in plasma-infused wires as he yelled in pain. That's Sam. He said that All Might's quirk was declining and that he didn't have the power he once had. Wolfram was revealed with a headpiece and a black gauntlet on his left hand. Veins looked to be popping out of his forehead. His voice was much deeper and darker and his overall figure was larger and bulkier. Izuku widened his eyes in horror. He's using the professor's? Izuku sensed Wolfram's power level skyrocket. He was shaking in fear and anxiety as he had never felt a power level so high. He couldn't beat him before, what chance did Izuku have now? All coughed out BLD as his body started to emit smoke. Tea times? All Might looked towards Wolfram and powered up his fists. You don't know when to give up, huh? All Might dashed towards the quirk-enhanced Wolfram and yelled, Texas! Wolfram sent out a wall made of plasma to block the symbol of peace's attack. Smash. All Might's punch barely made the wall budge. What? All Might? Izuku said as he knew just how powerful those plasma attacks could be. Wolfram smirked in amusement. What do you call that? The supervillain sent All Might tumbling down as he blasted him with the plasma. The entire rooftop was reshaping itself into Wolfram's personal domain. He was controlling the earth itself as it shook and reverberated. Izuku stood frozen as he was being consumed by fear and self-doubt. As expected of something by David Shield. I can tell that my quirks are getting revitalized. This is good. This thing is great. Wolfram bellowed as he felt his quirks getting exponentially stronger and stronger as he conjured up more metal and plasma. This is Dave's? All Might gasped. It's the power of the device Papa made, Melissa said in horror as she never thought one invention could grant so much power. Wolfram laughed evilly. Now, in order to raise the price of this device, why don't we have a demonstration of how it can blow All Might? Wolfram fired off plasma and metal towards the number 1 pro hero. All Might narrowly dodged them. Wolfram fired another barrage which caused All Might to punch one of the attacks. The force of the punch caused a large tremor, and the symbol of peace was getting pushed back. Melissa was sent up in the air due to the backlash of the battle. She screamed in fear for life until Izuku managed to catch her in his arms before she suffered any fatal injuries. Tashinori-sensei. It's as I thought. Izuku thought as he saw All Might struggling with pushing back one of Wolfram's attacks. He's at his limit. Wolfram snickered as he waved his hands around summoning gas clouds and blue fire. Izuku dodged them to get Melissa to safety. Uncle Tashinori. Melissa whispered in worry as she saw the symbol of peace struggling. All Might coughed up large amounts of BLD. Wolfram's new level of power from the quirk enhancer was more than he could imagine. Hurry up and get crushed. Wolfram fired metal blocks towards All Might, intending to finish the symbol of peace once and for all. All Might. Izuku screamed in fear as he thought he was going to witness the death of his teacher right before his eyes. But right before that could happen, the metal blocks were frozen in place by ice. What is this? Wolfram asked confusingly. Go to hell. An abundant amount of explosions were fired at Wolfram. Wolfram blocked them with his quirk. Izuku looked and recognized the person who had bravely attacked the supervillain. Kaken. Bakugo grabbed his right wrist in pain. How can you get beat up by such a dim and lame last boss? All Might. Young Bakugo. All Might grit his teeth in surprise. Well, you can. The villains, Shoto said as he and the rest of Izuku's classmates made it to the battlefield. Shoto. Everyone. Izuku smiled in relief. We'll take on the lumps of metal. Kirishima yelled as he activates his hardening quirk. Yaoyorozu, take care of things here. Tenya commanded as he and Kirishima rushed ahead. The raven-haired vice president replied as she activated her crimson key. Achiko followed suit as her pink aura enveloped her and debris started to levitate around her. All Might smiled when he saw the determination in the students of Class 1A. With my students so motivated, I can't be held back by some stupid limit. In the background, he saw all of the students are doing their best to take care of all of the metal and plasma obstacles and make his job easier for him. I need to go past my limit and go beyond. All Might battle cried and punched through the metal block in front of him. He then flew towards Wolfram with a newfound resolve. That's right, plus ultra. All Might jumped over all of the metal obstacles that Wolfram threw at him. He also deflected the plasma-infused metal blocks. He then saw Wolfram straight ahead and prepared his counterattack. All Might crossed his arms together. Carolina. Smash. All Might smash was powerful enough to light up the whole area. Izuku and the others had to cover their eyes due to the brightness. They then saw All Might was ready to land the finishing blow. Prepare yourself, villain. But before that could happen, All Might's arms and legs were entangled by strong metallic cables infused with plasma. All Might grit his teeth. Is this all you've got? Before All Might could finish his thought, Wolfram grabbed the symbol of peace by the neck. Wolfram's arms suddenly bulged out of nowhere as the sleeve was torn. Prepare myself. You should take your own advice, All Might. Wolfram's skin transformed into a glowing reddish hue. His power level increased exponentially as his face glowed red as well. He put more pressure onto All Might's neck. What is this power? All Might coughed up blood. Wolfram then placed his hand where All Might's injury was and sent a pulse of energy towards it. All Might howled in pain. All Might! Izuku yelled as he started running towards where All Might was, only to suddenly stop. He threw up blood as he clutched his eye in pain. In it, the wound is opening back up again. Deku-kun! Stop, you're hurting yourself. Melissa pleaded as she tended to Izuku. All Might grit his teeth in pain as Wolfram was strangling him. This power enhances muscles. There are multiple quirks. All Might widened his eyes in realization. Don't tell me. Wolfram grinned. That's right. When we were planning this extortion, I received a call from that man. He said that he wanted to work with me. When I asked him why, this is what he said: if All Might's friend has said he wants to have a hand in something evil, then I definitely want to help. It is unfortunate that I will not be able to see All Might's face twisted in pain when he finds out, though. All adopted an expression full of uncanny rage and anger. All for one. All Might yelled out in the realization that his arch-nemesis was truly the mastermind behind this entire operation. You finally stopped smiling. Wolfram snarled as he evilly smirked at the fallen symbol of peace. All Might screamed in anger, "Oh!" Wolfram simply laughed as he sent All Might back with metallic cables. He then wrapped him completely around with plasma-infused atoms and then sent 2 cube blocks combined with metal and plasma, enhanced with the muscle augmentation quirk, in between All Might and started to squeeze the life out of him. Izuku widened his eyes in horror as he saw more and more metal blocks coming and crushing All Might. All Might! Students of Class 1A yelled as they saw their symbol of peace on the death's doorstep right in front of their eyes. Uncle? Melissa gasped as she saw her father's best friend being crushed. Farewell, All Might. Wolfram summoned metal spikes and sent it through the cubes. Uncle Toshinori. Suddenly, there was a flash of green of red as it dashed towards All Might. Perfected Detroit Smash. Izuku activated Kaioken times 40 and punched the cube with all of his strength. It completely decimated the prison as he and All Might went tumbling towards the ground. Wolfram snarled in annoyance, "That brat!" All Might and Izuku recovered from their fall. All Might looked on at his successor in shock and worry. Young Izuku. With that wound. It's too reckless. Take your classmates and get out of here now. That's an order. Izuku smiled painfully as he looked on at his idol. I'm sorry, old man, but I ain't running. What? Izuku chuckled as he grabbed onto the wound in his eye. A hero has to save those in trouble. That is what you showed me. This guy is too strong for you to take on yourself. So let me help. All Might stared at his successor for a few seconds before he adopted a wide smile. Ah, thanks. It is true that I am in some trouble right now. Lend me a hand. There. Izuku grinned after hearing his teacher refer to him by his hero name. It meant that he saw Izuku as an equal. Yes, sir. Izuku grabbed All Might's hand as they helped each other up. They then saw Wolfram laughing at them amusement. So you're going to try to face me again, huh, Deku? Don't you know what happened the last 2 times you tried that? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I know. I got my butt kicked. Wolfram snorted. Then you should know that I am way stronger than you. Look at what just happened a few moments ago. I just defeated your symbol of peace. You have no chance of defeating me on your own. Izuku smiled. Yeah, you're 100% right. You are stronger than me. You have proven that already. And I stand absolutely no chance in beating you on my own. Izuku then took his stance. But that's where you mess up. I'm not on my own. Everyone's reaching out to me. Wolfram raised his eyebrows in interest. Izuku then used his empathy quirk. He could sense all of the emotions, thoughts, feelings, and hope within all of his allies. I can hear them loud and clear. I hear everyone's voices and they're telling me that no matter what, I can't give up the fight. Izuku's Kaioken aura came to life as lighting began to circulate his entire being. They're what keeps me going. They're the only reason I'm still standing right now. Izuku then thought back to all of the battles he has gone through up until this point. He then remembered all of the allies and bonds he has created in his journey. He remembered all of the promises he made, and he was not going to break them. Not now, not ever. Izuku's power level started to increase rapidly. They're so strong. I can feel my friend's determination and strong pulsating through me. Izuku roared as his Kaioken multiplier increased to times 50. The full gauntlet started to beep as it showed a yellow warning sign. Still not enough. I have to go higher. I have to plus ultra. Izuku began to yell as he powered up more and more. His crimson aura started to get darker and darker as more lighting began to surround his form. His muscles kept getting larger and bulkier. Times 60? Times 70? All Might began to count as he saw the full gauntlet's display, and it started to beep more and signaling a power overcharge. Once it reached times 80, a red warning sign appeared saying, "Danger. Maximum limit approaching." Melissa widened her eyes in shock. No way. Is he really going to do it? What is that dumb nerd thinking? Katsuki yelled. He's going to get himself killed. Shoto exclaimed. Stop it. Deku-kun, you're going to destroy yourself. Achiko cried. Wow, so manly. How the FIS that manly? He's going to explode. Mineta yelled at Kirishima. Go for it, dude. Jiro cheered Izuku on. Don't encourage him. Momo nodded. Izuku-kun, don't die. Times 90. Izuku chanted as his battle power kept on increasing. Deku, are you sure about this? Melissa's gauntlet may not be able to contain all of that power. All Might yelled. It's going to have to. Izuku yelled back as he powered up even more. Times 95, times 96, times 97, times 98, times 99. Izuku's skin started to gain a red tint as the Kaioken began completely transform his body. Then with one final yell, Kaioken times 100. Full gauntlet, full power. Izuku completely the transformation as the full gauntlet displayed in big bright bold letters, X100. Maximum limit reached. Izuku could feel some pain course through his bones. The wound in his issy was burning, but he ignored it. But, let's do this, All Might. All Might smiled as he powered up as well. I don't use this power often, but this looks like a do or die situation. So let's go plus ultra. Full cowl. All Might was surrounded in yellow electricity as his hair spiked just like Izuku's. Izuku had red and green electricity surrounding him while All Might's was yellow. They then both grinned at each. They were ready. Music, you say run, let's go, Deku. Yes, sir. The teacher and student duo then blasted off towards Wolfram at massively faster than light speeds plus. Wolfram scowled at them. Stupid little brat. You're just going to regret ever stepping up against the mighty Wolfram. Wolfram fired plasma and metal cubes at the duo as he yelled, You don't know when to give up? You're the one who doesn't. Katsuki roared as he fired his explosions at the cubes and burned them to a crisp. Izuku and All Might were running side by side as they saw metal and plasma pillars rushing towards them, attempting to kill them on the spot. I won't let you. Todoroki shouted as he froze the pillars at their place with his ice. Izuku and All Might jumped towards Wolfram as the supervillain shouted, Out of my way. He proceeded to try to get rid of the students who were helping Izuku and All Might. Wolfram then fired more obstacles and debris at Izuku and All Might. The two responded by turning themselves into bolts of lighting, red and yellow respectively, and simply stuck through all of the metal and plasma barriers. Wolfram sucked his teeth as he summoned his more and more metal and plasma cubes from the sky. What is that? Achiko asked as she and the others saw all of the cubes combining into one, forming an ultimate giant cube that was big enough to overshadow the entire island. I infused this attack with enough power to destroy a large star. I wonder what would happen if you let it touch the ground. Die, heroes. Wolfram yelled as he was creating his ultimate move. Izuku and All Might knew they had to destroy that cube. They couldn't let it the ground or else everything will be destroyed. Before they could get to it though, they still had to deal with all of the debris and obstacles in front of them. I got left, you go right? Izuku yelled to his fellow one for all user. They then separated as they made their way towards all of the metal and plasma barriers. Times 100 final flash. Izuku shouted as he fired the blast at all of the metal and plasma barriers on his side. It completely vaporized all of the obstacles on his side. He then made his way up as he saw incoming miniature cubes. Times 100 Manchester smash. Izuku effortlessly kicked away all of the mini cubes that were fired at him, and then he saw plasma beams fired his way. You think that's enough to stop me? Then you got another thing coming. Times 100 Kamehameha. Izuku fired the red turtle hermit wave at all of the plasma beams which caused them all to evaporate into dust. On All Might's side, he fired a California smash and a New York smash at all of the debris and cubes and they were all blown away. Each smash as powerful as Izuku's blasts. They then flew in the middle and met up with each other for the final blow. To overcome the crisis in front of you, All Might began as he flexed his left arm. With everything you've got? Izuku followed up as he powered up his right arm and got ready to put in everything he had. And save people? The symbol of peace continued. With everything you've got. Izuku exclaimed. That is what makes a hero. I'll crush you and this entire island. Wolfram yelled as he fired the cube with all of the power he had. Double Detroit? Izuku and All Might chanted. They put all of the remaining power they had left and put it in this one last attack. Smash. They collided with the large star-busting cube. Wolfram tried to will it towards the teacher and student duo. All Might spit out BLD as he put more and more power into the attack. Izuku grit his teeth as his ST and bones started to burn. The full gauntlet began to crack as he flexed his arm even harder. Wolfram was pushed back due to the overwhelming combined strength of the teacher and student duo. Izuku and All Might's combined smash was able to tear right through the star-busting cube and destroy it completely. David and Melissa looked on in shock as they saw the two's unbreakable and irresistible force/go. Achiko yelled at Izuku and All Might at the top of her lungs. All Might. Izuku. The students of 1A shouted to the sky. Beat his butt. Katsuki and Shoto screamed with vigor. The stars of One for All started to align and condense all of the power into one. Izuku grabbed all of the power in his fist and aimed it at Wolfram. Go! Izuku began. Beyond. All Might flexed as he and Izuku were engulfed in the rainbow aura. Plus. Ultra. Izuku and All Might's fists were engulfed in rainbow as they punched Wolfram will of their might. Wolfram yelled, You can't defeat me. Oh yeah. I think I just did. Izuku yelled as the force of his punch was so strong, it completely tore and broke the full gauntlet. David was free from his prison as all of the metal and plasma disappeared due to Wolfram being defeated. He opened his eyes to see an image of Izuku floating in the air with his fist pointing towards the heavens. Izuku had a triumphant and radiant smile on his face. David gasped as that pose reminded of All Might in his younger days doing the same exact pose and the same exact smile on his face. David smiled in happiness as he realized that everything was going to be all right. Everyone stared in amazement at the battle that they had just witnessed. Did they do it? Tenya asked. They did it? Mineta criped. They finished off the villain. Yes. All right. They did it. It's over. All Might. Katsuki and Shoto smiled as the class celebrated in victory. The sky started to turn clearer as the sun began to ascend. Melissa ran up to where the final clash transpired. She saw Wolfram completely knocked out. He was hanging onto a piece of junk as his body was emitting smoke. Izuku popped out from all of the debris, panting. Deku-kun. Melissa exclaimed as she ran up to the green hero. Melissa-san. I'm glad that you are all right. David opened his eyes to see All Might in a weakened state of his muscle form. One of his bangs were dropping down and large amounts of smoke were coming out of his body. All Might smiled at his longtime friend. I came to save you, Dave. Thanks. Papa. Toshinori-sensei. The two best friends looked up to see Izuku and Melissa shouting their names and waving at them. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Melissa and young Izuku. All Might told his friend. Melissa began to sob. I'm so glad. I really am. She wiped away her tears. She then looked at Izuku. Thank you. Thanks to you all, we were able to save everyone. You're my hero, Deku-kun. Izuku smiled at his quirkless companion. And you're my hero, Melissa-sen. It's thanks to you too. Melissa raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? I didn't do anything. Izuku shook his head as he gazed at his right arm. I was saved so many times by your full gauntlet. Even as a quirkless girl, you were still able to save so many lives. Thank you very much. Deku. Oh, but sorry. I broke it? Melissa chuckled. Don't worry about that. Now that I have already made it once, I can make another in less than half the time. I will also make sure to put in a lot of upgrades so that it will be better than ever. Izuku cheered. Yes. That would be so cool. Maybe with the new and improved version, I can go Kaioken times 200. Melissa laughed at his antics. Izuku then turned serious and looked Melissa in the eye. Melissa Shield. You can become a hero. Melissa gasped as she heard those words. She had never heard those words spoken to her before. She then reached towards Izuku and surprised him with an embrace on the cheek. Izuku's mind went into overdrive as he processed what happened. Thank you, Izuku, for everything. Izuku smiled and nervously gave Melissa a thumbs up, and no problem, he said with his face resembling that of a strawberry. Deku-kun. Izuku turned around to see his classmates cheering his and All Might's victory. Are you two okay? Tenya yelled. We're fine. All Might and the professor are fine too. Izuku yelled back. Are you all okay? Melissa shouted. We're fine. They all sad. I heard most of it from Melissa's. Toshinori told David as he bandaged the scientist's wounds. David avoided eye contact with the symbol of peace. Too was scared to lose your light. I was scared that the peace you built would crumble. But my ideas and that device were nothing more than ways to keep the status quo. David stood up as he looked over to Izuku. Even though the future and hope were right there in front of me, I didn't notice them. Like how Melissa is trying to become my successor, you have Izuku Midoriya. He's your successor, isn't he? Toshinori nodded as he looked at his successor. He's still not ready. But it hides the possibility of shining as a hero more than anyone. When my time comes, I am placing all of my bets, faith, and hope on him. David smiled. I can see it too, Toshi. A light like yours. A golden light of a hero. David then widened his eyes as he remembered something. Wait a minute. Where is the quirk enhancer? Izuku and All Might looked towards where Wolfram was knocked out. Izuku flew towards the villain. He checked him and his lackeys and he didn't feel it at all. He looked all around the rooftop and found nothing. He went to David and looked down in worry. It's gone. So Wolfram failed, huh? The doctor nodded. Yes, sir. Even with the quirk enhancer, he was defeated by All Might and Izuku Midoriya. All for One smirked. And the device? Kurogyri has retrieved it, sir. All for One sighed as he got up from his chair. Fine. I'll do it myself.